say something. What's up?
Mute.
You're muted, brother.
Mute. You're going to heal the uninflicted without speaking to him.
You're muted, Moose.
Why would you do that?
We did it on purpose
right.
just to keep you quiet.
I didn't
Let's
know.
hear it.
I didn't
How you
touch his
doing?
mute button.
Well, I just want you to know that I think you're the number one broadcasting show on the broadcasting network, and I think that people should donate a cup of coffee, maybe a left kidney, short of their car. I think maybe even their wife or girlfriend. Donate it to OTW in Canada. He's a great man. He's very kind, generous. Like, share, subscribe, and I'll be back in just a second.
All right. Thank you very much, sir, for that little promo. So, anybody else like to say something before I go on with the
I'm just wondering with his ensemble if he was wearing mucklucks too.
Compton, it's straight out of China, straight out of Shanghai. Okay,
Now,
so get it together over there. Guys on man tear. You give him a man cliche. When he failed, you give him power.
Hey,
and you guys are all the same. You give them the least bit. They show. You put them against the word. They fail. Show themselves. It's fucking amazing. If you just get with the cliche and understand that, it could all move forward and be better.
Hold on,
Tucker. I went out of my way to support your mission.
You know what? I'm going to fuck Moose's wife, okay? And I mean that in the most respectful way possible. The only way.
All right. Okay. Moose.
Whoa. Whoa.
What would you like to comment on that, sir?
I just think that's a highly disrespectable thing to say about one of your friends, especially when you know it's not true. But I mean, hey, if I was him, I'd try to fuck her too. So, I mean, I guess I kind of understand where he's coming from.
Okay. That's a respectable response. We'll move on with the.
Get out of the illusion. You didn't want to hang with me.
Hey,
and you guys are all the same. You give them some power, they fail. The least bit, they fail. Show themselves. You put their back against the wall at work, they fail. Show themselves. It's fucking amazing. If you just get with the cliche and understand this, we could all move forward and be better.
Hold on,
Tucker. I went out of my way to support your mission.
You know what? I'm going to fuck Moose's wife, okay? And I mean that in the most respectful way possible. The only way to get out of their delusion is with an ego checker, right? Or just dissolution. So I'm going to where's Moose at right now in that camper of his? I'm going down there.
He's here on OTW News right now, Paul.
And I'm going to copulate with his wife, of course, consensually, right? I'm going to show him what it means to be a man of.
I'm sorry, guys.
Hey, Mr. Jack Talcott. Jack Talcott, why blocking everyone? King of Nazi, and how come the kingdom of Paul and the kingdom of Europe at least commerce?
Well, Talcott. He asked me to unblock him in chat back. I did, and now he doesn't even come there anymore. He puts in his 2 hours on his chat.
Go ahead, sir.
So check this out. When it comes to blocking people, I give everybody pretty good free reign until they start doing personal attacks to other people. But one thing I want to point out is that Mr. Paul Enslaved has blocked multiple of us. Like, I've even been blocked on his channel, and nobody says shit about it. So it's like, how are we all going to walk around here hypocrites and
double standards
and having these double standards when it's like, you're allowed to keep the peace in your channel, but if I keep the peace in our channel, it's like, no, that's Nazi blocking. Oh my God, that's China censorship. No, dude, it's like, you don't belong here. Like, you're not one of the homies. Like, this channel isn't for you. OTW is out there broadcasting to the world. He's like, yeah, I'll take anybody and everybody. Like, it doesn't matter if you just suck some guy's dick behind McDonald's or something like 5 minutes before the show. Like, he's like, I'll take you on the show anyways. You know, like, me and Jack Talcott, we're not like that. we're a little more selective. So, you know, when you act like a fucking clown, you're gonna get treated like a clown. The circus isn't in town. So that's all I gotta say. I yield.
It's the asylum, and that is a double standard you're speaking of. OTW, let you go if you want to speak on that. I just think I'll finish my thought. I think Paulie wants to be at the top at all costs, and the last one left on the field of battle is usually the winner. So if he can just cut you off and then keep saying what he wants to say, he looks more important and probably feels more self-important. Now, I'm not saying that there's times that that's not appropriate, but I mean, I think, and I've told Jack, I've told you that some of the good content may come out of what's going to be said next, and that might be worth listening to. If someone like Snafu comes on and it's just repetitive, rambling, repetitive, the same thing over and over again, then you're not going to get a different result. But Paulie does change it up a little bit. And when he's going after Talcott, he's doing it for a fucking show. He's trying to get his viewers. He's trying to up his ante. And it may be at Talcott's expense if you're not looking at it that way. I am.
Agreed. That's a great perspective. I'm inclined to agree with you, sir. Anybody else has got thoughts on this before I can keep pressing the play button?
I think that whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, having Paul Slave's attention is good. Whether it's bad or good, it's good.
Yeah.
Not if he's going to make Jack into a joke. Jack does enough that he has to learn. Paulie is helping him. I would agree. Paulie is 100% correct. And if you shoot high and don't have the credentials to shoot high, then you're actually aiming low and you're going to end up a lot lower than you thought you were going to shoot. I mean, it just so in essence, the message that Jack has, he has. That's what he wants to live free, with a purpose. But what like Wizards calling him out and saying, you're double speak. You're saying one thing and going another direction with your same in the same paragraph. So, and last night Jack was called out by Paulie saying that he agreed with it. He's just doing this or that to start a cult, and then he changes, and then Jack will move from one more into another real easy and be pushed. That's why I think it's probably important if you want to produce a moose that you do not let that happen. If somebody's going to try and trick Jack into an argument rather than something that's going to lead somewhere that's with purpose, it tends to derail everything, and it's for other people's benefit that this is happening oftentimes, not for Jack's. Now Jack, we all need help, so I'm not going to say Jack's any different, but Jack doesn't need the kind of help that's meant to be hurtful.
I completely agree, 100%, and that's why I take a pretty tough stand now to people who just want to jerk around and jerk off every day, don't want to change it up. It's okay to have fun every once in a while, but you got to take it a little seriously. Oh Jesus, get me off of here.
Anyways, yeah, I like our wildlife. I like our hawks that fly around. We have wildlife and hawks, and I think what a beautiful, beautiful creature. Until that hawk comes near my chickens, because I like my chickens too. But they don't go together. You can have friends all over, but they don't have to all get together, and they don't all have to agree. I think that's wonderful.
Good point.
Because if we all agreed on the same thing, we'd probably all kill ourselves.
My biggest and chief complaint here in this whole metaverse through this is the ad hominem attacks that are meaningless. They're useless. They're meant to elicit an ill-fated response. And that's just, I don't think there's growth involved there.
I see that in a lot of flat earth chats. A lot of It's like, I didn't say anything to you about you. I just have a different opinion. And, oh, you're so stupid. You don't even know that this is that. Dumbass. Yeah, I don't like that either.
Well, just attack the subject. Attack the subject. Don't attack the person. Attack the subject. Attack the what they're speaking about, and that's okay. But don't say, "Well, you're a fucking, you're a false prophet. You're a Satan lover. You're this or that."
You don't need
Unless
to you
excuse
don't
me.
need to get mad. If you're right, you're right. You don't need to be mad about it. You don't need to swear about it. If you're right, you're right. Even if you just believe you're right, you're right.
I
How
don't
can
I don't mind a little cussing, for effect, for drive a point home, but when you're just using it to belittle someone, or you're using your words to hurt someone, that doesn't make sense to me. I know it happens. I know that they're doing it for clicks. It's clickbait. But if you've got a message, then your message should be front and center. That should be what's important. It doesn't matter if people are clicking or not. Get your message out. The right people will gravitate towards it eventually. It does. This We put something out here. I notice, and it's lasting forever. So if it's lasting forever, don't worry about the 10 people that didn't watch you today, or the 5 people that did. If your message is good enough and resonates with enough people, it'll move on through the universe.
Yep. So go to my channel and watch 3 of my short videos.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like for you to welcome a new member to the panel. We have Mr. Freedom, Mr. Dick, number 1, and we also have Mr. Brother Yurt. So I think Mr. Yurt would like to go first. So welcome, Mr. Yurt, to the channel. And
thank you, sir.
open your camera, man. Are you shy?
Sorry. I get a little shy.
You're
sometimes.
front stage, brother. I mean, it's
like
your
the
time.
comfort
It's your
of
time
my
to shine,
anonymity.
man. It's
Yeah,
your time
you're
to
right.
shine.
You're right.
Go
Well,
ahead.
I only got my power like 5-10 minutes here, but I heard you gentlemen talking, and you're sort of losing the script there to these 2 new gentlemen, and respect your opinions and all that. But the issue with Jack isn't an ad hominem attack. It's a very specific sort of issue that people are raising, which is that he's not actually doing anything. He's not actually accomplishing anything, and he doesn't really stand for anything. That it's a word salad, sort of lukewarm new age guru vibe. So that's what's actually, and how do you call that an ad hominem attack when it's the sort of crux of what the dude is doing? So people have been pointing out for 6 months that you're not actually accomplishing anything, that nothing is changing and all that. That's the issue. But then we talk about it like we're all just trying to be mean to Jack. And we're not trying to be mean to Jack. We all have love for Jack, but it's this larger point that what are we actually accomplishing in all this? And this is what I told Jack last night in that, is that if it's just conversation, good conversation, that's fine. Well, then just say that. Right? That's mainly what I'm here for, and a bit of networking. Right? But he claims to have these big goals, but then be doing absolutely nothing practical to achieve it. And further, later in that broadcast, we get into the deeper issues of what does it say about us, the audience, that we're sort of, or someone like Moose, respectfully, that we're humoring this dude, even though we wouldn't let him run our business, you wouldn't let him run your restaurant, you wouldn't make him GM of your company, because he hasn't shown any actual efforts to be that. So that's the real issue.
Okay, but excuse me for interrupting. Let's
go for it, Scott.
Let's go to the dichotomy of that. All right, so you have right and left there. You got Paul the Enslaved, and you got Jack Talcott. And so you're saying, well, who would run your business? I wouldn't say either of them. I'd go I could pick off the street probably better, because neither of them show the competency to run something. Now, Paulie's got the attractability. He can attract people. He's definitely doing that. He's got the intellect. But when it comes down to, how can you win friends and influence people? How can you be an influencer? How can you be that head of the table? All right. Does he have those skills? I'm not saying he doesn't. That's the question. Does he? All right. they haven't presented themselves, in my opinion, but eventually, hopefully, they will. And and then I came to this by watching Keith. I know what Keith's saying. A lot of people think he's way off, in left field, but in all honesty, the American people are hidden from truth really simply because they put it in books and people don't fucking read. So it's all right there. You just have to open the books and you'll learn a lot. I think that's what Paulie has gleamed. That's where his information comes from. He's no dummy. He knows he's got to gather more because if he wants to keep going at this, he can't keep regurgitating the same shit over and over again. So I think he's probably someone who's trying to delve into further and further intellect. But the rest of us have to keep up. I mean, I guess I've always been doing that, but if you don't, then the ad hominem attack. Let me speak to that. When someone says, oh, you're a fat, you're a slob, you're just to derail someone's thinking, Jack's not someone that very well handles that. He needs a few more minutes to digest what's going on. And you can see his go-to is just to try and humble himself and be nice and say, well, come on, guys. And then Paulie last night called him out and said, see, there you go. You're just, you remembered all of a sudden that you're just trying to be a loving being. Well, that's what he's trying to be. And that's admirable. That's respectable. If he's a little crazy, aren't we all?
But that's sort of the question, Scott. Is it admirable in this day and age with everything that's going on in the world? Is this word salad placating, as our friend Snafu says, hug a buddy, fuck a buddy mentality? Is that really helpful? Or is it sort of an opiate of the masses? I keep using this phrase from Odysseus, the siren song. That's what I feel is happening with people like Jack. Is that in the so-called truther communities is that they're seeing this siren song that's getting people in a loop of sort of feel-goodness that makes them think like they're figuring something out, but it's not actually accomplishing anything at all. And I don't think it's necessarily intended to. And for the idea, Scott, that, Jack is some sainted figure who really just wants the best for everyone, we don't know that's true at all. Right? We don't really know what other people's true intentions are on here just because of what they say. It's very hard because it's a metaversal thing for us actually to get a true reading on people's character or true intent. So I would be careful sort of doing that whitewashing of Jack Talcott. Jack Talcott shows a lot of mental instability and a lot of anger and a lot of resentment. So I don't know this Jack is such an angelic fellow type of thing.
I don't think anybody is. I would agree with you on that, but I think it's a personal struggle Jack's going through. He's making it public, but at the same time, I think he's put the cart before the horse. If he thinks he's the Christ-like being that's come to save the world and he is the second coming, it's a wonder that he hasn't ironed out those inconsistencies that you guys speak of. Says one thing, does another, doesn't live this talk that he's talking. And now that doesn't mean that that he's not a good person. That doesn't mean that he's not trying and that he's not going to grow. And that's my exact point is I don't think that Paulie would get hurt by helping him grow. Paulie might up his ante and raise his value by helping him grow. Not saying he will, not saying he won't. Jack is a disturbed individual on some levels, but so am I. So are we all.
But now, Scott, hasn't he literally helped him grow already?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Right. So what I mean you can't ask for help and then want it your specific way too. Right? We all learn that in life. If I have to ask somebody to come, my an older friend or my dad or someone to come help me, fix something on my car or something. If I turn to an expert and ask for their help, the way they give it to me, I don't say, hey, check your attitude as you're, fixing my brake pad, showing me how to do my brake pads for the first time. I don't say, hey, Dad, check your attitude because you're being a little harsh with me. Right. So that's what Jack does.
I don't see Paulie as an expert, and I do see him as trying to help, and I do hope that that's his pure intention.
But respectfully, Scott, and sorry, I just got to go here. So I just want to just cut you off because I saw a little bit of your introduction introduction to this community, and you see this a lot, and you're sort of doing the same thing Jack did. You're like sneak dissing, hating on Paul, but you showed up on Paul's panel and had all sorts of ideas and offers on ways to help him, right? So you were
Well, no, my offers are how you can help yourself. I'm not trying to get involved. I don't want to be involved. If I did get involved, I would do it for myself and I would help myself to do it. I know what I would do already. I already have an idea of where, when, who, what, why, how. I mean, I've answered the open-ended questions here, right now. So I don't really have any fucking mystery of what I would do. Now, pushing someone else to do that for themselves, that's a whole nother fucking level, because I don't control anybody. I don't even have any fucking influence over them. All I'm doing is saying, I've been through some doors. I know how they open. I know why they open. And I know what you could do to possibly put yourself in alignment with those fucking doors that you need to get through if you wanted to grow. Now, if growth isn't the fucking desire, if it's not what they want, if that's what, then don't do it. I don't give a fuck. And maybe I'll do it all by myself because it's easy to do, in my opinion, because I've seen people do it. And my best strength here is I watch, I look, I learn, I listen, and success always leaves clues. So don't forget that. Please don't forget that. People have done shit. You can copy them. You can just do what they did and find the same success as they have if you're careful. I yield.
Cool. All right. Well, I got to get out of here. I love you guys, but it just seems to be sort of this, that's sort of what Jack Talcott does, and it becomes this cognitive dissonance sort of double talking thing where it's like, oh, I love you, Paul, or whoever, you're so good, all these things.
I have a track record. There's a big difference.
But here's how you need to change. What track record, though, sir? I don't know what you're talking about. What track record?
I've been into places. I've done things. I've seen people. I have connections to people. I'm not a Hollywood guru. I'm a guy. But because of my talents, I've used my talents to open doors, not money, not fame. My talents have led me to the money and the fame. Okay. And I have the talents still in my pocket, in my head. I possess them. But what am I going to do with them next? That's, I've done a lot of different things because I am someone who contemplates everything I do. All right. I'm going to read things 3 times so I understand them, especially a fucking contract. I might read it 4 or 5 times because those are fucking very consequential. Now, my best, I guess, I don't want to, the first thing I did was come up and talk to Paulie about who and what I knew, and not even something recent. I went back 5 years in the past, basically 20 plus years in the past, to say, here's what I did that relates to you. And Paulie disregarded that, like, fuck, you're just marking up. No, if I was marking up, I would have told you what I did the last 5 years, last 3 years. I would tell you what I did fucking couple months ago. If I was marking up, I'd try and go, hey, everybody look at me. I don't give a fuck. I'm not that guy. I really don't. I've been in the background all the time. Oh, he's adorable. But that's my point is that I think everybody should try and help each other. If I'm acting like Jack did in the first place, trying to say, look, probably you could be a little less affronting. It's an affrontment half the time, and I think that's his way. I don't think that that's wrong. But then when you have to pick and choose whether or not you're affronting people, I don't think that he's got that filter ironed out yet. He's learning. I've watched him learn, but that's what I think. And I could be wrong. Trust me, I'm not the fucking risen fucking Christ that knows everything. I'm nobody. I've said that.
That's what I'm sort of saying, Scott, and I've tried to explain this to Jack, and I think we're having sort of a generational temporal disturbance here, and I think perhaps your generation and folks of your generation can't quite understand where folks of my age group and generation are coming from, that we are not at all motivated by the same sort of
how old are you?
Social value things. I'm 39.
Okay, I'm 55, so we're what 16 years apart. I was getting my first car at 15, so when your mom and dad were thinking about you, I was driving around and fucking around. I'm not that much older than you. I was just a babysitter type guy in your life. When you think about a big generational gap, I'm well in company with people younger than me and older than me, and that's one of the ways that I've been able to move through life and create with other people ahead of me and behind me in age, because I don't look at age, I look at talent. That's the main thing I look for is talent. So ultimately,
And
I
maybe
don't
it's
think
not a
you're wrong.
generational thing. That was me trying to be the most sort of uh, open-minded about it. That maybe that was the gap. Maybe it's not that. Maybe it's a spiritual gap. Maybe it's a spiritual understanding gap. But this idea that we should neuter someone like Paul Enslaved and make him more agreeable, but that's the best part about him.
Again,
It's
you
the
probably
talk the tough
misunderstood me. I
stuff.
think you should neuter someone like him when he's hurting someone. I don't think, and sometimes he has to hurt somebody. I told Paul himself he is very, 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 very good at getting deep into someone.
Test.
Go ahead. There you are.
I don't
Yo,
like your
yo.
new name. It doesn't look as good as your old one.
I wouldn't say it's the best part about him, but that's speculative. You know, it's based off of someone else's perspective. I think it's one of the aspects of what he uses in his energies, and it's great. And I wouldn't want to try to change the dude because honestly, he's got a better track record in the broadcasting area than I do anyway. And when it comes to like, see, I'm sitting here still struggling with using words like, you know, that's how poor of a presenter I am. So let's just get this straight here. I just got to learn from people who present well. That's what I came here to do in some respects is get over some of the fears of articulating points that I think need to be spoken about. And, it's I don't view anybody as perfect. So I always throw the bathwater out, take the gem away. And people have good days and bad days too. But as far as like, see, there I go with like again. If somebody has aspirations to do a Joe Rogan thing or a Howard Stern thing or a some kind of syndicated show, I say just power to them. That's like a life passion. You're gonna have to put everything into that, and then to bring that controversy, there's going to be points where you might lose it all or you might gain it all, and I think that's always that story. Is it's just a Hail Mary, to try to make it work, because there's constantly going to be people whack-a-mole trying to shut you down. And so I don't want to be one of those guys for somebody that's on their path and journey to try to get some kind of bandwidth or frequency for their message, especially with Paul, because I like his message. I really think he's on point. Fundamentally, what he's teaching is valid, good stuff that you can take away from it and add to your confidence, add to your presentation. And it might help you in a multitude of ways, just in your personal life or things you go about doing with conversations you have in your community. So it's interesting to me. People could correct me. I could correct OTW and say, OTW, you're too nice, man. Like I said the other day to him, like, how pathetic, man. You apologize to Benton on your broadcast. Well, who the fuck cares what I think? It's his broadcast, and it's, I care what I think because I'm vain and I have an ego and all that, but does it fucking matter? I don't think so.
Can I ask you a question, Dick?
Which one? Go ahead, though. Take the mic.
Well, I just want to know what you think about the dichotomy of this relationship between Paul and Talcott. If the best result of this is going to be the back and forth banner where we just kind of out Talcott for not being consistent and not being who he says he is, or Polly, who is competent enough, I believe, to try and get a little more one-on-one, a little more in depth with Talcott, and not be a dark horse in this, trying to just go, okay, Talcott, you're a fuck off, and then I prove that to everybody because I want to be above you here. And I don't know that that's his thought process. I'm speculating. But would the whole scenario be better worked by putting Jack on a better path at the end of all this. And maybe that's his intention. And maybe Jack's just
right. I was going to say, maybe that's exactly what's happening.
and that's what I
Maybe
think
he's
too.
doing what nobody else could do because,
And
frankly,
maybe
I've
it's a
talked to
tough
Jack.
subject. That's what I'm wondering. It's a very
Yeah.
tough subject. So we're playing Talcott against Talcott half the time when Paul's talking to him. And that's a tough thing for Paul to do because he's having to manage juggling his own opinion and Talcott versus Talcott. So it's what a dynamic. But I just wonder if we could make Talcott a better person at the end of this, if that's not the result I'm seeking.
I just think it's how stuff goes. If you want to have interaction, as you find two dichotomies that are polar opposites, as far as maybe the values or religion or politics or whatever it is, but then you're also showing that humanity, that there is some common ground that they've found and some common respect from a human element, from what I can tell anyway, and just that they're co-creating together. But and I've said the same thing to Jack. It's he can create a nice little scene for discussion or whatever, but there's boundaries and there's walls, and you're not really going to be able to poke holes in where he's coming from to a great degree before he's going to block you or whatever. You can see that happening there. It just is what it is. But the dynamic between Paul and Jack, I think, is fantastic. And I think the better they get at playing off each other's differences and doing what they're doing, I think it becomes even more marketable and more engaging and just fun to watch. So that's just the way I see it. I think it's creative. And I like watching it, but I like watching it a hell of a lot better than any shit I used to watch on TV, or, I'm way more addicted to it than that kind of shit. And I keep, a good balance in my life. I don't sit there and just stare at it all day long. I make sure I get work done. I get a good 8 hours of solid fucking whatever I'm doing throughout my day, that I'm not staring at the screen. And you all will see that I'll go blank throughout the middle of the day. It's not even that I don't want to. I like to see what's going on, and I miss a lot of stuff. I didn't even.
You muted yourself.
Have a tendency to do that sort of thing, broadcasting excellence. So yeah, I didn't even know what was going on with this whole cult thing or whatever. I found out about that last night on Yurt's stream, and I guess I'm a watcher and I enjoy it. I don't know what else to say. I mean, I don't want to change anything because there's a lot of spontaneity in it, and it's fun to see how people get triggered and freak out. There's a lot of reality in it, and there's a lot of bits and spoofs in it, and it's for you to figure out which one is which.
Yeah, that's absolutely it. And then I got to go here real quick, but Christos is saying my new name should be Thumbs Down. You're Christos. Did I lose you, sir? Say it isn't so. Did I lose you, Christos? Is it because I too easily accepted the cultic title and number? Christos, is Christos still here?
Maybe that's it. Maybe it's the thing. Yeah, that something's happened there. You're,
I know.
sometimes
I see Christos is starting to hit his groove, and he's getting,
Oh, he's back. He's coming to tell you his 2 cents here.
Cool. Because I can't have this.
It just doesn't look as good.
The name or me change or what part?
In a Thought Experiment looks a lot more aesthetic and appealing as a title of a channel than what you changed it to. That's all.
Well,
but
yeah, and
I think it's funny and entertaining what's being done with the whole take a number or title thing. So I don't have a problem. Like, I know it's a bit, and it's gonna trigger people when they start seeing this if they've just found Paul on the channel. So I understand the fun that people are having with it. I don't care about that necessarily. I was just saying, like, aesthetic wise, in a Thought Experiment looked a lot better than some numbers and then anthropologists of the cult. That's all. But I'm also just giving you some crap. I don't actually care too much,
I know.
No, it's a slippery slope, though. It's only a bit till it's not a bit. Wait till everybody wakes up and finds themselves in a cult.
Well, and I sort of metaversely had that experience because I woke up and I made a typo, so it says Member 365, but then I didn't know this. you can only change your name twice in 2 weeks, and I don't know how I did that. But I essentially have to live with my typo, Christos and everyone else
for the next year.
For 2 weeks. For 2 weeks, I got to do a penalty lap for my acquiescing to the cult. So I'm learning my lesson, Christos. And as an artist, you're 100% right, sir. The Inner Thought Experiment has a much better ring. But I love you too, Gnostic Chef. I'm out of here. Have a good day, guys. Thank you for humoring me, and we'll talk again.
All right.
Hey, quick question.
Bye.
Quick question for the panel. What if someone's out there watching Paulie thinking that this is interesting. And he wants to take it to a group, some investors, VC people, whatever. And then all of a sudden he turns in and he goes, fuck, it's cult. They're talking about cult. Oh, shit. And now he just takes his notes and everything and drops them off. I mean, I don't think Paulie's trying to mark up to anybody and make a lot of money, but he's asking for donations. So he's obviously spending fiat currency. Anytime you spend it, you're guilty of usury. There's a contract right there. I don't know what to say about this other than I think we should all be looking for open doors of growth in life. And that may be something that you could shut if you're not careful.
Well, tell them that then, Scott. Go on the show and let him know, hey, I think you're not making yourself marketable if this is what you want to do. Okay, well, there you go then. So you like to speak through other panels to people that you want to speak to instead of speaking to them directly?
This is a community. I'm noticing people. No, I'll speak directly. I have no problem. I'm just not going to, if this is a cult following thing for the next 2 weeks, that's a bit, I probably stay away from it. I might try and log on as myself or Scott to be a cult or something of the occult. I mean, but, as far as, falling into it full bore, I mean, come on. I respect myself enough to follow my own path, period.
Hey, Scott, that the path that you speak of, are you convinced that your path is like the best way of getting there?
Fuck no. If you want to follow my lead, you are going to get lost. And absolutely not.
In the case of Paul's path and the way that he teaches people or leads people down the road, you're convinced that that's not the right way?
No, I think Paul is very intelligent. I've met some people along the way and had some, interactions with him. I mean, I've been involved in training. I've been involved in being trained to be a trainer. Okay. Mm-hmm. I understand a lot of the psychology that's involved in here. And I understand that Paul understands some of that. And I understand he can get in people's heads and he can twist shit around. And he knows it too. He also knows that he's above them because they don't understand what the fuck he's doing. Mm-hmm. So do I think that Paul's bad? No.
I didn't say bad though. I don't mean bad. I just mean like there's a better way though. What do you mean?
There's always a better way. Nobody's perfect. What the fuck is that? That kind of
better way though.
Left field.
That's an opinion, right? You're talking about opinions.
No, there's always a better way. I don't care who the fuck you are or what you're doing.
Let me give you a situation. There's two dudes working out. One dude spends 8 weeks getting big. The other dude spends 2 weeks getting big. But okay, so which one's right?
I would do it without the steroids. So I'd go with the 8 weeks. It's the long.
I didn't even introduce steroids. I'm just introducing.
Well, I know, but you're saying you're.
If I spend 8 weeks,
has to have some sort of difference.
If I do 10 push-ups a day opposed to 100, which one's right?
I think the person is going to be individual, and I've been espousing that to begin with. That
but you also said that
going to be tailored to the individual.
Which way's the better way, Scott?
There is no better way.
You just claimed there was.
No. I say with the now. How did I claim there was a better way?
I asked if there was a better way, and you said, "Of course there is."
There's always a better way. I'm not saying in individual situations. You're not giving me a controlled environment with which to speak about. Give me a controlled statement, question. Give me some data.
Exercise and muscle growth, right, is a pretty controlled thing.
But you're saying work out for 10 push-ups a day or 100 push-ups a day, and which is going to be better after. I mean, the person who sticks with it's going to be better. So, I mean, I don't know really how to answer your questions because it's such a hypothetical.
It's not though. It's a reality. Somebody today we could.
What happens 2 months from now or 3 months from now? Are we talking about what's better for them? If they just want to prove something to somebody, they work out for fucking 2 weeks to show they could do it, and then they never do it again. I would say the guy that stuck with it was a better way. I mean, it sounds like it sounds like a loaded question, and I don't really feel like answering it because my point is about Paulie. Paulie has the ability to go in and talk to people. Can he go in and fix them like Talcott? Would that be better for the viewership down the road? Would it gain more followers if you could get Talcott on the right track? He is helping him. I understand that. Somebody in the chat put, I may not know that Jack is made by Talcott. Paul made him.
No, you're not getting that though, Scott. If they were on the right track, if they were in agreement, it wouldn't be fun to watch. That's what makes it so engaging and fun is you've got these guys that are opposites attract in some weird twisted way where in a normal reality they would probably never even interact or even cross paths, but because of this metaversal thing they've had this unique communication and they come from such different points in their views. One's like this hippie love, solve everything through socialism, and the other one's about total independence, accountability, the inner path. And yet they have commonalities in their message and they have places that they cross lines and agree. And so I think if Jack and Paul ever completely agreed, they'd have to go out and find some other perspective then to bring to the table, because that's the whole deal, right? Is you don't want just a bunch of yes people around each other. You want countering opinions. And I think that's where Jack really developed, is he learned over the last 6 months to be a great counter where he can argue strongly back with Paul. Even if he sounds terribly wrong, he still brings the same kind of energy, and now it is a tit for tat kind of deal where they can play off each other. In the beginning I didn't see that, and I didn't know that Jack had that in him. I actually was very concerned at points because when Paul was kind of giving him the beat down, I thought, man, this might be going too far or whatever. But really it brought out a strong exterior to Jack to where now he's standing strong in his positions. Again, I think wrongfully so, but it can't hurt to, in his presentation to be able to have that ability.
I agree with what Paul says about Jack. I agree with the dichotomy. It seems that maybe Jack is being somewhat brought to the forefront by Paul. I guess without knowing the total history behind this, I'm learning as we go. I'm just hoping that Jack doesn't get hurt here. I mean, and if he's trying to start a cult or he's wanting to get somewhere far into the fucking UN with some crazy shit.
You're worried about Jack?
Well, I'm worried about anybody that could. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know where this is going to go. But if everybody's telling you, you're going to end up in a straitjacket and this and that, if he can handle, if it's just genuine ribbing and shit, then okay. But the guy, I mean, obviously, it sounds like from what I've heard, he's gone through the loss of family. He's got Paulie telling him he has no friends. Nobody will pay attention to him. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be going anywhere. He wouldn't have even these people that are picking on him. I'm like, okay, this is going nowhere fast, in my humble opinion. But it may be all a bit. It may be Jack is the smartest guy in the world, pulling this up from ground zero and going to rise higher than everybody. And Paulie's espoused that a few times. So, yes, I am, sir. Very much so. Thank you. I hope it all works out. I mean, my heart of hearts, I come from no other place than to try and help people and see people grow in the best possible direction they can. I don't want to tear anybody down, hurt their feelings, or make them feel shitty. But I'm real. And when people do that to me, I end up, I bite back. So, but that's not my go-to. I don't want to do that. And I'm quick to apologize, even when I do have a right or a reason for sniping or biting, if you will. But no, Paul, I do believe Paul he's educated himself enough to get into this metaverse with this kind of a dialogue and an introspective and an ability to Well, kind of dig deep. I've told him himself. You know, you can get deep into the heads of some of these people. I just hope he doesn't use a blender when he gets in there.
Yeah. The only reason I brought up the working out too, Scott, was based on the mind being a muscle. And there's all kinds of different ways, you know.
You were just saying that because I'm fat. Come on, be honest.
Oh no, not even close. My new thing is that exercise in general is a form of self-mutilation. So I just thought it was interesting that I use that as an analogy for basically everything now, besides that and soil culture and life in the soil.
Do you want to work something?
Yeah, so now I use that all the time. That's like an analogy I like to use or whatnot. But I got to get my daughter ready for the rest of the day, or at least for school now.
Well, thanks for the questions. Thanks from OTW for entertaining this.
Yeah, blessings, guys. I got to get out of here.
All right, man. Well, welcome to the stream, and hope you come back. You know, it was still a great conversation as usual. This is becoming an epic stream, like I had predicted this morning. We have 45 people watching right now, so please make sure to hit that like button, share, like, subscribe, do that whole YouTube, mumbo jumbo, and make sure to go ahead and hit that. Donation link that I got hooked up there on the top of live chat and down in the description. So if you guys like content and would like to help support the channel, please don't hesitate. Go ahead and buy a coffee for OTW News. I mean, be generous. This is a great broadcast. We have great panelists here today. This is an awesome stream. Conversation is wild. We are talking about Mr. Jack Talcott and his exorcism yesterday, and this is like breaking news. It's the top news story of the day, ladies and gentlemen. So you can only get these all of these points of views here on OTW News, where everybody has the freedom of speech and does not get censored by anybody, unless you're too stupid to censor yourself when we're talking about sensitive topics. So thank you everybody here in the panel for being here and participating in this awesome broadcast. Thank you, Freedom. Thank you, Mr. Dr. E. We also have, damn it, what's your, I can't see, you tell me, is that it? No. Wait a minute. Yeah, it is. You tell me. And we also have Mr. Lubas that just dropped in moments ago. So we're also going to have to thanks to Yurt for showing up. Always a pleasure, sir, to have you up here. So thank you guys. Thank everybody in the chat right now and everybody that's watching at home that's not participating either in chat or on panel. So that being said, welcome to the Grand Rising Show. It is presently 10:43 a.m. Eastern Time here in Montreal, Canada. It's 8 degrees Celsius, mostly sunny. Great day outside. Hope you guys are going to go, get some nature and, much love, much respect to everybody. So your thoughts, panel?
Thank you, Mr. Stern. Thank you.
All right. So we got Mr. Lubas.
Yeah, I'm going to go take a walk in the Metaversal Nature Park later in one of my favorite avatars, OTW. So that'll be fun. A little relax.
Cool. Would you
rest and relax?
Before you go, Dick, that was a very astute observation about Jack. In my opinion.
Well, I'm very astute, stoic like a man character, Lou. Thank you for noticing.
I know. Did that happen after you grew the beard, or were you still like that before the beard?
Notice I said like a man, not a man.
Like a man, yes.
Like a man.
Yes. So you have a vestigial penis. It's something that was created by doctors.
It's an enlarging clitoris.
Enlarging clitoris. Yeah, right.
But you would still be attracted to it if you saw it. They did a great job. So if you ever want me to show it to you, just let me know.
You know that's a real thing. Eh? They do that.
Everything's a real thing. Nothing's real, but everything's real now. It's like what happened here?
I literally just found that out like 2 days ago.
Well, I just found out 2 days ago you can break your penis. I didn't know that, Lou, so.
There you go.
That's a good one.
Learn all kinds of things in the metaverse.
But I don't know how anybody doesn't see, as far as Jack goes, that he is definitely has some serious mental issues. He's a classic fucking dissociative disorder case. Classic. You know, and he's probably had it all his life, like some traumatic incident as a childhood brought that on, and maybe it was manageable to some degree for most of his life, and he got through just by sort of faking his way through. And you know, he had jobs and wives and whatever, and he kind of was able to, you know, muddle his way through life even with the dissociation disorder. But then I think probably 5 years ago, when it all hit the wall and he couldn't hold it up anymore, and his wife left and his child left and he lost his job, that it took an exponential rise curve upwards. And it's come to the point where he's probably doesn't even realize it anymore. He's gone through to the other side, because you can have levels of dissociative disorder where you have, for example, some people can have periods of dissociation where they're completely dissociated from reality, and then other periods where they're fully aware and lucid and understand, and you can get through them, and they flow in and out of those sort of two states of being. And I think that Jack has at some point flipped over into full dissociation, and he's completely dissociated to the reality. He doesn't see it.
Lou, it's that part that I worry about. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not fucking a professional or qualified to fucking answer these questions.
Neither am I. I just worked with people before that have mental problems for many years. I worked with drug addicts and people with you know, mental problems, schizophrenia, dissociative disorder, all these types of things. I'm not a doctor, but I worked with these people.
Yeah, but if he's in let's how can I say this? If he's in a dissociative state right now, let's just say this, okay? Manic depressive. If something's going on here, and if there is an imbalance, let's not say I'm calling him out on that. I don't know, but the best way forward to help him with that is what? You know, is it placating him and his, you know, grand ideas of, you know, saving the world? Is it talking to him straight and saying, you know, we can smoke cantaloupes? If it's going to you know, the next step and saying, maybe you should seek some professional help. Maybe you should get a psychologist and go talk to them and let them know who and what you're dealing with on a daily basis, how it's going, is it healthy for you? And I mean, the last thing I want to see is someone fucking spiral out of control. And if I'm going to be honest, I've seen the past. I've seen friends who have been pushed beyond their limits. I don't know that anybody is above fucking calling themselves a bully if you're a bully. And that's where I think there's a difference between help and helping yourself and moving forward positively with this whole fucking scenario. And that doesn't get viewers.
Scott, do you feel Paul bullied you? Are you having some post-traumatic
stress?
Fuck
no, he couldn't if he wanted to, man. From that position, he doesn't have now I won't say he's not
who's bullying Jack?
Jack's bullying Jack the most. Everybody's pointing it out, and they're trying to push him away from what he's trying to do. So Jack's actually putting himself in the fucking line of fire.
Do you realize, just Scott, I like you, and I think you're a smart man, but do you realize that sometimes you sound a little bit slippery?
Maybe.
Hey, Lou, Scott's just worried about Jack. He's worried about his well-being and wants to make sure he's safe and well taken care of.
Right.
And I think that the bottom line is that this is a very fucking potentially slippery slope. If the people here that are a part of this don't realize that, then maybe you haven't paid attention to the history of our fucking Christed beings that we all are. And if you don't realize that we're all Christed beings, go ask yourself where the original birth certificate you had was. Where did it go? Who holds it right now?
Yeah, and that all may be true, but when I said that Dick's observation was astute, is because I think he's right on the money. He has changed, and sometimes people with dissociative disorder, one-on-one with a therapist doesn't work. It actually works very little. It can, but it's
you fucker, Dick.
What did he do?
Never mind.
I didn't see it. What did he do? Tell me. I didn't see it.
Never mind. It's a stupid thing. It's not important. Just keep going.
Okay. So but like Dick said, he does see the change, even if it's small, even if he's still on a dissociated path to some degree, and all the things he's talking about are completely fucking moronic and out of this world. But he has made some movement forward just because he's staying on the panel. He's showing his inner anger more, because there is a lot of anger associated with dissociative disorder, or this type of dissociative disorder, because there's a lot of different types, but this particular, they do have a lot of anger, and part of their doing well is breaking that anger out, and having a lot of them need to have a breakthrough where they have people they can trust around them. Generally, they need more than one person. Generally, they need a group, and I think that's probably what's helped Jack, is that there's a group of people, even though it may be on the metaverse, but to him, it's all he's got. And he's actually allowing it to do him good, because he's not running away. He's showing his anger. When you see the fuck you, that's that inner fucking anger overflowing. There's a lot more of it there. There's a reason why his job said, we can't keep you here because you're dangerous, because they sensed it, too, that there was some deep anger or real serious anger issues there, and there is, obviously, we can all see that.
So who wants to be a part of pushing that further or taming it?
Well, I personally I feel like I know Jack. Oh my god. Get a little bigger. Get a bigger hammer.
That's how they used to do lobotomies back in the day. That was a full frontal lobotomy right there.
Yeah, but let's keep in mind,
I got nobody's earlier.
For crying out loud.
What are you doing with that little appendage? Go ahead.
It's nobody's responsibility to fix Jack or fix anybody. We have to fix ourselves. So all you can do is provide perspective that's helped you on your journey, and you may find as a non-static entity that your perspectives change 10 years from now, 20 years from now. And I know guys like Scott and Lou that have been around for a while, like myself, we've seen ourselves change over a lifetime. So it's just a matter of self-development. And if Jack's on that path and he's looking for that in the process of his entertainment and his broadcast, I think maybe he manifested what he wanted. It's like he couldn't have came into a better place. A bunch of people, grinding on each other, working on each other, shining a mirror on each other, calling each other out on bullshit. And
supposed to point and laugh. You're supposed to point and laugh at everybody. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, if he's 100%, if he's 100% home and happy, then I'm good.
Doctor, that's your job. But get a bigger hammer, for fuck's sakes. No, I think, like, at this point, I feel like I know Jack a little bit. He may be on the metaverse. I have his phone number. He calls me sometimes. Sometimes he texts me first and he says, "Are you available?" So, I feel a little bit of a connection to him, I guess. And I would love to see him happy and well and do well. And, with people he loves around him.
He is more happy, Lou.
Yes,
he wanted the attention of people. He said no one would listen to him.
Yes,
now
I
he's got at
believe so.
least 20 people in a broadcast. They're all listening to him. He's interacting. He's got people that, habitually show up. He's probably going to continue to grow on his trajectory just because of his fundamental message. So it seems like he's getting exactly what he wanted. He wanted people to listen to him. I mean, at what point will Jack Talcott say people will not listen to him? If he's sitting there with 100 people in the room, 1,000, is he still going to say nobody will listen to him? Can't say that now. I don't
Isn't
think.
his message the problem, though, Dick? That's what Paulie's calling him out on. He's straight up saying your message is there. It's great. But then as soon as we get into your message, authenticity fades.
I don't think it's a question of authenticity with Jack. I really don't. Despite the fact that there is some not dishonesty, or what's the opposite for authenticity?
But this is why, in many ways, Paul trying to, grind on Jack a bit does make sense, because
yes,
the whole premise is I need to go fix everybody else. And he's so unself-aware that he actually thinks his job is to go change everybody else's thinking instead of work on himself and his self-development. And he's getting the self-development, whether that's what he came for or not.
Right.
So regardless,
he's leaning into it too.
Yeah,
not just he wants to fix other people in general. He wants to fix the whole world. So he's taking it to a whole new level.
I'm going to interrupt you there.
No, we don't fucking care what you think, Stern.
Yeah. You know what
just
I think?
Shut up and stay in your own corner.
This is why Jack does it, because you know why? This is why.
I got nowhere else to go.
Yes.
Fuck, every time you turn that on, I can't hear it. Let me hear it on my TV. What's he saying? Hold on. Do it again. OTW, do it again. I got nowhere else to go. OTW, do it again. I got nowhere else to go. I got nowhere else to go. Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
In fact, once you put a gerbil,
Doctor,
your head nowhere else to go.
Hey, nobody tell anybody they see me trying to smoke a pickle. All right,
Doctor, I have a problem. It hurts when I do
go
this.
watch 3 of my shorts in my channel.
Doctor, I have a problem.
Doing it.
It hurts when I put me back up, OTW. Doctor, I have a problem. It hurts when I do this.
Don't do that.
You got it. Good man.
See, he's a good doctor. He's one of the best. He's one of the
We had
best.
a Korean doctor in town here, and I went to that Korean doctor as a teenager, whatever. And my dad went there. He had some kind of something. His hand was getting all weird and flaky. So he went to the doctor, and the doctor looked at his hand and looked at him and he said, "Drop your pants." What the hell? It was some kind of psoriasis or whatever. I don't know. Drop your pants. I'll tell you what's wrong with your hand.
Yeah, we got it. The delivery was lacking, though, doctor.
Yeah. He was Korean.
Okay. Sometimes those jokes don't translate well.
Dr. E, you have this similar kind of resemblance to Sam Hyde. Don't you think?
Oh, get out of here. It's the
real quick.
He does.
Is Sam Hyde wear a small hat?
No, it was better with the
that hair under there.
Does anybody know if he wears a small hat?
Small hat?
Sam Hyde.
I don't know.
No, but he wears this like kind of Joker-like suit. Did you see him on that last broadcast? Well, the ones that they do there, the fish tank thing.
Yeah,
he was dressed up in the Joker suit with white gloves, and he was shadow boxing in his room, which was horrible, just horrible.
Sam Hyde was?
Yeah, I think it was Sam Hyde. It's that's what I was told anyway.
No, it was one of the contestants or one of the residents. I don't think it was Sam Hyde that was doing that. Was it? I don't know. I don't watch it, so I don't know.
I don't know either.
The most
I don't
I've
know.
seen of that shit is on Benton's channel.
Right. I did like an hour on one of my streams there the other night there, one of the live streams. Live stream number 20 for people who want to go check that out, where I comment on the fish tank. You know, I do a commentary on that, which is a kind of a stupid kind of a show. Like, it's a live, you know, interactive kind of a show where it's 24/7. You know, people living in a loft or something, all in different rooms and whatever. I don't know. It's like, it sucks. I think it's stupid, but anyway, other
Fish
people might
tank.
have their, yeah, it's called the fish tank. Check
Fish
it out.
tank.
Yeah, fish
Yeah.
tank. Yeah,
Fish tank. Stank.
Fish tank. Yes, Doc.
Yes, fish do stink.
Yes, yes. So do pickles.
Fish tank.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we have 44 people watching right now. Okay, so make sure
Tell
to
them
hit
to
that
go home and go to work.
Will
and go
you
do
shut up?
something.
I'm doing the filler on the broadcast, Lou. What the fuck? Are you
sorry.
fucking
Sorry.
demented? Listen.
Sorry, Mr.
All right,
Stern.
all right. So we have 44 people watching right now, and make sure everybody to hit that like button. You know, share this out, subscribe, click the bell to get all the notifications. There's also a link in the description and also at the top of live chat if ever you would like to support the channel and buy a Ko-fi for Mr. OTW News, which is myself, Mr. Patrick, the host of the show, and we also have a full panel here of awesome guests. We have Mr. Lubass. We also have Mr. Scott. We have You Tell Me. We have Mr. Freedom Grower himself, Dick. And we also have Mr. Christos Deliopolis, who just decided to enter the stream a few moments ago. So please,
Hello?
everybody. Yeah.
With
Hello,
his
Christos.
giraffe.
Hello?
Mic check.
Your
Mic
mic's
check.
all
Check,
good,
check.
sir.
Mic check.
Okay,
mic check.
so I just wanted to throw this in real quick, and then you guys can continue. I
We
heard
lost
Lou
you,
Bass is
Christos.
about to speak. I just wanted to say,
We lost you, Christos. Mike's gone.
I hear
Got
you.
you.
Whoa,
Yeah,
You're all
good.
now, okay.
You're good.
I was just gonna say that with the whole fish tank thing.
Mic check. We need another mic check.
Lou, will you fuck off?
We can't hear him.
Well, you can't. I can.
I can't. Well, you guys can hear him? Really?
Yeah, I'm
That's cute. All right, are you good, Christos? Oh, he left. So I
He's
guess
having-
he wasn't good.
Yeah, he was having connection issues. He's disconnected. Christos is very disconnected.
I wanted to hear what he had to say, man. It's too bad. So
Notice how all these young kids are very like Pineal, Christos. They're all young and they have fucking tech issues like all the time. What the
yeah,
fuck?
everybody has tech issues.
Yeah, but these guys grew up with it. They should be professionals by now.
Yeah, well, anyway. Let's move on with the video here. No,
If
I'm
you were
moving
to
on with the
compare
video.
yourself. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna move on with the video, and we'll get back into like pretty much the main. It's like yesterday's exorcism. W News. We are talking about this, the story of the hour right now. So OTW News is covering it and getting everybody's opinion. And it's been an awesome conversation, getting a bunch of different perspectives from different points of views, which is really awesome. And we're going to continue on and get some more of this awesome.
Oh, dude. I don't even know. What if kicked you out just like you kick people out right now, and then they blocked you because we're talking about you, and you would be pissed. But that's what happens in your king of Talcottism.
Dude, I've been blocked by so many
Paul like
fucking
shit.
people.
Paul created this monster.
What else is new? No good deed goes unpunished.
You are not in Kingdom Optics.
Yeah, and he's got G Moose Ping over there, right? Blocking like we're straight out of. It's not straight out of Compton. It's straight out of China, straight out of Shanghai. Okay, so get it together over there. The guy's on a mad tear. You give him the least. A man is defined. We'll do quality cliche. When you put his back against the wall, he failed, or you give him power, he failed.
Hey,
and you guys are all the same. You give them some power, they fail. The least bit, they fail. Show themselves. You put their back against the wall at work, they fail. Show themselves. It's fucking amazing. If you just get with the cliche and understand this, we could all move forward and be better.
Hold on.
Tucker, I went out of my way to support your mission.
You know what? I'm going to fuck Moose's wife, okay? And I mean that in the most respectful way. The only way that folks get out of their delusion is with an ego checker, right? Or just dissolution. So I'm going to where's Moose at right now in that camper of his? I'm going down there and I'm going to copulate with his wife. Of course, consensually, right? I'm going to show him what it means to be a man of high value and status. And then maybe he'll change his ways. Same with you, Talcott. You don't have any women in your life.
All right, so Christos came back. I wanted to hear what he had to say. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that was on your end, Lou. It sounded like everyone else could hear me. So I was just going to say, for anyone that doesn't know Sam Hyde or his type of strange, absurdist comedy, there's actually an undertone to the whole fish tank thing that he's doing. I believe it's kind of a play off of Shark Tank, even though it's a completely different concept. The point is, it's Fish Tank. It's like, reality TV show, cameras in the rooms, observing what the people are doing. Part of what this whole thing is actually a mockery of actual reality TV, whereas we see this type of stuff happening with the hidden cameras and, ordering different commands into the earpiece or whatever. If you really think about it, this is the type of comedy and humor that Sam Hyde has. It's a very strange, like tongue-in-cheek, absurdist, abstract type of comedy where you don't know if he's joking or being serious, and the line gets blurred there. But sometimes to a point where people don't think it's funny and actually think it's cringy or dumb.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole.
It sounds like old man humor. It sounds like dad humor, grandpa humor. Pull my finger. Is he serious?
Yeah, that's the deal, with comedy. Sometimes you push the boundaries and you go to where people are uncomfortable. Isn't that kind of what comedy is? And some people laugh and some people don't. Does that mean it's not comedy at that point? I guess it's all perspective, right? For one person, they may be highly offended and say, I'll never talk to you again.
Is it defined as comedy?
But
yeah, you can't make fun of hemorrhoids until you have them.
Well, yeah. And if you've had them, then you look down on the people with fissures and other anal problems because you say, look, I'm better than you. All I have are hemorrhoids, you and your Crohn's and IBS symptoms and everything. I'm in much better shape.
What about when you have like a weird shaped dildo stuck up your ass? What does that count for?
Well, you'd have to tell us about that, Lou. I haven't been down that path yet, but I know you have a lot of experience with weird-shaped dildos, different phallus-shaped objects in your anal orifice. So tell us about it, Lou. How does it feel?
I can't seem to get it out. It went in, but it won't come out.
No, that's your head, Lou, that's lodged in there. Yeah. I can't seem to get that out either. I've been attempting to, but it's not going well. So we're going to have to
boulder shape.
Seek counsel, high-level counsel on that.
All right, so
Doc, don't you have a whale's tooth you could use instead of the dildo next time?
That's why people say I smell funny when I give them a hug.
All right, everyone, let's welcome Svetlana to the stream.
Hi, guys. Number one, congratulations to Dick. He's become number one.
Ground control to Svetlana.
Christos,
your circuit's dead. There's something wrong. Can you hear
on the
me,
last show,
Svetlana?
you had a question if I'm still.
Can you hear?
Barely. It's breaking out. That's why it's difficult to make up words when it's breaking out like this. The Christos, I do not participate in True Life Stories because I can't upload Discord on my phone. My phone refused to upload Discord. I don't know what's up with that. So that's why I'm not there. I want to talk about. It's been
The
mentioned we're
fuck?
all
Can
the
you guys hear
same,
her?
but we're not all the same. It's in every religion. Like for example, Hebrew saying there is two groups of people, Gentiles and
Hello?
Jews, right? There is same thing in Christian religion. There is chosen and not chosen. So basically, Buddhism, the people who gonna
Hello?
there is two groups of people basically, and I sort of agree with the Jewish interpretation. The tree of life separate with 10 points of light being put in it, and some people only have 7. And no matter what you do to them, they will never reach our level. The way we differentiate, basically, the points of tree of life, Sephiroth, they correlate with chakras. And Gentiles, or not special ones, on the ones who gonna die with this universe, they basically missing the very important top ones. It's like, and it's very easy to find out them too. Like, for example, when my family, it's including both my parents, me and my sister watching a sad movie, whole family cries. So it's actually straight up connected to, like, the upper points connected to the lacrimal glands and upper. So if you're one of those who actually capable to cry when you see someone suffering, you have all 10 points, and after that it's up to you. You want to wake up or not, and by wake up it means drop everything here and start something new. Yeah.
All right, Svetlana, thank you
That's
very
all I want to
much
say
for
for now.
your
Thank you.
for sharing that with us. I think everybody here needed to hear that today. You know, it was a great perspective on life and how things are, you know, run around on this mysterious realm that we live in. So, thank you very much for your perspective.
Hold on a second. Are you
Yeah, Lou's
calling
not
me?
done. He needs a little more time.
All right, open.
I didn't
Can't.
hear.
No. If you want, you want to say something, you got to open up your camera, man. Because I put
Okay.
up everybody on front stage. Yeah,
Hold
there
on.
you go.
I did not. I guess something, whatever the fuck was happening with Grisos, happened again because I did not hear a fucking word that Svetlana said. And apparently, you just said she gave the whole meaning of life, and I missed it.
It's not about
Well-
hearing. You allow that to just rattle your jewels, Lou, and you just meditate along
I
to.
got that now when I pulled out and came back in. Then I felt the rattling in my jewels. But,
You missed the point. Put your headphones on, work with the frequencies, maybe turn up like the 50 hertz or something so you get a little more bass in there.
What is the meaning of life? She gave it.
She gave her perspective on what it's all about, sir. You were not listening. I'm so sorry.
No,
I mean,
I swear.
she had her moment of glory. I mean,
She said that you were cut off, Lou. That you had 10 chakras that were special, and you probably only have 7 because you missed it.
I lost all connection to my sound. I couldn't hear a word.
This is the replay.
You guys can't hear me now?
We hear you. Just shut the fuck up.
Okay, everybody, welcome Mr. Rob Cleveland to the stream, ladies and gentlemen.
Black number 6.
I got to get those
You
applause.
derobed me again.
You robbed him.
I keep
You
forgetting,
robbed.
man. I don't know.
Well,
I guess I'm
robed.
Or you derobed.
Not Rob Scott. Damn.
I'm a horrible. I'm really bad at this, guys. Guys, you might as well fire me. You know.
No, you already know. You ain't got to introduce me.
Whose
Yeah, that's
avatar
true.
does? Whose avatar has Slave Dave driving the car? Is that Rob
He's
Cleveland?
not driving the car. He's in the passenger. I was the one driving that motherfucker.
The fucking steering wheel's in front of Slave Dave. What are you talking about? Look at your avatar,
Because it got fucking cut off, Lou.
bro. He's got a steering wheel in front of him. Am I fucking losing it or what? Does anybody else see that?
The way the picture is cropped, Lou, I am the one driving, but it got cropped so you can't see me. That's why you just see Slave Dave with the chimp and Paul.
Okay, got it. So
holy fuck, man.
But you're not in the fucking picture. I was starting to wonder if you put yourself in as a monkey.
I just told you it was cropped. The way it's cropped, you fucking grease pig.
Crops are fucking corn in my world. Fucking Dave.
Whose idea was it to put Lou Bastone on a broadcast again?
Oh yeah! All right, everybody, welcome Mr. Paul Unslaved on OTW News. What has graced us with your presence, sire?
Can I have that back in some kind of interpretable English?
Well,
yeah.
All right, so you got the floor, sir. What do you have to say?
Oh, I'm just hanging out, gentlemen, just watching this morning's festivities.
You should usually try to close your zipper and you won't hang out.
Do you have a cricket sound effect back there? You might want to add it if Lou's going to be
That
up
was
on panel
perfect
this often.
for the loser game show sound. Perfect.
All right, so we were actually commenting on yesterday's show where Yurt was inviting all you guys up there and having a great conversation with Jack, and it was pretty interesting. So we just decided to go ahead with this because this is the hot topic right now. Jack's exorcism. Could have put that in the title. Actually, it would have been pretty funny. But
I actually don't shit, but whatever.
Yeah, I tried to get to this in the first hour and I got trampled by fucking you, tell me, and Scott. Oh, no, not Scott. Dr. E.
We never even got past 5 minutes of this video, actually, to be honest with you. The conversation got heated there and everybody really had their own opinion. What do you think, sir, Mr. Paul? What's your opinion on this? And we would like
my opinion on what specifically?
Well, on the on yesterday's show, on your show, what do you think? Is Jack is anything going to go happen with Jack that's going to amount to anything, or what's your opinion on this? Everybody's attacking.
Yeah, I don't even remember what happened last night because it's the same day over. Thank you, Lou. Great timing as always. That's what he's known for. Now he's talking with his mic off.
I muted him.
Right. So, yeah, I don't even remember anymore. I don't even keep the details in my mind. I have to just let it all go when I leave. But one thing I know when you bring up Jack Talcott's name is he probably has not changed from last night or the night before, in which he is insane. Right? We know that. We all know that. We've all ascertained that. The man is insane. We love him. But how many times over a 6-month period can you come on and say you're going to go to the UN and save the world and hold up a cardboard sign with crayon on it saying, is this real?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to get that cricket sound. It's just like if after Paul stopped speaking, all of a sudden the crickets they would have to set in right there.
I think what people are looking for,
there.
Paul, I think the big part in that whole stream was the part where you exercised, or it seemed to be some sort of exorcism, and at some point it seemed that it was working, and that the inner beast was surfacing, and then he couldn't handle it anymore and he ran. But that's
what you talking about, Will?
You fucking muted me again, you bitch. That's the space people are looking for. Do you remember what we're talking about?
No, but I'll be back. I'm going to move my bowels. Just continue on without me.
Okay, well, you could keep the phone with you. It doesn't matter.
Hey, jeezy peas. Listen, I got to go take mom to lunch and do some stuff, but I wanted to ask Paulie now that he was
Scott,
here.
don't be afraid. Don't.
No, I wanted to ask Paulie. You guys can ask him. I'm going to tune in. I want to find out if the end goal here is to make sure that Jack's swinging from a tree or not swinging from a tree. I mean, I don't know. I love the dichotomy of everything. I mean, learning that Paulie's pulled Jack from, I guess, the depths of, a little depression, it sounds like, started his own show, kind of moving forward. Now feels like he's the Christed being. It seems a little seems strange that Jack is going to be the winner, take all, if he goes forward and everybody believes in him. But he's got to make it to the UN. I just
We're
hope
not
he doesn't.
looking. We're not. It's not about what you fantasized that would happen. It's about
Oh, I just
reality.
hope he doesn't end up on that rope.
Just it's about reality, not what your wishes are, Scott.
I mean, if Jack would have the say in that, that would be his final decision. If that's something he chose to do, you know, which no one is a proponent of. I mean, maybe other than a fringe few or whatever, but you always got haters out there that would want the worst for you. You know, what's new about that? It's, you know, his life to live, his life to choose. He's got his free will. And I don't think Jack appears at all to me to be someone who looks like he's going to harm himself or anything. He's in fact got a superhero complex where he thinks he's going to solve all the world's problems through government and socialism. You know, I mean, he's in an entirely different mindset than that. I've never even heard him express any like suicidal tendencies or anything like that at all.
I'm not at all suggesting that. I'm not at
You're
all
saying
suggesting
hanging from
that.
a rope.
Well, no, my
What are you
point
talking
is
about? What are you? Did I misinterpret what you were suggesting?
Did I
What are
ask?
you suggesting?
Did I suggest that Jack was capable of going to do that? I asked what Paul
You said hanging
wanted.
from a rope.
What are you
I asked what
suggesting,
Paul
sir? That's
wanted.
all I'm
What was the
asking.
outcome? What are you looking for?
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What the fuck?
Okay, then listen back if you don't understand. I have things to do, but Jack doesn't. I'm not trying to protect Jack or hurt Jack or help Jack. I'm just wondering where Jack. Maybe I don't know enough about this, other than it seems like there's a lot of pressure on Jack to come out of Jack. Where's Jack at? I mean, and I don't know. Does he know?
This is comical.
Are you saying you think Paul
but
wants Jack to be swinging from a rope?
no, I don't think so. I don't think so. I wonder what he wants. Does he want him to be a better version of himself, or is this all just entertainment?
Of course he does. And anybody that can't see that is a fucking retard.
Let's not use an ad hominem. Let's just go right with.
Okay,
Is it
anybody
true?
that can't see
Describing
it
a condition.
is an idiot. Is a fucking. Well, I don't know. You put the fucking.
Right, you're describing a condition of what it would have to be.
Is it true he wants the best for him, or is it a
If
bit?
you can't see that, then you have the.
You are retarded.
You can say that all you want. I see things from my perspective. I know that Jack is literally a little bit. Well, come on. He's admittedly said he's off center, got fired from the post office, all this stuff. Where does this go? And how do you get it in a positive fucking direction? If y'all don't figure that out,
It already
We've been trying for 8 fucking months, dude.
It already
last night, the night before, some of the stuff is very fucking, I would say, on that thin line of not in a positive direction.
Scott,
so I'm just being honest. If you don't,
Because you've been watching for 2 weeks.
Yeah,
you think you have an idea of what the fuck's going on.
No, and that's what I'm trying to find out. I'm willing to listen and to hear. I want to find out what the. Go ahead, Lou.
You're putting your overlay onto it. You're not looking to find out what's happening. You're overlaying what you believe onto it.
I've gone back and watched a lot of stuff. I'm trying to catch up. There's no way to catch up to fucking 6 months of this shit.
You're suggesting that Paul is just bullying him. You're suggesting him that Paul wants him to hang from a rope.
No, I asked the question. Why are you saying that's a suggestion when it was a simple fucking question? What is the outcome that you're looking for? Do you want everybody to succeed and everybody to fucking be happy at the end and fucking pop bottles? Or do you want to see one of you fail?
Hey, do you agree with Jack's premise of stopping wars and secrets through government?
I don't think there's a possibility that you can fucking make that big a play. You're nobody. I'm nobody. We're nobodies together. So,
okay, so you can capitulate
to
his
have to start with
ideas.
a lot better idea than this.
He's not going to come off of that. That's he's planted himself.
Oh, yes, he's actually stepped up further. Once the World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab moved up from that.
He's gonna double down on it. Exactly. That's my point. So that you can either capitulate and join him in his ideas, or you can be a counter to it in whatever fashion you choose to. But
All right, I have
that's not
priorities.
asking the guy to do
I
harm to
will
himself.
listen, you guys. Love you. Peace. Hope everything.
Thank you for being here, Scott. Much love and respect to
Yeah,
you.
Scott.
I guess we'll see you next time. You're always welcome, and like everybody is also always welcome to come and express their points of views and the way they see things. So, much respect to you, sir. You're always welcome. Don't forget to hit the donation link on your way out. And all right, so let's get back to this heated conversation, everybody. We have an awesome panel for you. Go ahead. I hear Lube wants to go and say something just by the sound of the breath
Oh,
of his
sorry.
voice.
I was just clearing my throat. I apologize.
Oh, okay. Because he
But I
seemed
could
to
say something if you want. Like Scott is obviously, in my view, I could be completely wrong. I'm mostly wrong, maybe, but he's obviously been a little bit shook by Paul, and now he's trying to look for anything that he can staple to Paul's, pin to Paul's board. That's negative. Right. That's obviously, it seems to me, what's going on with Scott. But yeah, I don't know what anybody else thinks of that.
Yeah, and he wants to have the conversation with everyone else other than Paul, it seems, which is kind of par for the course.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said when he was leaving, don't be afraid. As soon as Paul came in, I gotta go. I got stuff to do. I'll talk to you guys later. As soon as Paul came up, right? He wants to run, right? And I don't think Scott's a bad guy. Like, now we're talking about Scott because he's not here, but hey, we talk about everybody. Why not Scott?
What you talking about, Lou?
It is. Fuck, I could smell Paul from here. Fuck, you stink, Paul. Close the door, damn it.
It is closed.
All right, guys. So don't all talk at once. Sometimes we can't hear what we're saying.
Shall we get back to the clip?
Yeah, I
Well-
mean that's a great idea. Thank you for reminding me. Unless you seem to have something to say there. Go ahead, there,
Rob,
Mr. Dr. E.
OTW needs
I
a
was just
producer.
gonna say, what the fuck am I doing in here? I should be out doing stuff. I don't know. I appreciate you having me on here, but I gotta go do something.
You're gonna need a bigger hammer.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
All right,
I did
Dr.
get
E.
a hammer earlier. Yeah. All right, guys.
Thanks for being here, sir. All right.
Freedom.
Much
I
respect.
want to shout out to Thunder Chicken. I seen he was in the chat. He's actually near where I live. We were supposed to go fishing. Right on, brothers.
All right.
Take care.
Awesome,
man.
Doctor.
Take care,
Thanks
buddy.
for
Peace.
having me.
Yeah, always a pleasure. You can always come back whenever you want, sir. Thank you for coming.
I like to do that
And make
too when I leave the chat. Just shame everybody on the panel and in the chat. He's like, I actually am going to go do something worthwhile now. So I'll leave you guys to all your.
Oh, you noticed that, did you?
It was a nice passive aggressive jab. Like, man, I got to get the fuck out of here. What's wrong with these people? Am I actually one of these people? Jay, Merry Christmas, grabs his hammer.
It's
I'll have to go build
I have
something.
nothing to say about this Jack guy. Well, you're right. I mean, this is like the top subject of the hour. I mean, everybody's talking about this. I've already, since I started the stream, I've heard it like, hey, did you hear about Jack yesterday? And yeah, I watched a bit of it. And then somebody comes on and goes, hey, did you hear about Jack? And yes, I did hear about Jack. Okay, so fine, let's fucking talk about Jack. Everybody wants to talk about Jack, so let's give the people what they want. And plus, we have a marvelous guest today with us on our show. We got Mr. Paul Unslaved himself is here, ladies and
Fuck! I
gentlemen.
thought you were talking about me.
Yeah, like we're gonna make
The
things
king of
about you, Luke.
Unslavia.
Dude. If you actually did something worthwhile,
Listen, the Tao says.
What's that?
A wise
You actually
man
know what
is
the Tao
like,
says, Lou?
Okay,
Are
let
you
me see
serious?
if I remember
He's
this.
making it up as
The
he
Tao
goes.
says a wise man, or whatever, put all the wonderful adjectives you want there, is like a mule. You can smell him before, or like a well, what is it, like manure? You could smell him before he comes, and I could smell him right fucking now. He's got the door open, and that fucking piece of shit's coming out of him, and it's fucking
All right, man, shut up. Let's get back to the clip.
That was
walls
pretty
are
drawn out
melting.
freestyle there, Lou.
Yeah, okay. We had enough of you, dude. That's let's move on to the next part of the show because, you know, I'm gonna have to get yeah, I'm gonna have to get that clip where it goes boring and.
Okay, play the clip. Fuck. What are you
I'm
waiting
going
for?
there. This is a slow computer.
How long
Jesus.
do you take? Get Rob to be your producer.
That I can copulate with, so I might have to.
No, I'm gonna offer you know to be Paul's producer there, because you know maybe he'd like that. How about me becoming your producer, Paul? We could like join our forces together and you know go even further and you know I'm been
Paul's
hoping
still
for
shitting. He can't.
I've been hoping for
So we're never
co-host.
gonna get to this clip, are we?
Paul's still
Okay, I'll
shitting.
get to
He
the
can't hear the
clip,
floor
Rob. All right,
shaking.
I'll do that for you. No, fucking Lou, can you? Is there a moment where you shut up?
Well, the thing
Seriously.
is, I tried to get to this like 3 hours ago. But...
Right. Okay, so let's get on with it.
Mount you directly. You wouldn't achieve right
into the mount you directly.
Just don't block me before you start the mounting Talcott. Like for real. Why are you? I called the United Nations for your ass. I went out of my way to take the time for you.
OTW. If you want to take a page out of Paul's book,
Right
cut
there?
that out. Mount you directly. Yeah, that's fucking great, man.
Well, you know what? There was one. I like the part where he said he wanted to fuck Moose's wife. I mean, that was fucking hilarious, man. I nearly fell off my
Insanely
chair.
gross.
Somebody
game, you give them some power. They the least bit, they fail. Show themselves. You put their back against the wall. Word, they fail. Amazing. If you just get with the cliche and understand this, we could all move forward. It'd be better.
Hold on.
Tucker, I went out of my way to support your mission.
You know what? I'm gonna fuck Moose's wife. Isn't that the most?
It's insanely gross.
Guys, I just had to replay that part. It was
The way possible. The only way that folks get out.
Come
on,
Like Bill Maher.
And can you do that, Jack? Will you change that Jack Talcott to Cole tonight?
I can't.
Yes, you have to. Why?
I will.
Oh, dude.
I don't
even know. I can't around tonight, Jack.
What if they kicked you out just like you kick people out right now, and then they blocked you because we're talking about you? And you would be pissed. But that's what happens in your kingdom of Talcottism.
Dude, I've been blocked by
you
so
treat
many
Paul like
fucking
shit, and
people.
Paul created this monster.
What else is new? No good deed
But
goes
like, the fact
unpunished.
is,
Paul,
you are Nazi blocking Kingdom Optics.
Yeah, and he's got G Moose Ping over there, right? Blocking like we're straight out of. It's not straight out of Compton. It's straight out of China. Straight out of Shanghai. Okay,
Now,
so get it together over there. The guy's on a mad tear. You give him the least. A man is defined. We'll do quality cliche. When you put his back against the wall, he failed, or you give him power, he failed.
Hey,
and you guys are all the same. You give them some power, they fail. The least bit, they fail. Show themselves. You put their back against the wall at work, they fail. Show themselves. It's fucking amazing. If you just get with the cliche and understand this, we could all move forward. It'd be better.
Hold on.
Tucker, I went out of my way to support your mission.
You know what? I'm going to fuck Moose's wife, okay? And I mean that in the most respectful way possible. The only way that folks get out of their delusion is with an ego checker. Right? Or just dissolution.
Oh, God.
So I'm going to where's Moose at right now in that camper of his? I'm going down there and I'm going to copulate with his wife, of course, consensually, right? I'm going to show him what it means to be a man of high value and status. And then maybe he'll change his ways. Same with you, Talcott, except you don't have any women in your life that I can copulate with, so I might have to mount you directly. And you might enjoy that. So in which case, we wouldn't achieve the remedy. Your thoughts?
Just don't block me before you start the mounting Talcott. You little like for real. Why are you? I called the United Nations for your ass. I went out of my way, took the time for you, and you let Moose block and produce and run your Talcottism.
No, you know, guys, I have to admit this was a good show. This was actually a very good show. I watched it this morning. Well, at least a good portion of it. just before I went live, guys, and this was an awesome show. It was really good.
What the fuck, dude? So
I want to
he's a
welcome
blocker?
Jackie too.
He's a
Good
Nazi?
to see you, Jackie.
Have you guys
And-
created the ovens yet?
And then I want to pass it to Jack real quick because I want a response. But Jack, I saw all this coming, and you know I'm a big frequenter of Camp Cupcake. You know I love Camp Cupcake. You know I'm a big fan of it. But I was watching you guys this whole time I've been adventuring.
Long live the cupcakes!
And I'm like, dude, you guys are fucking around, and you guys are out here goofing around. And Pop, you guys were pushing Pop, and I saw this shit coming. And so I'm just saying, now that we're there, are you willing to change your name? Because I'm ready to do it. I realized my mistake, my error. I shouldn't have transgressed. And I saw Jackie Fox was transgressing against the cult too. And I thought we were sort of peas in a pod for a second, but you might need to check your.
Wow, so you've capitulated. You're ready
I think
to go.
I have. I think I flipped. His influence, the cult leader's
The optics
influence.
are high. The optics are high.
I know.
Mesmerizing.
The cult
Hypnotic,
leader's
really.
powers are so strong.
Can't resist it, can you?
Once I get in his
No,
presence.
it's a Talcott, dude. It's just fucking. You know they got a Talcott. Was it Tribe who was the ball jiggler for Talcott to jiggle his balls in the Kingdom of Paul? Last night, I remember they were talking about. They have so many cult members with different jobs. One of them was to jiggle your balls, Talcott. Maybe you're heard about that. Maybe you're heard about the ball jiggling, and that was something that he might be interested in.
Yeah, you're not even fit for that position. You're just town crier.
But that's cult member 1, and he did show himself. He has the same mask, but this is getting a little odd for me. Even cult member 1. Do you know him? Has he been verified?
Yeah, cult member 11 is that's an official.
1. This is cult member 1.
Oh yeah, no, that's the
number 1.
One of the wizards of the Grand Slave Council.
Nice. Okay.
Number 1.
So he's all right here. I'm feeling better already. The warm waters of this cult.
I'm half left and half right.
Oh my God. I didn't even realize.
I
didn't even realize. So what do you think, Jack? Like, how do we get this back on the road? Because I think that Camp Cupcake, that's where things went wrong. We got too friendly out here. I don't know. What do you think?
It got too hug-a-buddy, Jack.
I think it did. That's why I had to do this.
Can I say something about what was said?
Yes, please do.
No, Jack, you can't say anything. Don't shush. We already know what you're going to say.
Here's something I considered. Moose may have looked like Moose was coming down, doing a lot of blocking from the stream tonight. But as I understand it, Snafu's got like 30 fucking personalities. And so he's coming in. I don't know what he was saying, but we had a good energy tonight. And we wanted to keep it positive. So it's all just
I asked an honest question for your well-being, Jack. I was actually caring about you. I said, why are you guys all enabling Jack Talcott? Jack, I feel you're being enabled. I know you don't like this. You would block me off your channel right now. You would have Moose censor me. I feel that you just enjoy being on panels and you get your channel's growing. You have yet to pick up the nations, show thing, and everyone's saying, go, Talcott, go. You're doing great. But you haven't done anything. And you would block me. You would censor me. You laugh right now like a crazy-ass cult fucking Talcottism. But the truth is I cared for you, and I said, why are you guys enabling him? I actually got on the phone, called the United Nations, said, do you fuckers know who the great Talcott is? What have they done? And all I get from you is blocking and censorship. What has Paul done for you? And look at what you do to him. Fuck, man. The Talcottism, dude.
And I add in that I believe with Snafu that he actually did care about like you getting hold of the UN, and he has the balls to actually, he's made calls to important people before, and he really does have a care for you in his heart, right, Snafu?
I do. And I just feel a lot of people are encouraging Jack instead of pushing his limits. And I think you're getting used to blocking people and censor them, just like you did to Paul when you started getting bigger, just like you do to me. We all joke around and boot each other, whatever. Not Nazi block, but you guys do. Camp Cupcake Ian did. But what I do feel is, Jack, I was trying to watch out for you, saying, why are you enabling Jack? You don't like my advice. I'm looking out for you. I want you to do action. I want you to quit going on these panels talking the talk. I want you to do action to say, look, motherfuckers, this is what Jack Talcott did. This is what I did. But you always block me, always censor me, or anyone who has opposite views of you and the Talcottisms. And then people who have helped you and created this monster, you've obviously showed your total like care for them. And I just feel tonight Moose ain't here to block me or censor me or Paul or any of us. And yeah, I think Jack Talcott, honestly, all you guys watching are enabling him. Talcott needs real help, and he really fucking should put action into it. And instead of enabling him, help him, guys. Quit fucking around and acting like he's doing something. Help him. And Talcott, you need to accept that maybe I could do something.
I do believe there's a part of the show where you go off on Snafu, Paul. Is that true? I'm not too sure. Are you still there, sir?
Well, are you saying something to me, sir? Going off on Snafu?
Yeah, is it? I'm not too sure. I think I saw a little part of it that you like flipped on.
Yeah, I mean, it only takes so long, so many days in a row before I have to go off on all these slaves for the constant loop. Tired of it.
Yeah, so I knew I had to pause it because I was listening to Snafu and I said, man, I think I believe Paul fucking goes off on him for some reason. Well, just
Paul, how does that
you're just on the panels, you laugh all crazy, but like if you're just going on panels and just creating your show and that's all you're about, then that's cool, say it. But if you really want to do stuff, then right now's the time to do it. Months ago is the time to do it. And I still will help you. But you got me blocked like a Nazi, and yeah, I give you shit. That's because everyone's enabling you. And then you block like a fucking what you have done to Paul.
Hey, Snafu.
It shows, bro. It shows, dude.
Hello.
Yeah, let him respond here. Go ahead, Jack.
Well, the ignorant ignore, right? So Snafu, you're sitting here presenting the case like you're some victimized little bitch. You're so blocked and so pushed away from me.
That's what I want. I want the uncupcake Talcott.
Snafu, do you or do you not have my cell phone number? Have we or have we not spoken? Have you or have you not received an invitation to join me and to have conversations?
Do I not get blocked? And do I not get censored every time I say you guys are enabling Jack? Or Jack, why aren't you doing anything and putting things into action?
You remember my question? Do you or do you not have my cell phone number in
I just said, yeah, everyone does who wants it. Look, again, I said I'm always blocked, I'm censored, and I am censored and blocked because I'm asking and caring for you, saying, why is everyone enabling Jack Talcott to think he's doing this great, amazing fucking thing, and all you're doing is creating a show with clout. And if you want to actually do something, then do it, Jack. And I'm here to tell the people to quit enabling you.
I
you show people who help you disrespect. Look how you treated Paul.
You have to put in the number. It's
I didn't know what I thought it was title or number. We need number 2.
No, it's called number, and then whatever number that you were assigned in the packet, and then code anthropologist, right?
Oh, the number first, then the title.
Yeah, or you can even just do anthropologist because it's cult member numbers, and then that's
you got to register. You got to register right here. Don't fuck it up.
That up.
Register up.
Fuck it up.
What were we saying about enabling? Was there discussion on the cult? I'm not seeing enabling. I'm not seeing that at all.
No, you are seeing enabling, and I'm just going to come clean.
We're enabling the best bit ever.
Yeah. I'm hearing your response to Snafu on what you're going to accomplish. I think I'm better to get on train this time. I don't mean to offend.
You chose that a while ago. I know. You chose that a while ago.
I know.
You're triggered. We're getting you.
It's not
I get
really
you those every time.
Yeah, but see, there was the
you
cardinal
just showed
error.
it right there. You're mad. Resonate with me.
Would you say, Dick?
You don't need to get it. But there's the cardinal error.
Just tell me to pause the video if ever guys want to comment or say something.
You don't need to get on anybody's train. And why are you trying to choose between two people's ideologies that you would want to subscribe to? And I know it's a bit, and I'm not trying to give Austin a hard time, but to me, that's the mental illness that people are in is they have to choose who their leader is. And so everyone's walking around, trying to figure out who their savior is, who their Christ figure is that they can put accountability on as like the guide for how to live their life correctly or something. And it's fucking absurd. So, yeah, I think a lot of what happens here illustrates that in a number of different ways. And I think we're seeing another one of those things play out here that's going to illustrate that.
All right, so let's get back to the video.
Want to use me, work with me, fade and loving because you're narcissistic, and then get triggered when everyone around you always wants to like defer to me. The same way you defer to me on panel, but then shit on me everywhere else. Typically.
No, Paul.
Was the pattern. It's changed recently because we've refocused in various ways.
Well,
but that was the pattern, and I have to believe you're still the same person. You've just changed the way you're operating.
You're starting to see me more clearly, but
I've been seeing for a while.
Well, no, you've not seen me yet.
He's the cult. He's the cult anthropologist, and you're not going to
see you haven't seen me yet. After 8 months, we haven't seen the real Jack yet, guys. He said it there. It's on record.
See, and that's nonsense. It's nonsense because the things that he says, things that he's let slip out. Just as an example, I'm a great manipulator. I'm a damn good manipulator. And things of that nature all reveal what he really is, as if we couldn't already see through it. It's like this guy is so transparent, and it's just so wild how deluded he thinks everyone else is. We can't see through what's going on through him, but I yield.
But it's him, yeah. You're exactly right, Rob. He sees all of us as being the ones that can't see the reality, but he's the one that just can't see the reality. He's the disassociated one.
Growers probably going to become the cult farmer, right? Because someone's got to feed the slaves, and he's growing, and he can even.
You had to bait me in with the farmer title. You haven't given that to anybody else yet, Paul?
We don't have a farmer yet, I don't think, officially. So,
oh, no.
Who would I rather have to feed than cult member? Number, I don't know what his number is from the packet, but one of the best farmers that I know of to feed this slave kingdom. So, I don't know. The offer's out there.
Job, of course.
Well, and here's the thing, Jack. This is what I'm trying to get you to see, and I wanted to bring this up, but I was having bad internet, and there was a lot going on. These are.
Oh, hold on a second. I had to pause there. Dick, you do have the number 1 in your name there. Somewhere you seem to want to participate in this, but I
think he did that today, actually.
But it's on panel right there. You see it, Dick number 1.
Oh,
so somewhere it's showing an interest.
No, you put yourself first. Ahead, you are number 1 within regards to what you have to accomplish and what you have to take responsibility for. And
total bullshit.
Yeah, you are. I mean, if you at the end of the day, you're the only one with the free will choice that can respond or be responsible to what you know, to the wisdom that is imparted to you, to actually confront your weaknesses, your wounds and traumas, do the self-work, and to actually formulate a plan to do something productive in your life. And so if you put that on anybody else and you think somebody else's plan or somebody else's vision is going to work for you, then you've missed the whole fucking point. You have
we can't do a bit anymore because monogamy boy is taken a bit too seriously, right? I think he's a little bit all press, repress, depressed, and affected somewhere in his life because we can't even do this without Dick going on a political rant.
Go ahead,
hey, Paul, what was that thing about the Tao saying that a wise man is like a pile of shit that you could smell and smell it on? How's that saying go?
Well, there may be a passage in the Tao about it, but I think what you're speaking of is Marcus Aurelius that said a virtuous man is like a man who doesn't bathe. When he comes in the room, you can smell it on him.
Right. Can you close the bathroom door because it's coming through?
All right.
Okay, good.
Okay, what?
Good stuff, Lou.
Fuck Lou, man. Sometimes, yeah, good stuff, Lou. Good stuff, man.
Perfect timing,
You
too.
really know how to entertain a
Listen,
broadcast
I am
and an
number
audience.
one. I agree with Dick. I'm number one.
Yeah,
Bullshit.
To be number one.
You're all full of shit. You don't put yourself first in your life. I have numerous examples. I could just prove it right now. You like to talk that high power shit, but don't live it. I live it. That's why I'm the cult leader, and you will take a number, or you won't be there.
If I can't love myself, if I'm number one.
Yeah, what does that look like? Laying in bed for 4 weeks at a time? Get the fuck out of my face.
You're laying in bed. You don't know what I do, Paul. You're kidding me?
It's not about putting yourself first. It's about that you're the final decision maker. You have to determine and decide who you are and define who you are. That's your free will choice. That's your conscious intention. So you actually are the one that puts the definition behind your actions and your decisions. And if you don't own that and you put that on anybody else, you're just trying to, alleviate yourself of that responsibility. But it doesn't usually work out well because the power that you have is corruptible. It will be, if you give it away, it's going to be corrupted by some other entity outside of you, by a third party. That's what I've learned.
Yeah, the problem is, Dick, is there was no power given away. You're like reading way too much into this because everybody's got to have a cause. And if they don't have a real cause in their life day to day, they make shit up like, hey, you gave your power away to Paulie by changing your name for a bit, and you shouldn't have done that. You should put yourself first.
Everybody's got to have a label. Yeah. They got to have a box they want to crawl in, some kind of group thinking mentality to be a part of, to make themselves feel accepted or validated at some level.
Dickolas, it has nothing to do with that, okay? This is why I couldn't have you anywhere with me, because while I love you, you'll always do this where you won't participate because you want to be a deep thinker, right? I said, let's all be part of this bit and trigger a bunch of slaves. Why Freedom Growers, who's been there since the beginning and seen the cycles, wouldn't want to be part of another simulation is beyond me. Oh, wait, because he's got a deep thinking cause.
You want to be a deep thinker when it's
power.
convenient for you for entertainment purposes, and that's fine. And you want to take it and make it more of a bit when it's something that you want to roll with. And I get it. It's your prerogative, man. You can do it the way you want to do it. I just see a bigger picture of how these bits become reality, and you need to be careful with your decision making.
Right. Next thing you know, I'm going to have a robe on and burning incense and telling everyone to come up and fillet me for God. Right.
I wouldn't doubt it if you played it out further than.
Well,
2
there you
weeks.
go, and you just exposed yourself, and that's why I
would
can't
not
have
doubt
you.
it.
You don't trust me. You don't trust me. You don't trust yourself. You don't trust the bit. You won't trust the plan, and the damn storm's coming. So I'm done with you for right now, Dick. I'm really disappointed, man.
I trust myself. Why would I trust you? You won't even acknowledge certain things that are.
There's the resentment coming out
within your own walk.
There's the resentment for the meat eating coming out. Dick's had a semi for me for a while. He's been waiting the semi hate. It's come out here and there. He won't let it go.
That's your
So
walk.
now,
No, I don't.
much
I don't
like-
hold a grudge, dude. If that's the way you want
No,
to roll
most
with it,
of the
you wanna be
monogamous men I
inconsistent on
know-
something. You just present yourself as very valiant and very consistent, and that you have all your ducks.
How
in a
many
row,
times
all
have
your
I
I's
said how
dotted,
much
T's
I love
crossed?
Dick, and still you do this? This is what monogamous men do. They got the spirit of their mama, and they never let shit go. So we
Of course
still
I have the
haven't let
spirit
go
of my
of the
mama. I
resentment
was
for
raised
weeks
by
and
my
months.
mama, Paul. What do you want me to be ashamed by my upbringing? It's like that's a reality. I
No, I didn't
definitely
say
have
be ashamed. Just forgive
a
yourself
woman's
and her
influence.
for the damage done, and let's move forward as men. Okay, when we
I
do
agree
the
with
bit,
that.
we all conform because it's better for us.
We're all working
If
with
you
what we
don't, you
got.
look like a fool with a fake cause. Just like a monogamy, it's a fake cause, and you look like a fool trying to engage in it. To me. Okay, I'm allowed my perspective.
I don't even espouse some great, things about monogamy. It's just a choice. There's both expressions in nature. They're both valid. If you don't like monogamy and you want to engage in polygamy or some other sort of polyamory, go right ahead. That's your prerogative, man. Why would I want to be involved with your personal relationships?
Now I know I can't have Dick in my personal life. See, I wasn't aware of that. I thought we were all open to that. Okay, but see, the only chimpanzees.
Mouse traps out for me, Paul.
No,
I see what
sir.
you're doing. You're putting mines and grenades for me to step on.
The only chimpanzees, when you look at the group who are monogamous, are the low value, low status beta boys. In which case, that would make sense in this case. So let's just move forward.
How about we say it this way? I just have very high standards. I have not seen a opposite sex type of complete package that to me would make any sense to involve in my current relationship. And if I did do that, I know my current partner would roll with me on it. That's the reality of it, is she counts on me to make smart decisions and lead us in a direction that is going to be the best for the balance of our family. So I don't take that shit lightly at all, but it's not off the table. And I've always said, I think, if we had more balanced communities and this reality was more conducive to that, a polygamous leaning male centered type of relationship is what makes the most sense and embodies.
Right, Dick. So now I'm meant to believe that on all of God's green earth, you can't find another woman who you'd want to entertain along with your wife there. All right, Dick, let's just move forward, okay? So I'm not going to do this morning. I'm not buying it. In which case, you might be very selfish and narcissistic and have a lot of serious problems. If somehow, you can only find one other person on this planet to co-create with and share time with and love and enjoy.
Paul, I haven't seen.
Man, that sounds really disturbing, Dick.
Sounds
you
like
need some love, Dick.
Same exact problem I have. Seems like you talk about a lot of stuff that you're not able to.
You're very angry.
Because you're sitting
You're very
in the same
disconnected. You're very disintegrated into the community, and you're very angry.
So you're gonna have to play Captain Fix.
I'd be very angry too if I was you in that position. Just one person on the planet that I enjoy and can find love with and entertain. Man, that's fucking boring and depressing. Holy shit! What are we doing here?
On these gals, that's your call, man. You can do it your way.
Women love
not
me,
everybody's
Dick.
way.
Okay, and they would love you too.
You
love yourself. Put yourself first.
I did hear EBT corner you something on this whole polyamory thing.
Corner me? He came in the room and cornered me. Took up 3/4 of the damn room.
Solid response of how you do it. You said the women choose the men. However, how does that work out when you've got a situation where these women are basically choosing multiple men?
I don't know. How does it work out?
How does it work out for you?
I'm about to answer. Can you get out of your?
You say what you
can
would
you
do
get out of your insecure ego and allow women? Can you get out?
I hope the man can pay for her.
Hold on, I got to put the choke on, Dick. It was cold this morning.
I hope the man can pay for her.
Can you get out of your ego?
Don't want anything to do with the goofy broad. That's what you
asked me the question. Why are you talking over the answer unless you're afraid of the answer? You asked the question already.
I'll yield.
Thank you, sir. So, can you get out of your fucking ego and surrender and let women be who they are at that moment and do whatever pleases them and allow it to be a learning experience for everyone? I know I'm beta cucking now, right?
Yeah,
how do you deal with it? How do you deal with it when your woman goes and gets fucked by Rob Cleveland and you hear him?
Let's get ready to rumble!
Horrible timing. Horrible timing. This is why you're not fit to be a producer either. So just stick to fucking keeping the squares up there and letting us roll. Now.
But that's not what you would do, Paul. I mean, it's not
what do you mean it's not what I would do? I've already done it in my life, fucknut.
You said that you would hope that the man would be able to pay for that goofy broad because you probably wouldn't want anything to do with her at that point. Just to paraphrase, not exact quote, but it was something along those lines. So that being the case would mean it's not good for the goose, not good for the gander,
that's
right?
Not true, sir. That's not true. You made an extreme characterization. You took an extreme characterization. I said when you got an Annie at home who's blowing anybody and everybody. I didn't say when a woman finds another man of high status and value who's attractive that you should be feeling some kind of way. It just might happen. It happens to me all the time. And I'm not even that cute.
Yeah, that's just lack of discipline. What are you talking about? If you have a
lack of discipline for a woman to look at you and see her eyes light up because she knows you're infinitely a better man than the bozo next to her, it's automatic and natural. It's called self-selection for value. That's why men think women are so selfish, because they'll up and leave in 3 seconds if they meet someone like me. It's that simple. What are we not getting, Dick?
how can you say that it's necessarily that they're a better man? Perhaps it's just a sexual fantasy. They read
it's not a
40
sexual
Shades of
fantasy
Grey or
because you
something,
as
and
a
they
chimpanzee
want to.
still think women think like you. You
You're
still
telling me
think
that
women think
anytime
like
there's a
you.
man of greater status, that the woman should instantly go and fuck him? What are you talking
I
about,
didn't
Paul?
say she should. I said in the majority of
If she
women's
wants to,
chemistry.
then
I
the
said in the
man that's currently
majority
there
of the
should just
women's
say,
chemistry, you know it and I know it. You're not tapping into it. You ain't gonna go let your wife see one of these rock stars she loves that she sings all the songs of. Because if he touches down and says, come up on stage, she's gonna be lap dancing him in front of the world like they all do every week. Or she's gonna think about it. So let's cut the bullshit. She may not do it because she loves you like your child. But in reality, in
exactly.
her
Everybody
mind, in
has.
her heart, in her beingness, she's turned on. It's beyond a sexual fantasy. She wants to be next to the man, not just any man. That's how they're hardwired.
So we should explore any sexual idea we have in our mind as long as it's a healthy, balanced relationship where it's consensual and there's a status equilibrium taking place? Or do you not at all have the autonomy to say, I really don't want to participate in that shit for the reasons you've articulated, Paul, the sexually transmitted diseases, the state of humanity.
I
See
didn't
my
say we should
priorities.
partake in
I see
that.
the
I didn't
priorities.
say, Dick, you have to learn how to take the conversation one layer at a time. I didn't say everything that's in us or on us we should necessarily feed into. I'm saying there's a part of our beingness that I believe I've observed that is pretty much across the board, right? True to some degree, and it's meant to be because it's a natural process. It makes sense. The women want the biggest, the fastest, the strongest, with the most resources who can communicate. So if you ain't
Right,
got
so
all
what
that
males want?
and someone else does, that woman is going to entertain in her beingness almost automatically entertaining that being on some level. Whether it's just conversations for a while, whether it's an emotional friendship, whatever it is.
Can I add another?
I think that when you involve the variable of children in a family type environment, you have your hands full enough to say, I don't need to involve a bunch of different personalities in it.
What makes you think that
especially at a
I've been with
sexual
4
level.
women in my life, Dick?
But if
You
people
told
do that,
me.
I'm just giving my opinion. If people do that productively, and I have seen examples of it, and if they want to in this society, I think it works out better, unfortunately, in these religious dogmatic scenarios like the Mormon movements and the Amish movements. But you're going to have to figure out some kind of support network. You go do it. Show me how it works, Paul. You're 33. You can have a family. You can have children. You can show me how your polygamous lifestyle will be conducive and balanced, and I'll watch and learn.
Right. So you show me the last 200 years of failed marriages to the point where day by day it gets more and more apparent it's a failed institution because it's of the devil. Every one of these folks who's married has contracts where they've sold their soul, whether they know it or not. So I don't need to give you 10 different ways it doesn't work and isn't meant to work. And that's why 90% of marriages are ending in failure, because used
Now
to be
you're obfuscating and you're bringing in multiple
folks
different
would just hang on
points.
to the end out of guilt. Now we've pendulum swung the other way so much that everyone's on Tinder.
We don't have to argue about that because I agree.
Nobody can dedicate themselves to anything nowadays, so we can't hit a middle ground. I've been with 4 women in my life. You've probably been with hundreds. I think we went over this conversation, didn't we?
That's not true.
How many was it again, Dick? In your younger days?
There was a point in my life where I definitely was feeling my oats, as they say, and going about very casual sex. And I definitely had quite a few partners. It's under 100, but that's regardless. The point is I learned from that experience, and I realized that's, a very empty way to live. We've talked about that. Now,
I agree with you, and that's why I don't live that way and never have. That's why I don't live that way and never have. So you had to learn the hard way. I didn't. There's many women that I have.
Point. It's not going to go on long.
Just real quickly, there's many women that I have opportunities with that I don't explore with.
From a family-oriented perspective, if you're going to have children, if you're going to involve someone sexually, it's more than just a fantasy. It's more than just some kind of thing that you want to express to go and have some, night of lust and fulfill that. You're beyond that. You're a responsible man.
Again, you're
who has decisions
characterizing.
that has to be made for the greater good of your family unit. So
Why are
you're
you
gonna bring
characterizing?
I just want to. It's one more sentence. If you're going to bring someone into that capacity, it makes more sense to me that they're a part of that family unit. So you would have to vet them on a very sincere scale, not only yourself, but the rest of the family.
Exactly the point, Nick, because you seem to think I'm talking about going out lusting for women and having them for a night. If you have to see all selves as self on some level so that you don't engage in empty behavior.
No,
the point
so it's the exact same thing. That's why you have one partner right now, Paul, because the reality is you see the difficulty in that, and that it's not actually as simple as just involving any particular
Right, I have
person.
one sexual partner right now pretty regularly, and I have multiple women who care for me and I care for them, and if I chose to, would be part of that situation with I and Jennifer, and I've not really pushed it or explored it because I direct most of my energy in various activities, right? So at this point in my life, there's not much energy left over for sexuality, right?
Exactly.
So I share that.
Imagine 3 little kids running around, dude.
Understood,
Tell me how much
Dick.
energy
All
you're going
I'm
to have left
saying
for
is
your
I'm
sexuality and
constantly.
your sexual fantasies. It's not going to be
All
much.
I'm saying is, Dick, is that everyone's pendulum swinging from one yin to one yang, and I'm constantly riding the gray area. The tiny little sliver up the middle, that's me. Black and white, the rest of folks. So I'm saying polyamory, amory means love. You chimpanzees think love is equated to sex. Sexuality, when it's done right, is an expression of love. I'm not out fucking. Okay? I don't even put my dick in vagina with the women that I'm living with because I don't want babies, and it's a very intimate act to me. So if I'm going to do it, it has to be a certain energy for me. Okay? I've had women tell me they needed that and then talked me into doing it when I knew I didn't want to do it. So I'm actually more like a woman in a lot of ways, but everyone ignores that because they hear me getting loud and getting passionate about something that is so fucking obvious it's beyond me, like everything else we don't see. Okay, so look at Chuck in Tennessee, who keeps telling you he's been married for 40 years, and all the rest of them, and tell me if you'd want to look like him, live like him, be like him, speak like him, have an energy like him, anything.
Can I offer something that may find common ground between Dick's direction and your direction? Something that may bring this whole thing, like, because it seems to be very simplified. You're looking at it in a one-dimensional way, Paul, and maybe, I don't know if Dick is looking at it a one-dimensional way, but I think that this whole idea of polygamy has its seasons, right? For one, it's a young man's game. And if you look at all of these polygamous societies, generally, as they age, the man usually gravitates to one of the women, and he ends up just staying with one of the women, either in their room or their house or whatever the situation, however they're set up with, and she becomes her primary caretaker, and they almost become monogamous. So there's a season to polygamy. I agree that a young man would be more. It would be more natural for a young man to want to spread his seed biologically, even with as many people as possible, to make sure that his seed is being passed on. As many
right, and we've gone
possible.
over this before. As a woman ages, she turns more into like a man chemically. As a man ages, he turns more into a woman chemically. That's why all the older men mature and grow and start turning into monogamous women, because the testosterone goes down, the estrogen goes up, and they got you by the emotions and the balls with the love.
But I also
so that's a natural process you're observing. So how do you fight that? Or I mean,
no, you don't fight it. You bring motherfuckers up so that by the time they're like 15, 16, 17, 18, they can think and feel properly.
I agree
and
with
do
you.
What's necessary for the community.
So how do we do that with these young men growing up with all of the goofy broads, as we've characterized them, or goofy type of Americanized mindsets out there. They're
Those
going to
are
have
raised
to,
by men, non-men. Those
You know-
women, non-women, are raised by men, non-men. That's why you got a bunch of goofy bitches running around, because there's no daddy in the house worth a damn. We're back to stage one, like I said before.
So they're going to have to be fishers of men. They're going to have to find each other and form units to where that will attract women that actually want to be around men of honor. And
absolutely,
they'll communicate with each other. So it goes back to a communal
it's very
type of
simple.
situation.
It's very simple. Lou, on some levels, a man of honor, but he's broken in some ways and completely dysfunctional. But you could see how the women under him, even one of his daughters, is open to the polyamory, but with a man of honor who she trusts and respects. The same way I suspect the other one would be, right? Because they've seen a side of him where he's been real about women and what a man is. They've come to understand it by proxy, if not directly. They just don't want one like him. So they look for the good parts in him, in the other men, and then they look for the other men. Great job. You know what? Why am I even here? Like, just so many times I go, why am I here? Like, just
we're having Mike.
Can you please mute Scott?
Mike check.
Please mute Scott.
Mike check. Mike check.
Holy fuck, man. Holy fuck, man. And it's still going.
Somebody's got to read.
I'm looping. 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 I'm looping.
Hello. No, there was another part to what I wanted to say, Paul and Dick. That there is the seasons to polyamory, and I agree that it's probably natural to some degree. But I think that because we're humans, because we have free will, because we have the ability to contemplate our existence, all of us have seen that couple that met when they were fucking 14 years old, automatically clicked, and loved each other till they were fucking 180. We all know one of those couples, right? And I don't think that they're rare, but maybe to some degree they are, but they exist. I would take, for example, my grandfather on my mother's side, not my father's side, which is the one that I was raised by, but my grandfather and grandmother on my mother's side were that couple. They were the couple that met when they were fucking 13 years old, both of them, and never left each other's side till they died at 96 or whatever it was, right? And then one died and the other one died, months later. So we all know that reality exists.
Hey,
well.
Lewis.
Yes.
Hey, Lewis. Yeah, like when we study the brain and how it works, it's called imprinting, right? It'd like be the same thing as a fucking dog who rubbed up against a Chevy when it was younger and for the rest of his life thinks that it's its mama. Okay?
And that may be
So
part of it.
if you understand yourself and your consciousness and how it all works, you can like re-imprint.
Yes. And that
so then you have to ask yourself, is this something I want? Because we can reprogram ourselves, right? On some level. Is this something I want that everyone I bump into and against, I get imprinted with and then have to have a codependent attachment, chemical-based relationship with them for the rest of my life? Or is that dependent upon certain conditions? Because I'm not saying it's a negative thing for that to be there. That could be a beautiful thing. If you could describe it to me in terms that make sense to yourself and everyone else. What I oftentimes see is folks can't describe it. They say, it's just a feeling. Right?
Yes.
So I go, so something about you has been imprinted. You don't even know what it is. And you've got the thing working you. You're not working it.
Well, I would disagree with you that those type of relationships, the ones that are saying, yeah, there's something about him that I just love, but they're not even sure. I would suggest personally, I believe that those ones are the ones that are not imprinted. I think the ones that do imprint on each other are the ones that are more real and more long lasting.
It's simple, Lewis. It's simple. Something goes on in the household. These people imprint on each other based on some, need that they're shown or unmet need, and then they fulfill that through each other for the rest of their life. It's a mommy daddy thing, psychologically, chemically. That's what I believe it is.
Maybe it could be, but I believe personally, I don't think there's anything wrong with polygamy. I believe that whatever one one chooses, and if you can find people that are on the same level and choose the same thing, that they can be combined, I think that can be a beautiful thing as well. I think that and probably you're right that the majority of people are more designed that way. Like women are more designed to have like the need, or maybe not have now, but to need like that sister beside them that helps them take care of the kids, and they can go off and do their nails for a day.
Louis, it's the same reason why a child coming up in a polyamorous home would not start making the same determinations we all do automatically, because they haven't imprinted it. We all look and go, partner, 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 soulmate, partner, soulmate. All this Disney TV, storybook, cultural, romantic garbage.
And
people out in the forest don't do that. They say, I am love. We are all one. I love every expression of life. It's dysfunctional to imprint on one being and be obsessed with them and attached to them for the rest of your life and only get a source of love and care and endorphin rush from them. That is dysfunctional. You've got an addiction.
Well, there is.
Actually, there's plenty of animals.
Love everybody, men, women, and no, it doesn't mean sex either all the time.
Hold on, Dick. I started first. And
You
you can
did.
go after that, and maybe I can incorporate what you're saying, and I know what you're about to say about the animals. But there's forget about the animals. There's plenty of anthropological evidence that shows that indigenous peoples of the past, prior to being connected to civilization, let's say, there's just as much evidence to show that they were polyamorous as well as monogamous. Some societies were very monogamous and had that tradition within their tribe, let's say.
All right, so
and
all you're
others-
doing is showing exactly what I said, that there's an ability to program and be programmed.
Well,
Some
sure,
folks have
that's
chosen to
for
program one way. Other folks have chosen to program another way. You have to ask yourself what's more inherently, obviously natural. Nobody here has ever met one person and said, I'm going to stay together forever, and it worked. It's not meant to be.
Interestingly enough, now that you say that, of some of the tribes that I'm aware of, past tribes and still existing tribes, like for example the Maasai, say in Africa, that still live that ancient lifestyle, although they've incorporated cattle, they are polygamous, so they have many wives, but they have a very strong political hierarchy of leadership that is ran from the top. And then there's the Hadza, for example, who are also maintaining their old traditions, the hunter-gatherer traditions, whatever. And they are monogamous, and they do not have any political structure. They have what they call a chief, but he doesn't have any sort of governing powers. He doesn't govern anybody. He shares just as much as he does everything everybody else does in the tribe, and they are monogamous. So there's examples for both, right? And interestingly, like I said, the ones that are polyamorous have a higher governmental structure in their tradition than others. So I don't know what that means, but it does exist. You take from that what you will. And then what Dick was about to say, and I cut him off, is that there's many animals that are monogamous, right? Mostly birds, but there are some mammals that are monogamous as well.
There are tendencies, if you allow yourself, this is about mastering self and guiding and leading self. If you allow yourself, from what I've experienced, to pick one mate and focus on them completely, if it's not in your organic chemistry to do so, you will treat each other like property. Okay?
Yes, I agree.
And that's why it is not a functional modality in a tribe that understands oneself, one love. It causes division. It causes problems because somebody thinks they have property, and when their woman is getting rubbed down by another man and there's no sex happening, they're going to start bucking up because this woman's going to say, Paulie on some level has a feel for my beingness, and you won't rub me like this, and you don't feel what he feels, and I don't feel the connection from you that I feel with him. No sex involved. Pure love, pure wanting to feel good and make others feel good and help them relax. And they're going to buck up and say, we don't want you being rubbed by Paulie Boy. And the woman's not even going to understand it, or she's going to get angry at you. Because she's going to say, you're a male chimpanzee with ego. You don't give a fuck about me and feeling good. You don't give a fuck about our true connection. You want to treat me like a resource and property, like I'm your woman, and I'm not. Okay? So I've seen it enough to know I have true care and love in me, separate from the sexuality and the lust they all want to focus on like children because they're immature, hyper-focused on the taboo. Right.
And that's why probably, I mean, you're right in that sense, because that's why since the sexual revolution and the women's liberation movement, that from that point on, the level of marriages of divorce skyrocketed to the point where it's probably 70% now. And it's 9 times out of 10, it's the women doing the initiation of the divorce proceedings. It's not
right, because the women
men
have become aware that there is no long-term benefit other than caring for children. Once again, men think women's whole job in this life is to care for their children because they look at everyone like a property or a business associate. So more and more women are saying, you know what, I'll take my chances up and leave because this motherfucker ain't got what he needs for himself and I don't feel it with him.
But that caring for, I think you might have it partially wrong and partially right on that, in my opinion, obviously.
It starts with the man, dude. When the man is not who and what he needs to be and the woman is dysfunctional, again, there's a gray area here where the woman could just be dysfunctional. But typically what I see is good women who either are where they need to be or could be led easily because they're teachable. Men don't know what they need to know about themselves, don't have a true connection to their heart care within themselves, and their women don't feel it on them. So when someone has it, someone who has it comes around, the room changes. The feeling in the room changes.
Yes,
it
but
just feels right.
I was more talking about what you said about how men believe that it's a woman's job to take care of the children and that it's their, like a business deal that they, okay, that's your job. You do your job and shut up. Now, I agree that people do that, but I don't think that that's always exactly the way it is, because women also believe.
So they're still hating on me down there, Lewis.
My point.
No. I'm sick of all the haters. Bring them up because they're all one after the other. Paulie's gross. He's lying. Or Jennifer escaped. No, I chose to leave Jennifer's area. I went back to the land, and Jennifer's now going to be coming out here again this weekend to see me because not only has she not escaped, she doesn't want to be away from me.
Okay, fuck what they're saying in
the
chat.
And I do have to disagree that monogamy does not make a man treat his woman like property or a woman treat his, whatever, and even characterizing it as his or hers assumes like a property, right? So we've had for years where there was auctions, of women, and they were sold off like slaves in history, according to the good book. So I mean, and those were polygamous relationships. So that runs in both type of mentalities. I just want to point that out.
Because male ego runs through all of it. Because again, I didn't say that simply not being monogamous is going to revert this idea of men and their ego treating every person, place, and thing as some form of resource to use, abuse, hoard, on and on and on. That's a part of our beingness. That is an animal nature, right? For protection that has to be governed.
It's
so
biological.
We take that, it's in us to protect. Right? But the point is we don't use it for protection. We use it for control and domination and division.
Well, not all.
No, the majority of men, including myself, I've observed at some point in their life are controlling, manipulative, overbearing, unable to communicate healthy, effectively, and disconnected from their heart-based consciousness. You're one of them, Lou. You act like we haven't gone over this before. You act like almost everybody who's come up here hasn't had issues with the women in their life for some reason, and no one seems to know what it is. Hello?
You're muted, Lou. Fuck you, dumb.
The heck's going on here?
The guy down there is
He's fucking
revealing
real?
himself. He thinks it's natural to be disgusted by other men showing love and care to your woman she may not be getting from you. That's how selfish you are. Because the woman is getting something that might keep her there rather than leave, but because she's getting it through someone else, you want to compete. So you go to getting disgusted because you're supposed to be able to provide for her on all levels. You could provide things, but you can't provide the experience. And when someone else can, it disgusts you.
So tell me how that works practically, though, Paul. Is that a complete trust arrangement, or is it something that you would be involved in as well if she chose to take that path? Would you want her to give you the details or talk about the partner that she's chose?
Say that last part again, Dick.
Oh, just that, would you want to be involved in who she's choosing and how she's going about that process and even vet that
she
person
would
to a
want me
certain
to be
degree?
part of that. If that became a thing, she would want me to be part of that, just like I would want her to be part of that. Because if we're on the land and we're part of a community, then we have to vet other men and women as men and women. So yeah, part of it is women are going to come around and they're going to deal with the women I'm dealing with or woman I'm dealing with. And they're going to sit around them. And then at some point, they're going to say, this is what we observe about this woman from a woman's perspective. And they're going to say, we like her. There's potential there. She's attractive. And we're thinking about doing all things with her. All things. Right? We're open to it. Or they're going to say they're not. In which case, you're going to show yourself. Because if you need that next one so bad for some reason that you can't actually articulate, because there is a space, I feel, where if the man says, okay, lady or ladies, I see what you're saying. I'm open to that. It's good criticism, but something within me wants to move forward. Can we trust in that? Can we come to an understanding on that? It's a
washing
constant
dishes, please mute.
It's a constant feedback loop communication process because we're all individual people. And if everyone is not feeling a part of the understanding and the vision, and they're not being true to themselves, we're going to have issues and problems, whether that's me or any one of them. So you're navigating, which is easier said than done. The more people you bring into it, right? But
Yeah.
that's why a principle can pervade all of this. If you can
So if she
give a
didn't
woman
involve you, it'd be a red flag. And if she involved you, she says, well, I have this desire to explore sexuality within myself with other people, not you.
Why does this have to be about sexuality all the time with chimpanzees? I said polyamory.
Because that's just the question I'm asking, because that's the trigger.
I don't explore sexuality.
Usually the woman doesn't go over and just hang out and have sandwiches with the neighbor, right?
I don't do that.
She's fucking him, Paul, and you know that. So let's just talk about the 800-pound gorilla in the room.
I don't do that.
Which
I
can
don't
sometimes be
explore
legitimate.
sexually. I don't do that. You want to do that, and you're projecting it onto me. I don't do that.
But
Well, I'm saying she comes to you and says she wants to explore her sexuality with other men.
Well, I can't
Is that
stop
a red
her
flag
from
in and
doing
of
whatever
itself?
she
Just the
wants
fact
to do.
that is that a problem?
Why would it be a problem for me?
Because you have children with her, and you've built a life together, and you have
Okay.
commitments.
Can I stop her from whatever it is that's apparent that she needs at this moment to explore for
not.
herself and her
You can't
journey?
control her. You can thank her for being honest
Again,
with
you
you,
think
and
women
say, "I
think
hope
like
the guy."
men.
You can say exactly what you said. I hope the guy can pay for your shit.
The
'Cause I don't
bottom
want
line
nothing to do
is,
with you, goofy
bottom
broad.
line is you're getting triggered and emotional because you don't
Just saying
understand
what you
women.
said,
Women
Paul.
don't think like men typically. You're
I'm just
talking
saying
about
what you
hoes.
said, man.
Women don't
Exactly.
sit around and go, hey, I'd really like to fuck all those guys over there, but I don't
I
because
know they
I'm
go
holding
do it
back.
behind your back.
You do
right?
that.
They go do it behind your back, typically. Isn't
They
that what
don't.
They
They do it behind your back. If they're going to do it with me, they're going to do it in my face because we have an honest, open, understanding, trusting relationship.
Exactly. So
The
now
key
that's what
is women don't
I'm
want to
asking you
do
to
that
articulate how
because
that
they
goes
tend
down.
to be
She comes to you and she says, I want to have a sexual exploration outside of our relationship. What do you do with that, Paul?
They tend to be naturally geared toward wanting one
Help
dick.
me out so I can know how this thing plays out. I want to see how it unravels and unfolds.
They tend to be naturally geared toward wanting one dick, the best dick all the time. Okay?
Exactly.
So you're thinking about overly masculine hoes who didn't have the
they're
proper
looking for a bunch of dick, then
and
there's
have a bizarre
probably
chemistry and go around fucking because they have no
if they're
self-worth.
looking for dick, there's probably something wrong with the relationship. You're not being the man you need to
No,
be.
that's why you see the pattern of a man of high status and value with four women.
She's not going to want
who
other
all
dick
want
if
his
she wants the
dick
top dick.
all
She wants to
day,
ride the
all
biggest
the
horse on the
time.
carousel. She wants to be with the big
The
guy.
cheating
the
goes
800-pound
on with the
silverback
low
gorilla.
value males who
So
they
why
don't
is she
want
out
all
wanting
the
to fuck other
time.
dick?
And the cheating happens with a high value male who they want all the time because
So
they
she's coming
love
being
you,
honest to
but
you,
they're
Paul.
not in love with you.
She's coming being honest
It's
to you.
very
She's saying,
simple.
look, I want to have sex with
They
other
love
men.
you, but they're
it's
not
a red
in
flag,
love with
isn't
you.
it?
You
You're
become a
not going to
second
tolerate
child
it.
to them
You're
in
going
their
to say, I
heart.
hope he can pay for you, goofy broad, because I don't want nothing to do with you. So go pack your bag.
Let's get ready to
Great timing, great effect, great stuff. I don't pay for anything for anybody typically at this point because we're in a world where women work and women have everything physically you all think you can provide for them, especially by a
Except
certain
for
age.
actual
They
guidance and
have
leadership and
everything
steady
you
hand
can
decision
provide for
making and
them
everything that
in the
goes along
world.
with the
What you
accountability of
can't
being a true man.
provide is
The
an
government can't provide
experience.
that, can it?
That's why all the women leave the men who provided all the physical things they love but are not in love with and go share it with someone like me. And I don't pay for a motherfucking thing.
Can we talk without the fucking high level volume and bring it down a little bit, Paul, for fuck's sakes? This is a great discussion. Can't we get
yes,
into
sir,
it?
we can.
Okay, that's a better volume. Fuck, you're blowing my ears.
Lou's going to moderate.
Jeez. Well, we
Chuck
don't have
in
a fucking
Tennessee
moderator.
doesn't even know the difference between Y-O-U-R and Y-O-U-R-E. You don't think his old bag wife would want to fuck me as a master of language as I am compared to him? I'm not a master of language, but compared to that chimpanzee there, it's pathetic. His wife looks at him like an incompetent child. I would bet it. Anything on it. The majority of these men's women love them, but they're not in love with them because they've lived with them so long. They see every place. They're a dishonorable, disrespectable little child.
So, anybody have any thoughts on that, or are you just gonna,
Well, it's all.
let it sink in?
I think we're
No,
being
you don't have to
simplistic.
say anything, Lou. You don't have to say anything.
Well,
Just
you asked
let
for
it sink
thoughts.
in, man.
You asked for thoughts.
Well, the only thing I really want to say is that a lot of this stuff is there's a lot of trigger points for me, and I'm sort of working through that as all of this is going on, and I'm just appreciating the back and forth between Dick and Paul because I'm just not from where I'm grown up. Monogamy has been sort of my thing, but the way Paul has sort of explained these things and elaborated on it, it's made me open to these sort of ideas. So
Look at the simp slaves, Rob Cleveland, down there, one after the other. Are you talking about me, Bad Barney? Does he not see, and all the ladies here see, that he is degrading all of them? And you folks still don't watch when 4 and 5 of them at a time from all stratosphere of society come up and all agree. So no, I'm degrading the men. This is where you all are missing it. I'm taking full accountability, responsibility for why I had to be simped out like you at one point and get lied and cheated on, right? Because she would have done that anyway. She did it to every guy, but there's a reason she did. Because she had daddy issues and she was looking for the best daddy and none of us were it. So whether she had daddy issues or not, she wouldn't have been looking for a daddy, maybe a daddy for her children. But it's the same thing would have applied. We were not the men we needed to be for ourselves and her, for her to feel in love long term. She may love you. She may have feelings for you. She's not on fire with passion and in love with you. And you know how you know that every time? Because they're not coming to you to fuck you. Because they're not coming to you to bring you stuff. We have a triggered monogamy boy now. I knew he'd pipe up at some point.
What happens when you figure it out?
They're not dying to cook for you and bring you stuff and put your slippers out. You got to manipulate them and yell at them and beg them to do that.
It's always
shit.
the bad side of the coin. What happens when you flip that coin over and now the grass is
It's
greener?
not like I live with it all day, every day, and see it, and then have to remedy it with conversation and get women and men back in love with each other.
Say something positive about a man.
I know.
Is it in you?
I know.
Anything positive about a man and a woman?
It's all bullshit.
You just want to keep talking. Is there anything positive between a man and a woman? Everything is negative.
Anything positive. So you're so triggered and insecure that, and you
Not
don't
at all.
know
I just think it's
for yourself. You don't know for yourself about men and women. So you got to ask me what I think and feel about it, right?
How a man should be.
So no, there's nothing positive when I tell you about a purely loving. Okay, he's gonna just let him.
No, this is what you do, Paul. You just want to keep talking. You don't want to listen.
That's fine. You have nothing to say. The difference is I keep talking, but I have a lot to say, and it's meaningful. Folks like you want to talk over me with nothing to say, and it's not meaningful. So that's why your woman will not be in love with you. She'll love you because you probably talk and have little to say of any meaning and value and power, and she doesn't get turned on by it.
Oh my God, look at this guy. He's happily married.
Right. You're like a child. You're like, hey, there's my grown child. I love him. You know, let me rub his back. Let me rub his tummy,
at all, or are you just going to keep deflecting? Because you're a big deflector. You going to answer it or what?
Fine. I'm deflecting.
Well, that's true.
You've been triggered for weeks and months. All the monogamy boys in happy relationships are easily triggered. Then they got to hold themselves back and act like it's not happening, right? They know what I'm saying is true. They don't want to look at it because they're
hey, Paul, I got 4 months left, buddy.
It's
4
that
months,
simple.
4 months left till we get divorced, right?
It's so
2 months
ironic.
down, 4 to go.
Are meant naturally to select one, the best one. Men are naturally there to select multiples. So both are unhappy because you got one goofy bitch and not multiples. She wants one, but has one bozo and is unfulfilled. So you're both unfulfilled for opposite reasons, and that's why you love each other, but ain't in love no more after 5 and 10 years because you go against.
So that's not everybody.
Don't know
that's
yourself
not everybody.
and how each other thinks and feels. It's obvious.
That's not everybody. It's not everybody.
Right.
You have to look at yourself in the relationship.
And not every married man has a bunch of hustlers and playboys under the mattress since 1950, right?
If you don't bring anything to the table, then you should expect destruction. You cut it out. Listen for once. All this negativity. If a man brings something to the table that the woman wants, and the woman brings something to the table that the man wants,
strip clubs, right next to the adult video stores, because we're so fulfilled at our most root chakra level, natural beingness, right? No, you know what it is? We're all just so corrupt. Oh, we're all just so corrupt and devilish. We don't know love. I'm just talking lust. Yeah, you don't listen to anything I say.
I didn't say anything about
the root chakra.
You want to hear and ignore everything else and then get triggered over it and defend your position every single time.
I'm not defending anything. I just don't want to understand why all you do is talk negatively about relationships between men and women and you don't talk about the positives. What's wrong with that?
Yo, your whole affect, dude, is like it's just we know that you're not happy.
Hey,
we know that you hate your life.
All over his face. He's like that
Here's a grown boy that calls himself Timmy.
The Google smirk doesn't hide your misery; it amplifies it. It's called smugness. So
is it better, Lou?
I'm not
oozes right through you. I know your woman feels it. She don't even have to
check.
I want to tell Timmy to bring his volume down a bit.
I just did. Is it better?
Oh yeah, bring it down
a little bit more, Timmy.
Guys, you fucking
okay.
Is out of my.
Oh man, my bad. That's weird. But yeah, Dee, your mediocrity just bleeds through you.
Oh,
it just.
Shut up, Timmy. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
I think his question was valid.
I can see it. You can just see. We can all see you.
Yeah, let's join Paul and all the negativity.
Isn't it a valid question?
Yeah, if Steve is monogamous, I just want to say for the record, I'm an aspiring polygamist.
It's a fair question, though. Come on, it is a fair.
What's the question?
Is there anything positive to monogamy? That's a fair question. I think that's what you're asking, right?
I know there is. I'm wanting to hear someone else say it because all I hear is the opposite.
Yeah, what's your positive? Okay, no, why would I talk about something I don't live? That's what you're supposed to do.
Mhm.
So go ahead, tell me about all the positive advantages of your monogamous relationship.
All the positives. How could you even come up with any negatives? If you get along with your spouse and you communicate and you love each other and you do for each other and you help each other grow,
Right.
what's wrong with that?
You're right. I agree with you. Now amplify that 2 and 3 times. What would be wrong with that? More the merrier, huh?
No.
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 Okay. Because you're divided.
Not for me. Maybe
Because
for
you're
you. That's fine.
individualized. Because you're
That's fine
separated
for
from the
you.
universe and because you're godless. You already said you don't believe in God, a program and a plan, a universe that's all connected. You've said that. So
Oh, and
because
that
you're
means what?
divided and
That means
divisive,
what?
because you're individualized and disconnected, you have to choose one and only one and think that that's the only thing there, and you're a fool. So there's opportunity everywhere. Folks see only limitation because they think and believe from a divisive standpoint about themselves and the universe. I see inclusion, you see division. I see opportunity, you see limitation. You're not where you need to be for
Not at
yourself,
all.
let alone anyone else in this realm. You are the problem.
I'm not a problem whatsoever. It's the flip side
You
of the
don't
coin.
understand true love. You think I'm talking sex every time I say polyamory when amory is love. It's a oneness connection. It's a communal idea. If you don't have it, you will not succeed as a village and a community. You will divide and go to war over pussy and resources every fucking time.
Anybody would. You just have nothing positive to say about a relationship between a man
Right,
and a
and why
woman.
are you triggered? Why do you care if you're
I'm not.
fulfilled?
I want.
This is so
I'm trying to
simple
make you grow,
psychology.
Paul.
If
You're
you
just
were
so
fulfilled in
one-sided.
your relationship, if you really knew it to be true, you wouldn't be up here for weeks and months with an angry, confused face on,
Paul's
taking a
opinion or no
defensive
opinion.
position.
God
You'd
forbid
be all
someone has another
fucking
opinion.
that masculine-looking woman
Can
of
I
yours I've seen up here. That's what you'd be off doing.
can I can I
Right?
offer
You'd
just
have her coming to you like she's coming again to me after 2 weeks of being gone, and she's better than ever in her life, starting her own school and going, I want to see you again. I say, I'd like to see you again too. Come on down. You don't have
I
your
just want
woman
to
coming to you to see you. You're probably spending most of your time away from each other because you can't live with each other or without each other.
Are you
See,
talking
I
to me
could do
personally,
either.
I
or
just
you
want to
just in
say
I
for
could
the
general?
live with
record.
her and we both enjoy it. We could be apart and we both enjoy it because we have a process for ourselves that I've worked with her on seeing.
I just want to say for the record, real quick. I'm not getting much value between the back and forth from. This is just me personally, between DD214 and Mr. Unslaved over here. I think Dick back and forth with Mr. Unslaved was a lot more valuable.
Common theme
I
with
agree.
Steve.
Well, I'm glad to
Yeah,
hear
because I want
Rob
to get
actually
down to
said
brass
that.
taxes of how this works out on a day to day because I'm not really opposed to what Paul is presenting. I just want to challenge it from a practical standpoint. Like, how does this work out when that becomes the equation? Is the woman wants to do something else? Now, I can see her
Dick.
saying, hey, I want to go to this family over here because I would better serve that family and the skills I
Can you
have.
mute the moron who's out in the fucking wind because I can't hear Dick?
Yeah, good call.
Can you mute the moron who can barely spell or speak and has no real understanding of any value and worth? Who knows why
I
a woman
don't
or
think
child would even want to be around that being, a godless being who served the beast system and part of the military, who walks around like this with a smug face and has no real worth, value, or understanding. So much so he has to come to me, someone half his age, to get it. And even when he gets it, won't accept it. Right. I'm tired
and I
of
also
dealing with
just want to.
spiritual children 24/7 who can't explain anything they do and why they do it. From a level of like deep introspection.
I also want to say I'm not really like fence riding, but I'm more on the standpoint of where Dick is coming from, just because that's what I've known most of my life. I haven't really been exposed to this other sort of dynamic that Paul is putting forth, and it hasn't been explained and elaborated on, as I said before, in a way that makes sense. And so I can appreciate Dick sort of asking those questions because these are things that are also going through my mind.
Yeah, that's why I love Dick. Because Dick has an ability, right, at times to separate himself and ask the right question for me to go on the right ramble and give a valuable answer, and then for us to look at both sides. Now, he will get triggered at certain points if you watch closely, but he's pretty good at maintaining that and regulating that. And that's why Dick probably has a lot of potential, a lot more than I've seen, to live this lifestyle. Because one of the keys is, and don't mistake my metaversal presentment for how I deal with women and children, I don't yell. I don't hit. I don't threaten. If anything, I just remove myself. So I've allowed them to get triggered in front of me over and over again. I de-escalate. I give them the understanding as I'm seeing it or my preference. I offer them an opportunity, right, to either see it or understand it or not and still work and grow and live. And then if not, it doesn't apply with children. I don't have them. I'm just saying children I've dealt with. But with a woman, it applies, right? It's a conditional acceptance day to day. That's what a relationship is. We have to relate to each other based on a common understanding. So we're serving something outside of each one of us. Through that understanding, we can achieve a trust and a bond. That's all that it is. You could do that with anybody. I could do that with a man, a woman. Sexuality with a woman is just another way of entertaining that bond. That's why I make love. I don't fuck. Because I'm going into it as love, creating a bond through true care and true love, united in principles and understanding. The sexuality is an extension of that. Okay? So I'm not a motherfucker.
But Paul,
like
you
most
said
of the chimpanzees out here, right?
you
Why I
said
don't
that
have children of my own because I don't want them and I don't engage in that practice. I don't need to put my dick inside a woman's vagina to feel like a man. If the rest of you would understand that I'm not like you and I don't search for my masculinity at the bottom of a cervix, you would get me more. Okay, so I have a masculine aspect and a feminine aspect in me, right? As a man, I'm always looking for the next one. The woman inside of me says, if you're going to take on the next one, you better make sure it's the right one. Okay, that's how that works together.
earlier on in the beginning of this rant, you said something to the effect that I don't yell, I don't hit, and it seemed to me as if it was something that you want. You were. I probably think you don't mean it that way, but it was like as if somebody says, "Well, I'm a good mother." Well, you don't get extra points for being a good mother. You're supposed to be a good mother. So you don't get extra points because you don't hit, you don't yell.
I'm not looking for points.
No,
There's
he's
no
not
point
saying
here.
that.
Get this pig out of my face. This is exactly what I mean. You think
That's
I
not what
need
he's
to
talking
convince
about, Lou.
anybody? I'm saying the majority of folks yell and scream at women and children like I have to scream at you grown chimpanzees up here. Because it's so fucking frustrating. I expect women and children to act a certain way. They haven't been led by you men. I don't expect you men to act like this. It's fucking absurd.
But hitting and yelling is not something you get brownie points for. It's just
That's not what he's saying, Lou.
So
He's saying that he's.
Just make you not even want to be here at all. Just
I know.
weak inability to follow the fucking conversation, projecting onto everything, projecting onto everything.
He's saying that he's.
Can't follow a motherfucking conversation and the energy behind it and the theme. Everything is a damn watching, evaluating, projection seminar. Can't listen worth a damn either. Wonder why the women and children run the other way. Because while they're watching and listening, they're evaluating and projecting and can't give an adequate response either because they were too busy doing that process. Can't get out of their own fucking way. Just listen, try to process and form an adequate response, not a reaction.
Why did he leave? Okay, I have an idea. If we can do pre-family,
just so everybody knows, I did not kick him out. He left on his own accord. I guess couldn't handle.
I think it'd be. I think it'd be nice to do pre-family and post-family. Like Dick, your question is really like if we just talk about pre-family, pre-babies first, we handle that and get to some level of understanding with that, and then we can kind of explore babies, community, post-family. I feel like these are two levels, right? Because but
the post, I think usually where Paul's criticisms are pointed are at people who have families. So that's where it becomes really an interesting dynamic. So I say, why not go to the difficult dynamic? Because if you don't have children, a lot of this becomes a lot easier, right? I mean, even a polyamorous.
Well, we got to address that first because you're confused about that first. The pre
imagination.
Dick, the pre. Let's talk about the pre-family confusion though. Like you're talking about when when a woman wants to explore. In my other man, like in my experience,
no,
when I've been
that actually that situation I characterize as the man has kids, and when she wants to go off and explore, if it's just about her sexuality, and you have children, and then now you're bringing in the potential of STDs, you're bringing in the potential of children with other men, you're bringing in the financial burden, there's so many things that
you're operating. Can we go back to the full panel, please, so we can all see each other?
Let's go with your flow, Timmy. I'm fine with that. Pre-children, pre-family.
So bizarre.
Yeah, well, all I'm saying is pre-family. Honestly,
Timmy, this is so simple. I just did this yesterday with a couple.
I
You're
know.
operating like all the male chimpanzees from a fear survival space. That's why you lack connection with your true self and women and children completely. Because you view every opportunity as a limitation. You don't think I'm aware of all those things? You think you just revealed sexually transmitted diseases to me?
Articulating the obvious of what would be the concern.
Why? Why are you articulating the obvious? That does not apply. Because you want to defend your
these
position.
Are the questions
That's
that
why.
People have about how does this play out in a practical sense in a real family scenario where the woman wants to go be with other men and she brings that.
You're stuck on the same dick.
That I've met women who have STDs who I don't deal with because I talk to them and they tell me, hello.
Okay, Dick, here's the thing, man.
I know because I have discernment. Anyone in there? You think everyone's like you that just bumps into shit and puts their dick in it and doesn't know what they're doing? No, they're not.
Okay, so when the woman comes to you and she says, I would like to engage in relationships with other men for whatever purpose it is, for sexual stimulation, she feels that she wants to serve other men because in her mind, she thinks that she can multitask.
He doesn't get that.
Like that. You're projecting your masculinity onto women.
I'm asking you a direct question. How does it play out in a practical sense? Ground level, day-to-day,
the majority of women break up
of the
with
normal
men like
relationship
this and get a
between
vibrator
a man and a woman. What happens when the woman comes to the man and says she wants to go stray and do something different?
He's going to keep talking his nonsense when the first line was nonsense. Women don't think like men.
Give me an answer.
Dick, it's not how it works.
I've been asking you to tell me how it works then.
Like them.
Look, Dick, it doesn't work like
I want
that.
to hear it from Paul.
You're not getting it. The chimpanzees.
Okay.
Let me hear it from Paul. I want to hear from Paul how that works in a practical sense. Day-to-day relationships, ground floor, children or no children. How do you handle that? She wants to go be with other men. She has a desire in her imagination that she wants to.
What he's saying, I think typically it's not going to be the woman that brings that up, because that's not the nature. That's not the nature of the woman. It's the nature of the man. So he brings that up in the as the forefront, so it's clear.
So can a woman be intellectually honest? I mean, can she present what she's actually thinking in her mind and communicate that?
We're not
Depends on the woman. Some can, most of them can.
Now we're
asking if they come and do that, because if they don't do that, they're doing it behind your back, right? So they're either presenting this scenario to you, or they're not communicating and they're doing things in the dark. So now when they come and present it, because they're actually someone that communicates and says, I want to explore sexuality outside of this relationship for whatever reason, you're going to dismiss them, correct? You're going to say, I hope the person, as you said before, has a good job and can pay for you because I don't want nothing to do with you, you goofy broad. Or are you going to entertain that? How's that going to go?
You didn't listen. You're doing it again. You're trying to defend your position 5 layers in with something I said weeks ago. I was talking, you're an out of contexter like everyone usually. You didn't hear before and after, because I guarantee I said that the bozo they're going to go to is not going to provide the experience I do. They're going to provide things.
So it's a good for the goose, not for the gander scenario.
I said the percentages. percentages are better than yours. What don't you get about that concept?
It's called hypocrisy. It's not a
It's called an
unilateral
accurate
set of
assessment from my
conditions. You've got
perspective.
one set of standards for you and the other set of standards for the female.
Right,
That's
because
fine.
men and
That's
women are
called
not the same
polygamy.
creature.
So why
We're
don't
not
you
the
just call
same,
yourself
dude.
a polygamist
Because men and
and
women
get
are
it
not
over
the
with?
same creature
That's
biologically, and
textbook
you can't figure out
definition
spiritually
of
we're
what
equal, but
you
biologically
identify
we're
as,
not.
Paul.
We're bigger,
You're
we're
a
stronger, we're
polygamist, and
faster,
that's fine.
and we
I
behave
kind of
differently.
identify that way
We're
too.
bigger, we're
So
stronger, we're faster,
we're
and
pretty
we
much
behave differently.
pointing
But
the
you
compass
can't
in the
figure
same
out
direction and
how to
both
resolve
failing
all
at our attempt right
paradoxes.
now
That's why
because
you probably can't communicate with your woman. That's why I guarantee your woman right now is thinking of some man, I don't care if it's George Clooney, and she'd rather be with him
as has every woman
24/7,
you've ever been with, has
but
been
she's
thinking
not
about a bigger
going to
dick than
tell
yours,
you
Paul.
that
Who
because she
cares?
can't come to
What
you
does
and
that have to do with the
because she'll do
conversation?
this.
Why
Because
don't we
you'll do
actually deal with
this.
the actual
Because
point,
you'll
which
do
is how does
this.
it work
Like
out in
I see
practical
all day,
standpoint?
every
The
day.
truth
You'll
is,
defend your
it doesn't work
position.
out
You'll take shit
practically
out of
when the
context.
woman
You'll
comes and
loop and
honestly
cycle
communicates
from
with
your
you.
ego
You're
to
going to
protect your
dismiss her.
position,
It's
but
going to be
never
the
open
end
up
of
and
the
listen
story.
and consider the
That means
fact.
you have different
And now you're
standards
going
for
to
you
filibuster
versus what
because
you
you
have
know
for
you've
her.
lost the
So
high
that
ground in
means
the
it's
power
not an
position.
actual
It's obvious.
polyamorous.
Obvious
It's
to
not a
everyone in
fair
the
and open
room.
relationship. It's
Obvious
not
to
open
all the chat folks,
communication. You'd
except for the
rather
other
cheat behind
monogamy
your
boys
back and
who
do it
want to
without telling
identify
you,
with
so you don't
you
have to
like
know about it.
Tuck
So your
in
ego doesn't have to get
Tennessee.
struck. Imagine if the woman actually came and communicated to you, did what
And
you
you'll do
actually
this,
say
right?
you want.
And you'll do this. She'll come to you and say, I really want to be with Paulie Boy on all levels, even if for one night, and you're going to do this. That's why she's not going to come to you. She's either going to think about it and not do it because she loves you and she's guilty like her little baby, or she's going to do it behind your back and not tell you because you can't handle it.
And so when you're a wife and kids and she says, I'm going to go sleep with Dick tonight because I want to be with him and he's a bigger
Not
man
gonna
than you
happen.
and his
It's not
genitalia
gonna
is
happen.
30% bigger
No
than
more
yours.
than
So
you're
thank
not
you
going to be
so
with Dick's
much.
wife.
You're
You're
going to
not
say,
going to
not
Dick's
gonna
go ahead,
wife
happen.
at
sweetheart,
all.
because
It's
I'm a
not
bigger
gonna
man than
happen. There's
Dick
more of
and
a
I'm
chance.
fine with you going and
There's
sleeping with
more of a
Dick.
chance
I'm
from
not
what
like
I've
Dick.
seen with
I
your.
have different
There's more of a
standards.
chance
I'm
with
fine
what
with
I've
you
seen
sleeping with
from the way
anybody.
you
No, you're
think
going to
and
say, fuck
feel,
you, you goofy brat.
and
I
your
hope he can
inability
pay
to
for you
communicate
because
effectively.
otherwise I don't
That
want nothing
she's
to do
more
with you.
likely going to go one way and not the other way. That's what I see. It might be my ego.
No,
Paulie, you understand
please,
women?
please,
You
please,
understand
Scott,
women,
wait.
Paulie?
The
You're the
same
Scott,
one
thing
wait,
goes
guy.
for
Scott, wait a
Scott,
second.
by the
Hang
way.
on.
The same thing goes
Hang
for
on.
Scott, and we can bring
No,
all the
hold
women
on.
up. And
You're
we
the
ask
one
them.
guy that
We did
understands
the
all
choice like
women.
the other night. We did this the other night. We brought someone up who couldn't see anything I was saying, and I said all four women here from different areas of society, different backgrounds, professions, some in relationships, some not. Would you all rather share with me, or be with this bozo 24/7, 365? And almost in unison, you could just tell by the energy, even before it happened, what was going to happen. I could tell, they could tell, seemed all the
You're
other
so full of
chimpanzees.
yourself. Where are all
So
these
there's
women right
Oh
another
my
now?
trigger
God.
fat
Here's
slave.
another
The
They
one.
same
showed
goes for
up.
Scott.
No,
Ask
tell
any
me the
woman
truth. I
if
want
they
to
would
know,
rather have
Paulie.
Scott
Can you listen with
24/7,
those big ears on that
365
noggin
or
of
share
yours?
me with another woman? Would you
Listen,
rather have Scott
nobody's sharing you. You're
24/7,
telling
Man,
me you're
niggas
not
is
even
365 or
getting
triggered.
share
pussy.
me with
You're
another
just
woman?
looking
I
for a
think we all
blowjob
know
because
the
you're too
answer.
lazy to
That's
fuck.
why he's triggered. I think we
You're
all
too
know the
lazy to
answer.
fuck,
And
or
that's
you
why
want to lay
Scott
back and get a
sticks around,
blowjob and act like
living
you're the king.
Niggas is
Can you
triggered,
living
stop
man.
barely
This is
all the
talking for
absurd.
a
songs he ever
minute?
wrote to try to come up on some pussy. And all the songs are about pussy he lost. Is it all a coincidence? Is it all a coincidence? I don't sit around pining for women I've lost or can't get. I don't write songs about all the women I've lost and can't get. You do that and then sing them to women you can't get who already have an understanding with me. You're a joke.
I have
She
artists that
fucking
sing them
laughed
for
at
me. I
you,
don't need to
looked
sing
down
them.
on you like you were a joke, and just ignored everything you said to her. And you couldn't
That's
figure out what was
your
going on
poorly
because you're a
poorly
foolish,
expressed
egoic
opinion.
chimpanzee.
No, you're a
You've never
gorilla
been
that
real
comes
with
from a
yourself and
fucking
others in your
hill
life.
that's
Others
never
have
been
never been real with
domesticated.
themselves and you around you. I get it all day, every day. Motherfuckers who tell me everything. And
You're
I
a
tell them
judgmental fool
everything.
that doesn't see anything beyond your own nose.
Yeah, but you came to this fool to try to get somewhere with this fool because you
No,
wanted to
no,
use
no,
this
no. I
fool
can get
for
anywhere
what
I
this
want to
fool
go
has
without
that
you.
you don't
You're
in
not.
many areas.
You're
Pussy is
not
just
a
one of them,
necessary
dummy.
vehicle for anything. Think about that. You're not
You're a
necessary for
loser and
anything.
you're a joke, and I wouldn't
Okay,
get in
I
a room with
appreciate
you
your
around
opinion.
anyone and be
And you know
seen with
what?
you
Just as
for $1
much as you
billion.
are, I'm a loser.
You're a
Just as
fucking
much as
embarrassment.
of what? An embarrassment of what? Yes,
of humanity. You're an embarrassment
Exactly.
as a human presentment in all areas.
You should take a look in the mirror. You're a fucking
Thank you for I'm rubber, you're
joke.
glue. I get that
You're
all
a
day. Every day
parody.
it doesn't
You're
wash
a parody.
because I have better results than you, fat
No,
fuck
there's no
nut.
results. You've had no results. You are assuming more than
I have
Jack
no
or
results.
something.
There you go.
You think
No
you're better
results.
than Jack, and you're no
Right.
different.
No
You're no
results. Yeah,
different.
you
You're
can
somebody that
identify with
toots your
Jack,
own home
one of
more
the
than
biggest
anybody
losers
else.
on this metaverse at this point. Who
You're a
talks love
big
all
mouth.
day
You're a
and can't
big
keep a
mouth that
monogamous
can't
relationship.
listen.
Because a
Rob, you
woman
can
and
suck
child
up,
wouldn't
put your
stay with
nose
him
all
for
the
5
way up his
seconds.
ass, and you can be just like
Thank
him.
you, sir. Would you like me to
No,
line
you
up
don't
the
need to
women
run
who
away.
would
You don't need to
infinitely
thank me.
rather deal with
You
me
should
all day,
slow
every day than
down.
even
You
look
should
at you? You
listen.
swine.
You should pay
Would you
attention.
line them
You
up?
should act like
Your
there's something
ego,
to
it's not
learn.
mine. I've
You
just
shut
come
the.
to understand myself and how this all works. It's
No, you
powerful and
don't. You
fascinating.
don't. You sit there and
It's
say you're gonna
powerful and
fuck
fascinating.
Moose's wife,
You're
and
in
then
an
you can't
ego
even
twist
get it up. You
defending your
won't fuck anybody. You just
pathetic
want to get a
position.
blowjob. Lay
Living
down.
with your mama, can't get no pussy, gotta
Lived in
fucking
my
give
own house
songs
for
about
fucking
pussy you
30
lost for
years.
women
Bought
that
my own
are
2
clearly
houses.
attracted to me and
You
not
didn't
you.
buy
And you
anything.
can't
You
figure
were
out
given a
why.
trailer by
You're
your
a
dad that
fucking
you reject.
joke. It didn't matter. My daddy was just
Nothing
like
matters to you. Nothing matters to you but projecting your insolent behavior on
and a
others.
user. Because I said, Daddy, I'm doing great. And the 10 he said,
You're a
Paulie,
user. Is
after
that
a
what you're
year-
saying? You use
after a
people?
year, he said,
Are you a
Paulie,
user?
I
Is that
don't
what you? Is that
see
what he
you in
just
the-
said?
in the-
You're a
in the
user.
10 when I was
You're a
already
user.
cracking
I get it.
online and he saw where it was going to go. He's
You don't
another one.
know.
So I'm
You
going to
don't
help
know.
you.
I'm
And he
nothing
turned
like
around
you.
and used it against me, right? Like they always do.
Nothing like
Guess
you.
what? In the 3 months from when he got me this trailer, I made it all back and could have got it myself. And when
You
the
should have
day
paid him
came,
back then. Why
shut
didn't you give him
fuck
the
up,
money?
you fat
No,
slave.
no,
Go
give him the
this
money.
slave
Why
out
not
of
spend
here.
it?
I'm trying to
Spend
talk
it
to
on
the
the
people
hookers
now.
then.
Go this fat
Yeah,
fucking
you
slave out
don't
or cut
own
his nightmare.
everything.
I'm
Do you
sick
own
of
the
these
world?
slaves.
You own the
No
women. You have the
fucking
right to
purpose,
tell
no
us what
meaning, no
all
honor, no
women
value,
Scott,
no
you're a joke.
empowerment, no spirit,
delusional.
no nothing. You're a
You're
fucking know
delusional.
nothing and do nothing and be nothing.
But you're
You're a never
delusional and
was,
think you're
never
Christ.
will be.
You're the
You're a
Christ-like
never
one.
was, never
You're
will
the
be.
second
And that's why you
coming.
suck my dick in
Ladies
public
and
and try
gentlemen,
to
the
use me.
second coming.
You
Polly
sound
unslaved.
man.
Jesus.
Get
Scott,
out
quit
of
while you're
my
behind, man.
That pig. Now we got to see you all day, every day. A new face showed up. A new rotund face showed up. Every goddamn panel now we got to see him on and hear his defensive, egoic nonsense and then simping late night when the women come up here to share experience with me. You dumb simps don't get it. They don't even want you around and you sit up here taking up space for hours trying to get to them. And they just eye roll and go, could you leave? They laugh and giggle at everything I say. They don't entertain you. I say, could you leave?
You're
You don't
projecting
leave. You're so
fool.
fucking
All
desperate.
you're in it
Come
for is
up
to
on
see if you can
anything,
get a fleece
anywhere.
ass, and you
You're a
don't care if
fucking
it's somebody
joke.
else's wife. You sick fuck.
I respect you, Paul, and I like the conversation. I'd like to do it more at some point. I have to jump off here.
Thank you, Dick. I would
But-
enjoy that as well, sir. We have
Yeah.
great conversations, and even if we get animated, we come back to center and we move forward. You keep
Exactly.
resentments because you know that's what monogamy will do when you got the spirit of your mama. But I still love you, and I forgive you for
All
that.
right. Touche. I won't jab back.
I
right
love
now.
you, Dick. I'll always
We'll do that
love
later.
Dick, and there's nothing that can change that.
All right. Thanks, Dick, for being here, man.
lover.
Always a pleasure. You're always welcome. So, all right. You know, I guess it's time to take a breather, gentlemen. You know, oxygen, a little bit of air always helps with the, you know, to refocus,
Yeah.
get back to the
Triggered by
topic
this
at
topic.
hand.
I can't lie though, I was a little triggered too at times, but
Look, if any guy that hasn't had more than one woman at the same time and experienced that phenomenon, like can't really speak on the topic.
Exactly.
So if you haven't
why I
had
haven't really
that,
been
if you
speaking
haven't
on it.
experienced that, then you don't know what's going on.
Hey, Timmy, look what the fat pig is doing right out of his ego. He just put up 4 pudgy fingers because he thinks you meant fuck 4 women at a time, probably for a paycheck or because they were using the fat pig to get to all the fame he constantly name drops about. He didn't say fuck 4 women. He said get them, keep them, and have them from your
live
ego.
with them.
You
know,
can't
like,
keep 4
I've done
women in
that.
your life. They won't stay. 1 won't stay. I guarantee it. So keep coming. coming and revealing yourself from your ego about you getting 4 women in a bed one night. Great story for the locker room. But now let's get real with yourself. 4 women and 1 woman won't stay with you. I'm
Yeah,
surprised
Hey,
they even fuck you, and I'd love to hear the bullshit rap you put on them.
Right.
Get that and how much you paid.
Let's see. Let's hear what he says.
Foolish
It doesn't make sense if you've
listen.
had 4 women, the same 4 women for an extended period of
Are they
time.
still in his
Then
life? Are they still in his
right,
life?
A, are they still there? B, why would you take the position that Paul's a douchebag for talking about this topic? Like those two things can't. Why would you be against it then?
No, you're mistaking everything you're thinking here. Pauly's trying to fuck other people's girls. Pauly wants to go fuck somebody else's wife. Pauly's thinking there should
Right.
You don't get Scott. You gotta be
Pauly
kidding
wants
me.
to dismantle normality.
Triggered ego. He
Scott,
doesn't know what
come
to
on,
do.
be
Play
real
ego
here,
about fucking bitches or go back to simping because he's a
Yeah.
he doesn't know what to do.
So
He's in
ridiculous.
such a masculine, feminine twist right now because he hasn't united the two. He's not
You'll
a
grow
holistic
up.
being.
You'll
He's a
grow up.
holistic being, very rounded individual, but he's not a whole being, right? He's
There
not
goes the
complete
ad
and
hominem
unified.
attacks. What does
He's
that
not
have to do with
balanced and
anything?
centered
What does
and
that have to do
living
with
from
anything? Bring us
understanding
back
and
to
truth.
circle. Come on.
All right, so keep going from a simping twist to an ego twist because you can't
No,
reconcile
I have
masculine
no
and
ego
feminine.
that I'm possessing
Keep
here. I
doing
don't
it,
care
sir.
about
'Cause
that.
you can't reconcile the two
You're
and use them
all
both
ego.
together
That's why
going in
you're
the
a
same
big mouth.
direction. Right.
Right. You know it too. That's why you
Right.
agree.
Good job,
You're
sir.
all ego. All
Good
ego
job, sir.
all the time.
Good job, sir. All ego 24/7, 365. 8 to 10,
Yeah,
12
but then you
hours a
call
day. Man,
everybody
it's tough
else for being
keeping this ego presentment
egotistical.
up.
So you're
Oh
just
boy,
a
it's
hypocrite.
so draining for me keeping this ego and this character up. Oh man, that's why I do so long every day, 7 days a week for 6 months. Man, this is difficult for
You're
me. It's
so
almost
proud
like
of yourself,
effortless
and you have a
for me.
handful
You
of
know,
people
some
that are
folks
proud
say
of you.
it's effortless what Paulie's doing, even all the yelling he's doing. But no, I'm doing such a great character and ego and false presentment. Man, is it draining? You should see me off here. I don't say any of this stuff. You know, I'm not
You go to
passionate about
sleep.
truth
This
at
is
all.
your life. You
Really
don't
don't
do
apply
anything
myself,
but
and I
this.
get almost no results, sir. You're right again, Fat Scott, with the 4 women you held up fingers for that you fucked. Yeah, you fucked them right out of
Now,
their
those are
dream. Because
long-term
now they got to sit somewhere and
relationships.
think about
Those are
the night they fucked a
4
fat pig for a couple dollars
and
and
out
thought
of
they were going to get
those,
some
Timmy,
Hollywood.
those women have brought women to me. That has happened
Great
just
job, because you're a
naturally.
predatory, narcissistic piece of trash. I saw it on you the
No,
moment
it's
you
because you don't know anything
You're
about real life.
manipulative,
You assume
using, name
things you haven't
dropping,
lived.
star fucking power hungry slave who looks like a pig. You're
We
grotesque.
see you, Scott.
Hey,
Get
listen,
out of my
it
face.
doesn't
I
matter
see
what
you
you
for who and
see.
what you
You
are.
have
I
you
see
have an option
you
to look
for
at the
who
book
and what
by the
you
cover. You have an
are.
option to
A
open the book and
disgusting
read it.
piece
You
of
guys are just totally
trash.
fucking versed at stupidity.
Swine. Get the fuck out of my face and everyone else's, because you're so desperate and have no broadcasting future that you tried to use me from day one and I saw you and now you're resentful because I won't let you use me like everybody else. This is my song
We'll
for you,
use
Scott.
Jack Talcott. Is that what you're doing? Are you going to try and ruin
Sing
Talcott?
songs to all the women on my panel who ignore you and think you're a big fat joke. I'm singing songs to you now.
Sing. Go ahead. You have
It's a little
no
ditty
fucking...
called You're a Fat Pig Swine. Did you enjoy it?
Oh, man, you're something else.
Oh,
Scott,
man,
you're
I am
something else, dude.
something you'll never be, couldn't be, wouldn't be, because you're
I'm
a
not
punk
in a
ass coward, not
competition
only a
with
fat
you.
pig.
You're evidently
You're a
competing
punk
with
ass
me.
coward, not only
You're
a fat pig. I
completely...
felt that on
I'm
you the
trying to
moment I
figure
saw
out
you.
what you're doing. That's all. I
Right.
thought
I'm not
that
interested in you and your life, and no one
you
else
don't have
is.
to be.
I
I'm
got
not
news for
inviting you in.
still
You
haven't
were
figured
never
out yet. Not all
invited
the
in.
women up there last night,
You
not the
were
viewers
never
down there,
invited.
not the people on panel. No one cares. Can we go around the panel? Does anyone care about what Scott has to say or his life?
No.
Anyone want to talk on that? Timmy says
Negative.
no.
I got nowhere else to go.
Right. That's Scott. He's
If
got
that's
nowhere
what
else
you
to go.
believe,
Living with his
hey,
mama,
I got
nowhere
a
else to go,
ton.
no
I got a
pussy,
ton to
and no
do.
purpose, no future, no destiny, no success in his life. That's why he said, I'm just looking for the next thing where we can hit it big. You're a fat, power-hungry, lustful pig.
Yeah. I
You're a
don't need
gluttonous
you.
pig.
You're not the next thing.
You're a
That's
fat,
obvious.
gluttonous, lustful,
Worthless.
power-hungry pig.
Worthless is the way you'll end up
What
dying.
sound
Paul.
does the
Worthless.
pig make, children? Oink, oink. I'm doing that because there might be some younger viewers, so I want to
Why do you
entertain
shut the
them.
fuck up?
Right? I might be the next Pootie Pie.
Who was that?
All All right,
That
so
is
I was doing some
11?
subliminal messaging. You know, it's like
Was there a
put a
young
cheeseburger in
slave
your
there
face
that
and make
Oh,
you hungry.
right. That's what I was thinking. I was like, who was that just piped up?
Hey, well, Paul, all in all, I wish you the best. You're setting
You're full of
yourself
shit,
up for
Scott.
a
I'll
We're at
see you
winning.
11,
later. You're
11.
full of shit,
See
Scott.
you
I'll see
later.
you later. You're full of
See
shit.
you in a
You
I'll see
couple
think
you
days,
later.
so?
Scott.
I've
You're
been
full of
I've
shit. I'll
been
see you
there.
Deuces.
I've
later.
done
You're
things.
full of shit. I'll see
You
you later.
Deuces.
talk about it.
I'm
Deuces.
I
not
hope
interested in what you
you
want to
you
feel.
succeed
I'm
in
not interested
showing
in
up
what you
Deuces.
someday
want
to
to
do
feel.
something.
I'm not interested in your
Deuces.
appeal to the
I hope
audience of
you
you
show
being
up and
humble
actually
for
do
thin. I'm
something.
not
You're all
interested in
Deuces.
your
talk
appeal to
until
the
then.
audience of you being a humble
Deuces.
Until
I
then,
thought you
you're
was
all
leaving.
talk, and I
I'm
hope it
not
doesn't go
interested
in the
in your
wrong
appeal to
direction.
emotion in the audience of you
Listen,
being
you're
a
a
humble,
tough.
forgiving man. I'm not interested in your bullshit
Deuces.
political presentment and appearance of you being a humble, forgiving man. Just fucking leave.
You're a fat sperm burping geek. Come
That's
drunk
what you
cowboy.
really thought.
That's it.
Exactly. Got him again. Got him
See,
again like
you
Zach
don't
Hubbard.
want women.
That's
You're
what
just
you
a
really thought.
fucking
You
cum
don't
drunk
wish me the
faggot.
best. You're an LA douche. Get the fuck out.
Colon
Bye.
pushing
Bye, fat
cowboy.
pig.
That's what
Bye,
you
fat
are,
pig. Bye,
polyamorous. You want to be
disingenuous fat
fucking.
pig.
You
See, I'm
want to be
real. I'm
fucking
real from like
both
morning
teams.
to night. Wake
You
up, do it
played for
again.
both
You're a
teams.
fat pig who pretends all of your life. That's why you don't know yourself and can't keep it real. Go eat something. Thank you.
Who's next?
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Could you imagine a woman wanting to even entertain that being, let alone 4 of them? You could imagine what that bill looked like, right? To service that fat pig when he was dealing with the LA folks. That's how he got it. It's always paying for pussy. It's always talking your way in. That's why he's such a quick talker everywhere else. And he thinks he's so slick because it usually works in his life. Not with me. I see right through it. And he
Right,
couldn't figure out how I saw right through it.
he leads with I did this song, but
Dude,
and he
20 years ago, busting up, Biggie Smalls. I wrote all of it. Hey, come on, ladies. I
There's
got
some dumb
a
goofy
yacht out
bitches.
back. He'll take you to someone's
Yeah.
yacht he doesn't own and sit on it.
Okay.
Right? He's a fucking punk, coward, fat, lustful, greedy, power-hungry pig. Right out of LA, like they all are, with the same voice and the same energy and all the rest of it. And the same dead, lost look in their eyes.
Yeah.
Like a broken child.
And again, why would he be against or like going, oh, that's bullshit? It's like, what? It makes those, you totally revealed yourself. Why would you be against that and say that, oh, he's just trying to fuck all these women and steal people's wives? Like, if he's a dude that has done that for his whole life, he says, like, that's laughable. It doesn't work like that. Like, why would you be hating on other dudes' situations?
They don't understand, Timmy. They think that because when I talk a lot of times, it could seem to the viewer that I'm like doing everything I'm saying. I don't do this away from you. This energy comes up because, thank you, ma'am.
Oh, she's
this
next.
energy comes up because I'm tired of watching women get tricked out of their pussy and position by men who have money and power and feign like they care. Because they don't wish women the best, like he said to me. They're fake. They will say anything to get to the pussy. They'll create an energy they can't keep. And then when you figure it out, they'll say it was your fault because they're narcissistic. When a woman wakes up one day and says, why am I next to this fat, disgusting pig who's going nowhere and been going nowhere and been bullshitting himself and me the whole time? And I accepted it because I saw what I wanted to see, because women are typically more loving, forgiving beings. So women are typically, that's why that woman there's with dogs, because she's probably a very loving and caring being, even though she puts up her middle finger, because she's probably been misled by a bunch of little boys in her life. It's not her fault. She's probably a very loving, caring, forgiving being who just genuinely wants to like help and care and nurture and be there for the weak beings. But they're misled by the fat pigs like Scott. So they come in like this with the tongue out because they think they're going to do what the little boys do that showed them on TV, and the little girls acting like the little boys, like Nicki Minaj and all the rest. So see, I'm a real one, like authentico, like old school, like down home, real Americana, red-blooded. And even though I love women and I'm attracted to a lot of them physically, I really love and care about them. And I want them to be the best version of themselves, even if that means I wind up alone if I have to be part of it, okay? I really fucking care. And you can ask Jennifer or any other woman I deal with. This is what I speak and, more importantly, live on. And that's why you can feel it and see it in my eyes and coming off me, right? Because I don't care when the women yell at me or get triggered by me. I know why that is. They've had no understanding, no true loving care, and no leadership. And when they go to these bozos for an answer, they ain't got it. And when they go to these bozos for anything other than a paycheck, they ain't got it. I've seen it 1,000 fucking times with my own father and every other piece of shit man in my life and the ones I deal with day to day. And you know what the kicker is? They're not only not connected to that true, loving, caring sense of self, they're lying, cheating, and abusing drugs and alcohol, either in front of the woman or behind her back. Okay. And then it leads to a bunch of women thinking they ain't pretty enough, they ain't good enough, they ain't worthy enough, and they ain't valuable enough. Because you can't make them understand what a man is because you don't even know what it is. So then they spend a whole period of their life alone because they think every man is like you, and subtly, intuitively, they know it on some level. They are that all men want multiple women. So they get such a deep trust issue. They go to fucking a dildo for 5 years rather than be with a fat dildo like you and have their heart broken again. Okay? Then I have to step in and say, no, you don't understand, lady. I get what you see with my presentment. Let's get away from the fucking. Let's get to the issue of true self-worth and self-esteem for you and how you haven't been shown that by your daddy first, let alone the rest of these little boys. Let's start there, and then we'll go from there. The sexuality is like way down the line and only comes into play if there's a genuine, authentic experience, bond, connection, and understanding. And no, it's not limited to one because I am you. So why would I not be able to connect and bond and create an understanding in a community with other versions of self? That would be foolishness and division. And it would be lack of true love and care and understanding. Your thoughts, expert panel?
Yeah, it's just so sad to see what's going on in the chat, man. Because what you're talking about, I've had these direct experiences with different women that I've been involved with in my life, and I can just feel what you're saying, man, and it gets me
because I
emotional
almost
because
started
these
crying,
women,
right? Because they expected me to jump on that woman and she didn't expect it either. And that's why she left, because she wanted to have a disagreement with me because I triggered that fucking tortured, traumatized part of her, right? Because a lot of the guys who present like me, they are that narcissist piece of shit. And when they can't get their way, they roll up their sleeves. I don't do none of that. I'm passionate about this truth, and I bring it with this energy here because it flows naturally from me. And it's also the best presentment for the metaverse, I feel. And it's organic and natural and authentic. I don't have to even summon it. If I don't start off that way, I end that way. Okay. And it goes like that a lot of times, a lot of places, right? Usually like courts, stuff like that. Not when I'm dealing with women and children. Different thing, interpersonal. Somebody want to lie, cheat, steal, defraud us out of our future and our true connection and bond. Yeah, I get fucking uppity. I get righteous and indignant because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of what we've all accepted less for ourselves and each other. I'm tired of the ego twist games. I'm tired of the control, domination, and manipulation. All of it.
Cheers to that. 99% of men have really fucked themselves, and they've basically cucked to a life that makes them not a man, and they're cucking to the system and all these other things. And then what are the women supposed to do with that? The women see their fathers and they see all the men out there that are basically little boys, and like, what are they supposed to do with that? So most of them are just like picking one of the, white collar corporate ones because that's somewhat safe for them. That's what most of the women do, and then they're not happy, and then it's kind of why they're trying to lock him down, and then he's not happy. It's just
yeah, you have the same dynamic over and over again. They get traumatized by a lack of leader in their life. Then they wind up thinking that they get how it works. They go find the safe provider, right? The guy who makes them feel the safe, who makes the most money, but doesn't really fucking activate them and inspire them and turn them on. So then they go to like finding a connection, an emotional connection with someone else. Who do you think that someone else would be like? Somebody who has passion, inspiration, purpose, feels successful, can show a process, can communicate, can lead where we need to go rather than where we all may want to go. What type of person do you think that would look and feel like? Right, Scott. right. The safe provider. All you monogamy boys don't get it. These women are not in love with you after 5 to 10 years because you're not truly love-able and respect-able and honorable. You're not entertaining and spontaneous or any of that because you don't really work on yourself in any area. You don't take your own life seriously, and you really don't ever want to do and be anything worthy of any kind of true respect. You just want to fuck.
What you talking about, Willis?
Thank you, sir.
I just had to put that one in there.
Did you get triggered? Because I think you're a monogamy boy, aren't you?
No, I didn't get triggered. And no, dude, I know exactly the conversation that we're having. I've been through multiple situations where I had to deal with more than one woman. So, I guess, yeah, I have a experience in the matter, and so I'm letting the conversation go. I'm not triggered at all. I was just like, putting that up there as a comic relief, kind of. I see you smiling there.
I got too happy there
Give
for
me
a
a chance
second.
here. I'm practicing with these little clips, man. Come on, I want to get more because these I think
was
they're
going
really
to say,
fun.
I hope, you never know when it can happen. It can happen with anyone. But I said, OTW seems like pretty weathered, man. He seems like he can, bear all storms. So it's good. You're just kind of playing around, feeling it out. You don't sound or feel triggered. So, I'll accept that.
No, not at all. Absolutely not. I'm enjoying
OTW already had his meltdown, so OTW's past meltdown phase, and he's moved on now. He's building up now. Now it's the upward.
Yeah, but the thing about OTW is, even in the middle of the meltdown, I could feel that he knows that it's good content. He knows that it's interesting and it's like exhilarating and entertaining and inspiring. So, damn it, you know what? Why the
Yeah, man, I
fuck?
felt some things like bubbling up as that whole conversation was going on. But I'm working through it, and I'm thinking as it's going on, and I guess there's people too busy typing in the chat to kind of do that same process. Just to kind of just work through the trigger and realize where it's coming from, and just.
Right, but those are the same people that have already they've already given in to mediocrity and miserableness, and they just accepted that 15, 20, 25, some of these motherfuckers 30, 50 years ago. Just like, I'm just going to be a mediocre, do nothing, be nothing, have
Inauthentic
nothing.
corporate male.
Essentially. So
You
these
have
folks,
to
no
be
matter what you
mediocre.
say.
You have to
Yeah.
be mediocre to be a part of this system. You have to be an authentic corporate male. You can't say what you think and feel and do what you want to do almost ever. You want to keep that job of yours. So you got to be an inauthentic corporate male who lacks spontaneity, right? That's not what you're there for. You're there to fill a position and play a role. You're expendable. So they don't want you to develop yourself and your personality and your character because it's a detriment to them. The more you stand out, the more you don't fit in. If you don't fit in, we can't use you in a corporate structure.
I just find it
Well, I
funny,
guess
like
it's-
go ahead, Rob, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, I guess these sort of things are easier for me to sort of do because I don't really have too much attachment. I'm not, I don't have any children in my life, but I do have different women in my life that that are just around that I mess with, but not even on a sexual level. So, I guess these things are just easier for me.
Yeah, you should bring DD214 up because he's triggered again saying some boys can't provide commitment and neither can girls. Right. But I'm not a boy. I'm a man, and I've done what you can't do or won't do because you're a punk-ass coward. Little boys put on costumes and pretend to be men, go to the military. Men like me stand for what's true and what's right, uphold God's law and freedoms, and pay the sacrifices over and over again for it, maybe even have to die for it. How dare you indirectly try to say I'm a little boy when you're the archetypal quintessential example, and I am the archetypal quintessential example of a man Americana. Are you kidding? I do out of costume what you won't do in costume, pussy boy. I do alone constantly what you won't do with thousands behind you, punk pussy boy. Are you kidding? Every time I travel without license, registration, insurance, and plates, I have to be prepared to die like Chase Allen. I'm okay with that. The development in this realm for the women and children to go past our fear. I might have to take a bullet one day for these genociders who want to get into the women's womb and want to corrupt the DNA and the genetic through us directly or indirectly. I may have to take a bullet or a fucking noose around my neck. You motherfuckers aren't ready for that. I know you ain't. So cut it out with the little boys and man ego bullshit. Healthy competition is great. Results speak for themselves. I got it, you don't. Shut the fuck up. Simple. Your woman's going to know it. You're going to know it. I'm going to know it. Everyone here's going to know it. And certain people are just going to speak it and admit it, and other people aren't.
Yeah, I just find it funny. I was just gonna say, I find it funny. Like so many people in the chat are so triggered that a man is stating his beliefs and expressing what he thinks is true and right and what he lives on, and like half the folks in the chat are like, "Oh, this guy's being so egoic," and it's like, what you?
Yeah, I'm so
it's just
egoic.
laughable.
I guarantee if I walked up on that woman down there, the way I'm feeling nowadays, so in touch with this creation, we would pet the dog, we would talk, and within hours, we would be embracing each other and feeling a love and a connection because I understand her, even if she didn't understand me when she first came in. I believe that. I might be wrong. She would prove me wrong if I was. Right? But it would be a real, honest, open, authentic exchange that might lead to deeper love and care than she might have ever felt from a man in her life. So much so she may have to go to the animals to get it.
Yeah, it's like, and if you're not saying, Goatfoot says, "I'm so awesome." Yeah, I mean, bro, if you're not telling people that you're awesome, showing people and living your life and believing that, like, you've got a problem.
That was meant for me to try to hear from her. She did come up and give middle finger. I didn't get into that. I'm curious what
I've entered the group. I feel like a big word that we all have to like kind of think about is integrity. Like who you are, whether it's live, whether at work, whether behind closed doors with like family, friends, like who you are. The word integrity, whatever. I'm too kind of like scatterbrained right now to like fucking think of the real definition.
Who you are when nobody's looking.
Exactly. So, like, you can talk a big fucking game. You can say whatever you want to say, but it matters who you are when no one's looking. And you know what I mean? And like how you are as a person, because you can say that you're this, you're that, but it's the way you treat people. It's the way you treat like the ones that you love most. And some people are like very socio like or narcissistic and shit that they say they love people, but in all reality they actually don't because they don't know what love is.
Well, they've
never actually had it. Spotter.
Do you feel love from me?
I don't know you, but I mean, I feel like you have love for this live and your true feelings when you speak on the live, like, you know what I'm saying? You're speaking true emotion. But I mean, like general love, yeah, sure, but when it comes to like, you know what I mean?
I'm not saying are you in love with me? I'm
No.
saying from the little you can deduce about me from this presentment and the energy behind it, because women are pretty intuitive.
I feel like if anyone was triggered during this entire live, it was most likely you, because you spoke so much about it.
Right. And
So
I understand why it could be perceived that way. What I perceive as triggering is me having experiences in my life, like literally up to yesterday, that are reaffirming certain things, especially from a woman's perspective. And the more that I see this truth coming into focus for all of us, the more I get passionate about it and energized and inspired. And the more I see the chimpanzees cycling in confusion, knowing they're going to go out into the world and deal with these women and children, the more concerned I get. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but at the same time, you also have to kind of cut yourself off to that shit. You can't carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. You know what I mean?
agree with that.
Fuck everybody else. It's about you. It's not about the other 5 people that are in this chat. You know what I'm saying? In this live, it's about you. You can speak your truth. and you can give awesome advice, but at the end of the day, you can't like get so emotionally entangled in it that your fucking veins are popping out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that's the thing,
That's
though, right?
kinda,
I mean, there's
you
an
know,
there's an
insane.
energy in motion, right? So you could call it an emotion, but when I think of emotion, I think of like cycling, spiraling, anxious, depressed, sort of toxic feeling space. I'm not having any of that.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
animated, right? So,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
it
You're
can
passionate. You
seem
speak very passionately. I guess
right.
that's how I put it.
Because
You know what I
because
mean?
see how you know that is because I could say anything. How you know that is how I go from yelling and screaming for 10 minutes straight right back into this. Because inside I'm like this, right? I'm in control of myself. My body just might be vibrating, right? I'm energized, I'm inspired, but my emotional state is clear and present and aware, right? Serene almost. It's a bizarre paradox. So I'm animated, I'm on fire, I'm buzzing, I'm vibrating, but in here, I'm like this. I'm both polarities, right? Positive, negative, or neutral, you could say, grounding, right? So you can even see it as three sort of
Look at
states
what
of
can
beingness.
happen. Look what can happen in 5 seconds of not paying attention, bro. My walkie-talkie just got chewed up.
What did one of these chimpanzees? Did you let Scott around that walkie-talkie and he tried to eat it?
No, man. The fucking dog was just chewing on it. Holy shit. No, man. This is
See
a
how
company
cute she
walkie,
is? I
bro.
guarantee. I looked at that woman. Ma'am,
Oh my
please
God.
verify for me. Ma'am, please. You're very cute and all, and I love the dog thing, and I think I know. And I want you to verify for me, please. You've not had a lot of trust in males in this life. A lot of them have kind of disappointed you and let you down.
No, you know what? It's fucked up. Because I'm going to say this, and it's probably going to hit home for a lot of y'all. Because you actually pointed it out or something like that. But it all stems, like, you have to look at the root of it all, you know? Like, where did it stem from with you personally, with your own issues? And for me, it started with my dad. You know what I mean? And it's like right up until the very present, it's like my dad, you know, like the trust, the, you know, conforming to depression, conforming to, you know, just, I mean, I hate to call my dad a fucking loser, but you know what I mean? Just
right.
Conforming to that loser-esque lifestyle and mentality, like they don't want better for themselves.
Right.
So it's very hard to strum up all that shit within myself to be like, all right, you know what I mean? Because I didn't have a fucking great example from the get-go, like, you know? I mean, I did.
All right, man. Say no more. It's been verified again for all the triggered egoic chimpanzees who don't get it. She wanted to hate me. She gave me a middle finger, and now we're in love. Like
I didn't
always.
give you a middle. No, we're not in love. Calm yourself. We're not in love.
Okay.
But I gave the entire chat a finger because I don't give a fuck.
Ma'am, I'm immediately coming to where you are because you need some relaxation and release. No, I'm not going to be sexual with you. It's not appropriate.
No,
but I will, please, just listen to what I'm saying. I will hold you and embrace you and share love with you and life with you. And I might even like give you a massage to relax you. And then I'm leaving. If you're okay with that, that's the most loving thing.
No.
Okay, she's not okay with that. All right, we'll you know, it's publicly. She took her camera off because she's gonna message me privately. She's not okay saying it publicly. I don't blame her.
Not.
I am.
No, I'm not. No.
I am, of course, a disgusting white gorilla in a trailer, and she's not going to admit to that publicly. She's very attractive, and she doesn't want to be seen with the likes of me. But nobody has to know, ma'am. Nobody has to know.
What do you think Noah would do if he tapped into this live stream right now?
Honestly, you know what? I would repeat back everything that he said to me today.
You would what? Say that again.
I would repeat back to him. If you're listening, I'm going to repeat back to you what he said to me today. I said, I don't know. I feel like I don't want to be messed around with, you know, after being in such a like toxic back and forth relationship for 3 years. I feel like, you know, I don't have the time to keep playing games, you know. If you still care about me and can possibly see a future with me, it takes some work, then let's do that. But I'm not this like serial dater fucking, oh, you know, I need all the love I can get. No, don't stop talking. I'm talking. So you
No,
know what I mean? And
no,
honestly,
you know I interrupt
let me
everyone
finish. You just
equally.
cut me the fuck off, bro. You're not gonna cut me the fuck off.
I just want to know. No, I interrupt. It's
All right,
equal.
listen, no, let me finish. No, because I'm gonna lose my train of thought and I have something to say.
No,
So,
just
what I
tell
want
me
to
who
say
this
don't let her
Noah
ADD
person is.
I just
do it.
Who is the Noah person?
It's my ex.
A good friend.
So, regardless, what I have to say is this. Everybody deserves like true, authentic, genuine love. If you can't provide that, then say that. Because if you
Right.
would, if you wanted to, I'm sorry, you would. And at
Right.
the end of the day, nobody has time for, oh, I have feelings for you, but I'm going to set them right over here on the side. And when I'm ready to address those feelings or want a little bit of part of that, then I'm going to go to you. But for the meantime, I need all the love I can get. So I'm going to go to Joe Schmo, Dick and Harry and get all the love I can fucking get. And with me, that shit don't fly. So, you know, it is what it is. Like if you're not going to be the one to provide that for me, you don't see a future with me, you don't want a family, you don't want love and support and all that you get from like that, then by all means find it in someone else. Find someone less, find someone who can, you know, put up with your bullshit, because at the end of the day, that's what you gave for 3 years. Now that you're getting on top of your shit, now that you're getting sober, now that you're on the road to recovery, you know, oh, now is when you get to just treat me
Say
like
this
shit.
woman's
Like, I would never,
traumatized.
like, okay, thanks, Paul. Thanks.
She's been traumatized by another male chimpanzee who can't get out of its own way. And I'm sick and tired of it. And you
Is
can
that
tell
like an
she
ego
loves
thing?
me.
They're
You can
chimpanzees
tell
and you're
she's
the
lighting
gorilla?
up, speaking to me. But she can't even entertain the white gorilla right now because she's so hurt by this fucking bozo loser. And
But here's
she's
the
even
thing, I'm
admitted
not
it.
here for anyone's entertainment. That's the thing. Like, I'm not here for anybody else's entertainment. This is a truth speaking podcast. Fucking
Yeah, we can
live.
have both.
We're
We
gonna
can have
speak the
both.
truth.
We could
You know
have
what I'm saying?
both. The
You know
truth
what I
is
mean?
very entertaining when presented in inspired fashion.
Yeah, entertainment doesn't have to
You're
have an
inspired and
automatic
inspiring.
I just
doesn't have to have an
honestly,
automatically negative connotation at all. So go ahead, my bad.
I am. No, I'm sorry to cut anybody off. I didn't realize my mic is still like openly on, but I just want to say, like, with that, yeah, I am hurt, and I guess I still have some resentments. I'm not like fully healed or whatever.
I love you, misunderstood 1111. I know that you may not believe that because you've heard a lot of chimpanzees say that and not show that, but I show it even when I'm not around anybody, and it's all on record what I will do for my love for women and children and the creation and life. So whether you believe me or not, I love you and I would care for you, even separate from any sexuality, male chimpanzee slaves. I'd want her to feel good and be good and do good and live good because it's better than not. If you feel like a daddy and you want to
but
see.
listen, you can love people without ever having to physically see them, and I feel like maybe that's what you're trying to get across this live.
Yeah, no, I'm never going to come see you, ma'am. If we're going to see each other, you're coming to me. That's how this goes. So we're probably never going to meet each other or see each other, but the metaverse works for now.
Yeah. So with that being said, when it comes to this whole conversation that started at one point and now we're at another, some good stuff being spoken, you know. I just feel like, as I think I'm the only woman in this live right now. In fact, I know
Pineal Power is in transition.
There's Sean there.
No, he's not. Shut the fuck up. Listen, anybody keeps dragging on my
Timmy
dog
has
Sean,
long hair.
let's throw hands. Okay,
He
Sean
knows
is
I'm just playing
he's
with
in his
him and
own fucking
teasing him.
metaverse. Leave him the fuck alone. Why doesn't
I
everybody
love
just leave
him. He knows I'm teasing him.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so am I.
Anyways, I don't know if anyone's told you, Paul, but you can be a lot.
I can be a lot. Yeah, you should see me naked. It's a lot of extra flesh.
Did you
That's
just say
why
Saul?
you never want to meet me physically. It's a lot, right? All the way around.
No.
In all the
like
wrong
a lot
places.
as in,
In all the wrong places, it's a lot. You get what I'm saying?
oh God. Okay. Well, if you want to talk shit about yourself, that's you.
I'm just keeping it all the way real. I want to know what you're going to get into when you finally come to me and we meet physically.
That's never gonna happen.
All right. I like a challenge.
Never say never.
Okay.
All right, Brian O'Shea.
No, but seriously, on a real note, like, I mean, it's funny that people find like me attractive because honestly, everybody can be their own worst critic. So if like I hate that being the first thing, like, oh, you know, yeah, she's cute, like when, or in general, like when men think like, oh yeah, she's cute, but like, does she have a brain? You know what I mean? And I'm kind of want that to start switching over, where people will notice me more for like my like charisma,
Right. So
or
you
like,
presume.
you know what I mean?
So
I don't
you
want y'all to think
presume.
of me naked and be like, damn.
No,
you
no, no,
know,
no,
I
no,
don't know.
lady, you're doing it again. I'm not them, and what I see is your heart.
But I'm not talking about you in specific. See, that's where you think
Right.
I'm talking about you specifically. I'm not. I'm talking about in general. Like any group of people, any person, any, you know what I'm saying? When it comes to like men and they're letting a woman know that they're like attractive and shit like that, it's just like, I don't know, maybe I'm not good at compliments. But I don't want that to be the first thing. Like I don't know.
Right,
You
but
know,
that's the
in
thing,
general.
is that when a man doesn't have a vision, he can't see your heart and your potential and who and what you are beyond the form. So I can see the form, right? I'm not
I
really
just don't
focused.
want men to see a vision in this right now, period. Does that make sense? I don't want anybody to see a vision with Savannah right now.
Yeah,
I
I
want
get
Savannah
that.
to see
I
her
get
own
that. I
vision.
already
You know what I
said
mean?
that. I already
So
said
however
that.
off-putting I need to be, I need to just be off-putting, because I
I
don't want people
already
to be
said
attracted
that.
to
You
me.
don't need to be off-putting, and you don't need to be afraid of true love that isn't going to go anywhere physically. So again,
Okay.
I
I
already
don't know where
said
the
that
fuck true love
earlier.
came into this.
Because I'm a true loving being. It's got nothing to do with you. Don't think you're
So do you
special.
fall in love with every attractive person you
No,
meet,
no,
though?
no. You're doing it again. That's what they do. I just said I love Sean. Do I want to fuck Sean? Let's not get into it. He looks just like his sister, and once I imagined his sister, it just happened. Seriously.
Damn,
Okay.
son, you don't let him talk to you like that?
No, seriously. I love OTW. He looks like one of those tree elves. Okay, do I want to fuck him?
All right, let's switch up the
So I'm a
conversation.
true loving and caring
But don't
being.
get it twisted. He does want to fuck me
I
though.
see people's heart first and foremost, and then I see the form, or not necessarily in that order. I see the form because that's the first thing apparent to my eyes, and then I read the energy and the eye and what they're doing, like the dogs, and I see the person's heart, right?
Yeah. My phone might fucking die. Shut up. My phone might die, man. So you know what?
Because you care. Isn't
If I
that the
leave this
sacred?
live with anything, if I
Isn't
leave
that
this live, what?
Isn't that the sacred feminine principle, is care? So the same way that I care, I look into myself, I see the light in you, because I can tell almost immediately you fucking care. And that's why it didn't work with
Yeah,
this
but you know what?
bozo.
I don't want to care. I don't want to care.
And that's what I'm saying to you. You don't have to be afraid of care. Stop caring with the wrong people, like the bozo in your life for 3 years, who clearly doesn't care about many things, if I had to guess. Including you. You're just another thing on the list he doesn't care about truly, right? It starts with himself.
Yeah.
Starts with his own life. So he did what he knew, the same thing we all did. It's equally your fault because you went and chose again another man who you couldn't see his heart truly. You saw what you wanted to see. He didn't really fucking give a fuck about himself and his life and you. So the question is, going forward, are you going to truly care with your heart completely open? Or are you going to let this bozo shut you down again like they probably have in the past?
Oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna let. I'm not gonna be bitter about it. I'm gonna keep my heart open. Obviously, I'm not that type of person to close off my heart just because I've been emotionally hurt. You know, that's where I go wrong all the time. Is that I'm so emotionally open. I'm like, it's like I'm like this like revolving doorway for like energy and like emotion to pass through, you know, like here, just like like this emotional fucking pincushion. And I don't know, I don't know. I kind of pride myself in that because I feel like I can handle a lot and I can take a lot, and not a lot is going to stop me from continuing to love people and things.
Right, but you have to have the discernment to know who to, again, love can be
Oh
unconditional.
yeah.
Love probably should be unconditional. Respect and trust probably should be conditional. Not everyone's respect able, not everyone's trustworthy.
True.
Can I ask your name?
Oh.
A nickname
my
will
name's
do.
Savannah. No,
Savannah.
What is it now?
Savannah.
Okay. So the slave down there in chat is now uppity because he can't figure out how I've established once again rather quickly what's going on here, because it's not like it's the same fucking pattern over and over again. Not only that, here's the kicker. You are the men I'm talking about. The guy who has the men going their own way in his title. Snafu. Men have been going their own way for a very long time. That's why the women, after 5 and 10 years, go their own way, because you have no true connection to them. So keep telling me now, all you bitter, disenchanted, resentful, angry men who are involuntary celibate or maybe can fuck but can't keep a woman. Tell me all about the new going your own way movement. You've been doing that. Now you're just being honest. All the women have known it for a long time. You've been doing it your own way. There's the way and your way. You haven't been living by the way. You've been living by your ego, your way. You've been going your own way all life. That's why they at some point figure it out and go their own way. And they come right to me to have a real conversation about who and what we all fucking are. Not to fuck. Not to fuck. To have a real connection and conversation about who and what we all are, what role we play, and what does true love look and feel like. Right? Because you can't do that. So you keep going your own way, keep coming on here angry, spinning and cycling.
I feel like when a man can truly say that he loves himself and he can show that he actually loves himself, that's when he's capable of loving other people truly and genuinely, not just saying or acting. You know, I don't know. It's fucking weird, man. You know when you're like, you don't even have to say it, because like what's understood doesn't have to be explained. So when you know that you truly love yourself and you show that on a daily fucking basis, and every day you're trying to improve, you know, the love that you have for not only yourself but for other people that are in your life, like that just, it's like a testament to it all. You don't have to sit here and explain shit to anybody, because you're living that, you're walking the walk and talking the talk. You know,
right? But then that would defeat the purpose of us coming on here, because the whole point of being
on here.
Okay,
I get, that part.
Right. So like if we were to meet, we would have a conversation very briefly. There'd be almost an immediate understanding, a trust and a respect, like you're seeing and feeling up here already. And then there's really not much to talk about. Okay. It's just sharing and understanding, sharing and inspiration, sharing love and care, sharing the spontaneity and entertainment, which is life and its various events. So, you know, and now Snafu is going to continue with his ego bullshit. I would never take life advice from you 100. Yeah, and that's why you're a fool. I would never want to live like you, look like you, be like you, speak like you.
Are you reading from the comments?
Absolutely, ma'am. Don't you want me to get
disable the comments?
Ma'am, this is a service you and I are now providing. You're the perfect piece that the spirit brought here. We needed a woman up here to get these chimpanzees right so they could stop destroying the women and children. So this is great content you're helping to create. You're saving lives, other lives like yours who've obviously been affected by these folks' ineptness, inability to manage their own affairs and be skillful at anything, including life. Right.
So technically this is a free therapy session.
Right. They're getting so much and don't know it, and they rebuke it out hand because they're so fucking egoic, verifying exactly what I've been saying this whole time. They'll go to therapy with a woman. She'll go in, tell the whole story. He'll say, I'm not even going in. If he goes in, he'll take a defensive position and never learn anything. You're a fucking chimpanzee bozo.
This is all therapy for me, Savannah. Just watching
Cleveland, I want to see your hands. I want to see your hands at all times, because I'm starting to think it's like waist down. I can't see anything, and the way you said that, it's a different kind of therapy.
Everybody, welcome to the Grand Rising Show number 16, the therapy segment of the show, where you can come here and talk about your personal issues, and we'll help you work through them. So please welcome to the
Or scream at you
open
about them.
therapy session where we don't give any legal or medical advice, but try to help you move on with your day with positive and affirmations, and have a great day and live it with purpose. So welcome to the show, everybody.
Aw,
Have fun.
what a really nice introduction. That was really nice.
Oh, here goes Cuck in Tennessee, because this is what I always see. All the monogamy boys who are real spiritual and real loving.
I can't even see what
See, this is why she need. After a while, getting around me, if she can't hear this, she's gonna learn when to talk on her own. I'm not gonna have to force it, and then we won't have too much of that. But she's used to taking the lead. You can tell she's got that masculine kind of swing. She's used to being around a bunch of bitch ass motherfuckers who can't manage themselves in their own affairs. So she thinks she has to pipe up all the time and take charge. But once we like find that rhythm and that balance between us, you just watch it. Like it's like magic, right? It's like some of the other women who came up every time. What's the one, the redheaded one that Pineal Power knows all these broads, you know, because Pineal Power is like the young and cute, friendly guy. So they all
Isn't
take
that
to him.
Quantum Epic?
You know, all these like damaged
Alexa.
women.
Yo, I'm getting likes. Yo, I'm getting comments written about me. That's lit. Okay. So
Lit, right? See what I mean?
So all these fucking shrimp dick fucking
Gen Z.
micro penis fucking Gen Z motherfucking losers.
Right.
Shut the fuck up. You guys haven't even fucked enough. Guys
Right.
aren't broken enough to even feel the sense of damage that we have. All right.
Right.
So sit the
No,
fuck down.
I fucked one
Whoa,
woman
is
for
that
40 years.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Cock in
That's fucking
Tennessee, right? He like the monogamy boys are always so loving and spiritual till they see a woman who's got like a little edge to her, and like naturally they know this
Then they
woman.
get triggered. Then they get
Yeah,
triggered.
because they know, like they don't see the heart like I do. They see the form, and then they see like some of the energy coming off her, and she's got a bit of a sexual energy, like a lioness, right? And that really triggers these beta monogamy boys, because they're not used to like the energy between like an alpha lion being like myself and then a female lioness. And they just get real awkward and uncomfortable because you go to their house and it's like a little boy and a little girl, right? It's like two mice.
They also
Rats.
see. They also see.
One second, sir, you look at Cuck in Tennessee, he looks like a physical rat, like Splinter from Ninja Turtles. So you go to his wife, she looks the same. Put two mice, two rats at home, which is very low energy, little passion, inspiration. Me, then someone like this, I'm not being offensive, ma'am, but someone like this woman, like, you know, we're either like so peaceful and energized and powerful, or we're bouncing off the walls with this like passion and,
Paul,
love making,
real
right?
quick, what's your sign?
So see, what's my sign? Don't I always say that's when I got him? Don't I always say that's when I got him, and I didn't even do anything other than be me? Don't get it? No, I know. See, she
Okay,
thinks
look, I
that's
just
ego.
asked a question
I'm just
and that's
teasing a little bit. All I'm pointing out is now you're officially interested in me. We've gotten past
I'm
that
not.
point. No, you're interested in who I am and what my sign is. You want to know more about me. That's all I'm saying. I've officially piqued your interest. That's it happens every time that way. We've done this enough to see how this
Timmy,
works.
what's your sign? Fuck this shit. Timmy, what's your sign? Black, what's your sign? And on the way news, what's your
It don't
sign?
work that way, lady.
Number 6.
It don't work that way,
Tony,
lady.
what's your-
You know it and I know it. That's why you're giggling.
No.
You
You
started
don't know
with
it.
me, it ends with me. You know that.
All right, cool, man. I can, man. All right, listen here. You don't know who I am.
Okay.
I'm
You
very
sure of that?
flirtatious.
Are you sure of that?
Yeah.
I've been pretty dead on this whole time, and
I'm
I've never met.
literally being so honest. I'm telling you about my red flags. I'm very flirtatious. I'm extremely friendly,
Right.
and I just put my charisma out there all the time, or whatever you call it. What's it called? Spunk, if you will. So yeah.
Yeah, this is that
That's what
ego
it is.
right
It's
now.
not
It's
just
not
for
as
you. It's not just for you.
no, that's that feminine ego. It's not as
Test,
authentic as
test.
that open-hearted, true connection that we were developing for the last 10, 20 minutes. So I see right
Okay,
past
so a
that.
couple of years after you guys copulate and have children,
Clout chaser.
Misunderstood takes a liking to my carpentry work.
What
And she
makes you
finds
think?
that
What makes you
Dick's
think that
woodwork
I have to have children when I
is
copulate? You think
exceptional.
I have a weak pull-out game like the rest of you chimpanzees?
So she comes to you and says, Paul, I would like to spend time working with Dick on his carpentry because his woodwork is fantastic.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So we're going to have regular sessions.
Go
together.
ahead. What
Okay.
didn't you hear?
And then in that process,
I don't control
somehow
a woman. This is pimping 101.
she becomes
you need to get around
inseminated
Yeah,
with my
what the
seed
fuck is going on right now?
and has
Like, why
my
are we
has
He's
my
triggered
child.
again. He can't figure out his life and lifestyle. Let's go down to the street level, which is like the
I just
lowest
want to
level.
know how this works.
Let's go down to the street
And now
level.
she has my
Let's go
child.
down. I just want to know how I'm going to live my life by your appropriations, right?
Because see, we
So
found the
let's go
weakness.
to the-
We found the
let's go to
weakness
the
in your
lowest-
methodology. It doesn't
Let's
actually
go
work
to
out in
the
a practical
I
sense.
asked the question already, and you don't want the real answer because you're scared of it.
You're a polygamist, textbook definition. Just acknowledge the truth. It's not good
Right.
for the goose.
Right. I don't need to
It may be for the
acknowledge
gander,
your
but
labels and
doesn't go both
condemnations.
ways.
That's for you, chimpanzees, not for I am that am.
Okay, well, I'm just glad we clarified where we're actually coming
No,
from
sir.
with these things.
No, sir. Let's go to pimping 101. The pimp only job is to show up and be him and provide understanding of whatever he sees and protection. Okay? The woman chooses to stay or go. So I don't even need to be involved in the process of just being anything other than the best version of me and provide an experience and protection. She's going to decide to stay or go. They always do, whether you know it or not. The women have the power, dummy.
Yeah, you could only hope that they would be honest. They'd say, I'm going to leave. and we
But what
feel
difference
right
does it
about their
make?
intentions.
Even if they are or
None
aren't,
of
they're
you
gonna do what they're gonna
chimpanzees,
do.
I've done this before. Where it's in the book already.
Because if
None
they're
of
honest,
you
they're honorable.
chimpanzees ever
So
leave
they've
a
actually
woman.
shown
They're
some
always the
integrity
ones who
in their
eventually
decision
leave.
making. So if you saw them walking down the street, at least you could have still respect for them as a human.
This is such bullshit.
Right?
I'm so tired
Isn't that
of
what it
your
comes down
whole
to? Is making
personality
an honorable decision.
because you can't figure out yourself
It's
in
about
life.
honesty and communication.
But they're still
Why?
gonna
Because you
do
need
what they
that
want.
because your insecure ego. You need to know what
Right.
a woman's going to do to validate or
You're just
invalidate you
articulating what
and your
a
lifestyle.
functional,
I don't
healthy
need that.
relationship looks
I
like.
don't know what other women that I deal with do when I'm not
'Cause when
around,
you throw
and I
out
don't
things
care
that, you know,
'cause
don't
it
actually work
doesn't
in a practical
concern
sense,
me.
people might challenge you
Overbearing,
on them and
overly involved,
say, hey, how does that
egoic,
actually work if
insecure,
we
and
really try
pansy.
to, you know, put that into function?
Dick, it actually works
These things have been going
when
on
you
for
be.
eons, right? That's why people
Argue with
form
you over
polygamous
nothing, never really
communities
make
and
any points of understanding,
go about
and
it
have
in
a
that
grin on my
fashion.
face because I know I'm wrong and I feel like a fool, but I'm going to
What am I
continue.
wrong about?
Let's get ready to rumble!
I have cleared the confusion about where you stand with this stuff. It's not polyamorous. It's not one
So why, if you've cleared the
unilateral
confusion,
set of
why do you keep
principles that work
repeating
for
it and
everybody.
cycling it and defending your position? You've clarified it. You've said it. You've left. Come back to do it again, and you're not going to let it go because you're not
Because I
triggered.
thought it was a
You
good
just
opportunity to
clarified the
illustrate
position of a
what
label
we
you're
were
going to
talking
put on
about.
me. Great
I
job,
thought
Dick.
having the
Does that
female in
work
the
with
room
your
was a good
women and
opportunity
children?
to illustrate
We talked, honey.
exactly
You
what
told
we were
me who
talking
you
about.
were, and now
How would
I've
it work in a
clarified
practical
you're a
sense? It
whore.
wouldn't.
Right. Great job.
Point is
Why?
made.
Great job.
Why?
You're a great communicator. Clearly, you have a lot of understanding and are able to articulate that in a way where it all feels understood and included rather than divided and misunderstood and egoic. So great
Well, isn't
job,
that the
Dick.
point of communication?
You
is to clear
obviously
up the
understand how
confusion
men and women work and who they
and to
are,
actually,
clearly.
you know,
Like
get
when you
to-
said to me, what happens when a woman wants to go around town fucking everybody? As if you don't project that as a man, that's what you would do. Women don't do that typically because they're not the same creature as us, but you still can't figure that out. That we
That's
don't
what
behave
Dick. You
the
won't.
same.
You won't accept that. Women are not the same as us. They
They're not
don't
supposed to
do
be.
that.
They're
He
complementary.
doesn't get that.
Women don't
He
cheat.
doesn't get that. Women do not cheat when they are with a man that they love, respect, would die for, because that man would die for them. Like they don't do that. They don't want to. It's
Let's
biological,
put on the
emotional,
spiritual vision
mental.
goggles. Timmy,
It's
these are the spiritual
everything.
vision goggles. Let's put them on the
I get what
chimpanzee
you're
so we can
saying.
see
That-
beyond the forms and the labels. Let's
that-
tune
that
in.
doesn't-
Can
that
we
doesn't
see in
clarify
there?
anything, though. I mean, what
What?
that doesn't clarify anything. I get what you're saying, but what does that?
He's
clarify?
not clarified enough. He can't feel it. He can see it.
They don't.
He can
They don't do.
intellectualize it, but he can't feel it because he has no
Dick, you're-
heart-based care and spiritual vision goggles.
Where
Dick, forget the label for a second. Dick, forget the label. You are presuming.
I don't have anything.
Dick, you're presuming a situation that doesn't come
I
up.
understand. I don't understand, but I
Sure
understand.
it does. Of course
Here's
it does.
why I'm
If
going to
the woman
defend my
was
position
honest
and everything I live
about
and
her
do that I don't
intention,
understand.
and she found you to be dishonorable, and that you didn't
Just like he
warrant
did with
her
eating
respect
meat. He did
or
the
her
same thing with
genuine,
meat
authentic
eating. He does the same thing with
compassion,
everything. This is why the women can't talk to
empathy,
him.
whatever it is that would
Because you
drive her to
refuse to
even want to
achieve
keep
an adequate
the
understanding in the
relationship
middle of
hanging
how
on
life
in some
works.
Klingon
Dude,
fucking way.
you don't have control.
I'm gonna go because you're
Let's
a loser,
clarify
dude,
again.
and I don't want anything
We've
to do
already
with you.
clarified, but we're
Great. She was
clarifying
honorable
again.
that she didn't go out and
But dude, you don't have control, Dick. You don't have control over her like inner space. You only have control of how you show up with her, like during the time that you're with her. So what difference does it make if she's gonna tell you about it or not? If you're doing what you're supposed to do, she's gonna wanna be around with you. So that's all you can control anyway. So like, what don't you understand about this concept?
You can't clarify.
I do understand that. There's no.
So what's the
confusion.
issue then?
He can't
What's
make
the
it
issue?
part of his heart-based being.
polyamory.
That's the thing.
Who cares about the
Timmy.
fucking label, dude? Why do you care about this
Timmy,
label?
there's a heart clock, Timmy.
That it's good for the
He
goose
can't-
and good for the
he can
gander. It's
intellectualize
unilateral.
it,
Goes both
but he
ways.
can't make it part of his beingness.
Listen,
It
Paul
doesn't
said
go
on
both
here
ways,
just
though.
earlier.
Just
that
like he can't with
you-
meat eating. He does the same thing.
said
He
on
says,
here
I'm
earlier
overly righteous while he's
that
being
I
self-righteous about something
throw away
that's
the
wrong
relationship
behavior. So he
because
can't
the
make it
woman
part
wanted
of his
to
heart-based
experience
care,
something else.
core understanding and value
Which
system
was
because
actual
he's got a heart
hypocrisy,
block.
because
He
he
can
also had said
intellectualize
previously
like a chimpanzee.
and he said
right?
it was
He
just
can
for
see and think,
illustrating
and
in those
it leaves
particular
his head,
circumstances.
but he can't make it
that he
part of
would
his
not
spiritual
deal with the broad,
heart-based
that he was
Christ
a goofy
being.
broad,
He's
and that she would
centered.
have to
He's not
hopefully
self-centered.
have a,
He's
pick the guy
not
that had the
centered in
resources to
truest
take
self.
care of her,
He's all
because he
in his
wouldn't-
own
He wouldn't
head.
want anything to do with her
Timmy,
anymore. So do you see? It's
he's
just
all
a
in his own
hypocrisy, it's a
head,
contradiction.
Timmy.
And
He
I'm just
can't
pointing
get
that
into
out.
the
You know, it does- in a
heart-based
practical
there,
sense, it
flowing,
doesn't
fluid,
actually work
dynamic, understanding,
the way that he's trying to promote
receptive,
it.
perceptive. He can't get there. So he'll just keep babbling and yammering and defending his
I
position
was
like a
answering what Timmy
chimpanzee.
was
And
was
thinking
inquiring
that because
about.
he does it calm, that we don't know he wants to get triggered and yell and go to war to defend his bullshit position. And we know that that's in him because he's used to killing to survive. So he has a pattern of survival behavior, survival consciousness. He lives from a fear space of survival. That's why he can't thrive, because you have to be in a heart-based care center of true values to thrive. So he will survive. He'll achieve mediocre successes in some places, but never really thrive because he can't internalize it. He
Because
can
I can
intellectualize
communicate what
it,
it
but can't
actually looks
internalize.
like in a practical sense, and I don't sit there and just live in illusion and falsehoods. But I can
That's
actually
exactly
break
what you're
down
doing. That's
what we're
exactly
talking
what you're
about,
doing.
so
You're
that
living in
people can actually
illusion and
grow from it and
falsehood.
learn and see.
You're
how
living
does
in
this actually
illusion and
work in my life?
falsehood,
Like, if I
but
tried
because
to
you
embark
feel
on what
something about
Paul
it
is
or don't
proposing,
feel at
and I
all,
wanted to
you
live the
can't
way he's
conceptualize
saying,
it and make it
that would
real
be
and
the most
actualize it.
genuine,
Exactly what you're doing.
authenticity behind how I could make my decisions.
Just let him babble
then I
and
would,
cycle and
I
spin
would
and
have to
defend.
at least try to break that down and say, how would that look?
Yeah, you wouldn't even listen for 5
How would that look?
seconds.
Well, I'm
You know what I
challenging
love
you're
about
proposing,
chimpanzees?
and
You
you're
know what I
triggered
love
by it.
about
You
egoic
don't like the
chimpanzees?
fact that I'm
Is
just
a woman
asking
just
honest
came up
questions
here
about
and
how
had
that
a
would
whole
work in
back and
practical
forth
sense.
energetic exchange, and you
Too
didn't
much
feel
for you to
any of
take
it.
on.
You
You're
probably
not
got
willing to
triggered
sit there
and
and have an
insecure of
honest
anything. You
conversation
didn't
about
feel
it.
the true love and care. You
I
didn't
had
see
to
the
sit there and ask
leadership
the
leading her
question
where
a
she
million
needed to
different
go, not where
ways
she was
so that I
going
could
and where
get
I maybe
to a
wanted to go,
conclusion,
which is the
which is
bedroom
that
for everybody
it's not
according to
good for
them.
the
Right?
goose and
So
the
nobody
gander if the
sees that over and
one-sided
over,
scenario.
happen over and over the
Woman is
same
gonna
way.
be
And he'll sit in
under
therapy
your
just like this.
decree
I'll
as far
talk
as
to his
how it
wife.
goes.
I'll have the
If
same
she wanted to
interaction.
explore
She'll
this
want to
stuff,
fuck
that
me
wouldn't be
after she
appropriate,
loves me almost
because,
instantly.
of course,
And
no
he'll be
woman,
cycling,
no honest
looking
woman
up,
would ever
asking
want to be with a
questions,
different
defending
man
his
and have
position,
that fantasy,
ignoring the
right?
obvious because he
And so
can't
if
feel
she did find a
properly.
different man
They
and he
can't
was afraid of
perceive
stature,
properly.
then of
They're
course
not reading the
she
room
has
and other
no
people's energy
obligation to
properly.
you
They
to
have no
maintain the commitments
self-awareness.
she's
And
made.
this is
You can
great
just go off and
entertainment,
explore whatever the
great
fuck she
content.
wants
There's a
and
lot of
go
value for a lot
have,
of
you know, her
women out
sexual
there.
fantasies fulfilled because
Because
that's just honest.
Snafu and Dick
And
and
that's
all
how
the
shit
rest
works in
won't
real life. We'll
listen to
just fucking
women.
blow
Jesus
They
smoke
Christ,
up
won't
guys.
feel
everybody's ass
into a
and
woman.
act like
They
this
won't
shit
connect
works.
with the woman.
In
They won't
reality, when we're
understand
not
the
a living
woman.
example
And they
of
can
that,
only
we're not
provide
doing that. We're
things
telling
for a
everybody
woman.
else
They can't
how
provide
families
a
and
true
relationships work
experience
and
for a
communities work,
woman and with
but
a
we don't
woman.
have a working example of that. So we're just going to blow
So you
smoke
were
up
just talking to
people's
talk
ass
over
and
me
act like
because you're
we're
a triggered
the
little bitch
authorized
who can't figure yourself out in life,
authority in
don't
everybody's
understand
relationships and
women,
how a
and want to
healthy
take power over the
set of
situation.
dynamics
And
would
that's
work
what you'll
out
do with your women and
socially
children.
within
And
the
that's why
family
they don't
network.
respect you, because you can't achieve an understanding with adequate words and articulation. So you want to play games because you're an egoic chimpanzee. And you laugh and giggle because you know it's true, whooping delight. But you're not fooling anyone, Dick. And that's why can you shut him up, OTW,
You
so I can
you
finish my thought? Because he's
obfuscated
just going to try to
and
talk
you
over me
avoided
to stop
answering my
him from
question
being seen for who he
multiple
is
times.
completely.
So I
Right?
cornered
Because
you
I
on
love
it. I
Dick,
got
but I
the
see him for
answer.
who he is completely like
Thank you
everyone. And he
for
doesn't
clarifying where
think
you
that I
stand on
see it
these
and know it,
things.
even though he shows it over and
Paul is
over.
a polygamist.
So it's the same way he won't come on panel lately, but goes everywhere else because he's a triggered little bitch. And in his feelings, he can't get past that I've spoke my mind and stood on it, which should be the most respectable thing a man
Likewise.
can do,
Hey, we
is
have that
not
in
be
common,
fake
don't we?
and not pretend to be calm and not pretend to not be triggered like he constantly does.
That's
And
why
we've
we have
seen him
common
come out
ground.
once in a
That's why
while.
I have
He'll
respect
come
for
right
you.
out
You
when he
do
gets
speak your
really
mind.
down to it, when he can't run.
At
Right?
least
When
you
he
are
sticks
willing
around
to
and
deal
doesn't
with the
run, he'll
confrontation and have
freak
the
out and start
conversation.
screaming
That's
and
a good
yelling.
thing.
Yeah,
And
hey, is that
right?
if you had such
So
a great
just like
point, why
Rap
did you talk
Talcott
over
and
him
all the
for like
rest.
20 minutes? Your points are so great that you had to talk over him so he
Oh,
couldn't make a
another
point.
triggered? Are you
No,
talking
I'm
about
not
me?
triggered at all. I just think it's silly that people follow your bullshit when you're
Right,
sitting here
so
talking
just
over
like you
someone
tried to use
so they
me,
can't even make a
you're using
point.
Talcott
Nobody
now.
tried to
And
use
you've been a
you.
triggered bitch since day one because you hate your life, you hate your marriage, you hate
Blah,
your wife. She
blah.
hates you, and she
Projecting
hates
here,
me
Pauline.
because I speak truth
Projection
that
from the
either of you
trailer
doesn't want to
park.
look at and can't deal with because you're too triggered hoes. So just break bad again, Moose, like you did the first time.
It's
You're
not about
crying and
Breaking
whining
Bad.
in
It's
front of me
about how
and you
you're
realize
embarrassing
it
yourself
doesn't
and
matter
you're
now because
totally
you're a
being a
hoe and you're
hypocrite
triggered.
by not
So
letting
go
somebody
ahead and
else
break
talk
bad again because it's
to
already been
make their
obvious
point.
you're breaking bad again. That's why you went over to Talcott. It's always a subliminal ego trip with you.
Not
You're a
even. You're just
manipulative
playing
douchebag,
games, and
and that's
it's
why
pretty
your wife
sad
doesn't respect
because
you.
Dick had a
That's why
point,
she
and you
hates
wouldn't let him
me
make his
because I'm
point because your
so
point
respectful.
wasn't
She
stronger than
can't
his.
avoid the truth
So
that I
you talked
speak.
over
And neither
him
can you.
until he finally
So
just turned his
have
camera off
fun, Mike
because you were
Casino.
like, "Hey,
Have
I'm not going to
fun, Mike
listen
We're
to
all
you."
raising our
Casino,
hand. We're
Howard.
all raising our hand. Like Paul. Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
Can I'm new here. I'm new here. I'm new to this channel a little bit and stuff, and I love everything that I see on here. But my man, you are definitely articulating your words wrong. You are spreading out your feelings very extended. You're not letting anybody speak, and you are speaking over every time somebody talks. Now, the way to conduct yourself is to shorten your words, get your expression out, and let somebody respond.
Okay, could you show me an example?
The show is turning to a mess when I came in and the show was a mess when all I hear is
Really?
you talking
Because
and
I
not
thought
giving
that
anybody
I
a
was
response.
under the
See,
impression
there
that
we
I
go.
was
There
the
we go. See,
reason
you
that
just
there was a
interrupted
lot
me.
more viewers lately because
Points.
I had started coming over here to support OTW.
Point
And
proven.
I thought he had said
Point
that.
proven.
Was I wrong on
Point
that? Is that
proven.
ego, OTW? Did you say that? Am I misunderstanding that? Or
Point proven that
I
you
don't know your
can't stop
viewers. I haven't
interrupting
watched
people.
you.
I was
I
muted
like
there, but
you, and
I'm
yeah, I
going to say
respect
that we
you,
have
and I'm just clarifying.
108 people watching right now. I mean, I'm going to have to agree
What
with
are your
Paul
usual numbers,
by
sir?
saying, yeah.
What are your usual numbers, sir?
Between 40 and 50, sir.
Right. So, and that's at best, I think, and I'm going to just be real with it, right? It's, I think at best, on his best day, 40 to 50. So we've doubled that and on the way to triple. Would you like to tell me more about how I'm ruining the show, dummy?
You're ruining the rapport. Nobody's talking about numbers.
Oh, Moby here thinks I'm ruining the rapport, and he took 5 fucking seconds to think it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The rapport, right out of your feelers. I don't give a fuck what you feel about the rapport here. And when you came up to talk about the rapport, you should have talked about the rapport and how it felt, not me ruining the show for the viewers who are all here because of me at this point. Thank you, sir, for your input.
I think there was a lot of people watching before you got here, and they just and a
Right,
lot of
they're here
people
for
woke
you,
up after.
Moose. They're here for you in Talcott, Moose, because you're going places like you and your wife.
You mad,
You're going
buddy?
places in life.
It's all right.
See, here's one thing: is a lot of people on YouTube like conflict. So when they hear something, they're like, "Hey, somebody's conflicting over on OTW's channel." A lot of people are going to come over here and try to figure out what's going on. But once the rapport gets calmer, you know the viewers will go down. That's how YouTube works. Paul
That's
clearly
how
knows.
YouTube works.
Paul clearly
It's
knows
all
how.
about thumbs up and comments, so we shouldn't be
Anyways,
authentically
OTW,
ourselves.
this is an
We should play
example
to
of
the
why I
crowd and
won't
the
come back to
algorithm,
your show,
because we're
because
inauthentic
you allow
corporate
this kind of
males with yin
bullshit
yang
to
false
continue,
spiritual
and it
symbols behind
ruins
us
the
that we don't
broadcast
live.
continually.
Hey, OTW,
Just like
I'm jealous
Snafu in
and
the
envious.
chat.
Sorry,
That's why I
but it
went to
doesn't
compete
ruin the
with Paul, but
No,
broadcast.
it's
no, I
all
didn't.
right. It's all
It
right. You
doesn't.
don't do what's
Tell you
right.
how to
You do
run the
what's expected
broadcast,
of you.
even though I
There's
can't run my
right
own
and what's
chat.
expected of you, and I do what's right. So I'm taking
Right,
off.
it's what's right, what's expected, blah, blah, blah. Bye, bitch.
All right, see you around, Moose.
It's dab time.
Yeah.
I have nothing against
No
Moose,
dab.
guys. Moose is a guy. I understand why he says I don't do what's right. I just do what I feel like I want to
Freedom of
do,
speech.
and I don't
Freedom of speech
cause
is
any loss,
accepted.
injury, or harm to
Freedom of
anybody.
speech.
So that's the whole point. This is the point of this channel. I mean, when I bring information
Absolutely,
or
OT.
fucking
Absolutely.
broadcast any sort of topic, I want it to be a free speech platform where
fucking
everybody
12.
gets a chance to fucking express their
What's wrong
opinions,
with this guy?
whether it be Paul, whether it be Freedom, any of you guys, including myself. I think we all have a chance to say what we want to say, and that's that. I mean, we can all censor ourselves, being intelligent, whether or not we're talking about sensitive subjects. But besides that matter, I mean, I think it's completely ridiculous to want to censor anybody or throw anybody off a channel or a panel when somebody wants to say something. Obviously, it's a little bit boring when you have 2 or 3 people screaming at each other at the same time. But we try to work our way through that and eventually end up having a decent conversation where we're having a decent exchange of information. And that's that. All right. So that being said, much love to everybody. We have 105 people watching right now. Make sure to hit that like button, share this out, and yeah, exactly. Leave a comment,
Back. Shout out
hit
to
the
the
fucking bell,
105.
All right. So your thoughts, panel. Thank you for being here, everyone. An epic panel again, once again this week. And I'm going to thank Paul personally. Thank you, sir, for being here. It's been the second time, and I appreciate you bringing this amount of viewers to the Grand Rising show number 16. Much appreciated, and I'm very grateful. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for
Let me
coming up
just
over here.
respond,
'cause-
Dark Knight,
my
please.
bad.
I just want to respond, OTW. I appreciate you, sir, and I appreciate your unshakable and unwavering commitment to bettering yourself in some way. And when you decided to take a cue from what we have been talking about and give your own version of that, I said, okay, well, that's somebody who I will entertain working with and co-creating with. So, I'm going to bring me and my guerrilla presentment, and I'm going to light the place up and hold everybody accountable and, bring some energy and some heat. So if you appreciate that, I appreciate you, and we can move forward. Thank you, sir, for allowing me to be here.
All right.
Well,
excellent.
I will say I do
So, now
appreciate
that
you
we,
both. I appreciate you both.
Go ahead.
Just for the experience that's been going on. Because like I said earlier, I've been getting triggered at a lot of points during the monogamy talk, but I was able to work through it. And like I said, I appreciate you, Paul and Dick, for the back and forth, even though y'all be talking over each other at the same time. It's hilarious. It's entertaining and it's valuable at the same time. So again, salutes to y'all. I yield.
Awesome. And you know what I commend is the fact that we are able to collaborate together now, especially the rocky start that we had, you and I, Paul. So, that's another thing that I never thought one day that we'd be actually on the same panel working together and collaborating to, spread
Mr. OTW News.
information. And
this
what,
is war,
sir?
Mr. OTW News. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I can't believe this is what I mean. Like, I find that the females, take to this stuff rather quickly, even if they're the most triggered up front. Snafu Snaps has been here 6 months, like a lot of these chimpanzees, and still can't or won't get it. Right? He thinks I should take time to listen to others, and maybe it'll help my journey. Why would I want to take time to listen to folks on my journey who are on their journey when I don't want to look like them, live like them, be like them, sound like them, present like them, entertain like them, get the results they have? Why would I do that? That'd be foolish.
Those who are built for success don't entertain themselves with the entertainment of clowns.
Let's move on.
I've never heard that before, but
I just made it up myself.
Well,
right, we can tell, sir. Let's move on.
You're here. Why
we
then?
make a lot of profound stuff regularly.
And you're here for what then?
Me?
Yeah.
Because I had some common friends that had come up in here, and there had been common discussions. So
Successful people don't follow around common friends, in case you didn't know.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm not
They
welcome.
do what the fuck they want when it needs to
I'll
be done, or
leave it.
when
I'm
they want to
not
do it
welcome
for a reason they have. Simple.
I'm sorry. I'm not
the
welcome.
wise man is neither moved by praise nor blame.
Right. Cleveland's picking up on a lot of game. I see
apologize
social
for being a
media,
human
reading the
being.
Dow.
I apologize for being a human being and trying to connect with people I thought were like.
Yes, a human being. The old appeal to emotion in the audience. I'm the real human being here. It's not that you lack understanding of self and an adequate presentment to achieve a commanding of respect. No, that's not it. You're just a real human, and I'm not, of course.
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. I think I have to respond to a comment that I just seen here. It's because you see people in chat there. You guys aren't aware that the other panelists that are up here are restreaming the stream. All right. So I get the full amount here on the screen of everybody, restreaming and how many people are watching on each restream. So I see on my channel, there's 44 people. On Moose's channel, there are 3 people. We got Pineal Power, who has 1 person. And we
Moose's
have
friends and
Mr.
family
Chocolate
watching.
Instruction
Pineal
motivates
Power's
people
mother
has-
watching.
Excuse me?
Moose's friends and family are watching, all 3 of them on his side. Pineal Power's mother's watching on his side. And then how many on my side?
Me watching on Moose's channel right now.
Hey, I had 12
now
people watching
Freedom is
before you went
joining on
live.
the fun
So
now. Freedom has decided to restream now. So you see, this is I have people is saying in chat well, don't lie, OTW. You only have 44 people watching. Duh, I know that, because if you're only watching on YouTube, you don't see all the other people restreaming. So
look at Moose down there. He goes, there were 11. so now it doesn't even matter how many people really are watching if you believe in, better yet, know who and what you are and what you're here to do, but you don't. So you care so much about numbers that you're going to compete and go, it's not 3, it's 11. It was right. So even all 11 people who whittled themselves down to 3, you lost 4/5 of your audience because they hate you and only showed up to see if you would embarrass yourself. Good job.
All right. So you know what, guys? We're going to go on to the next segment of the show. I hope, get ready, Paul. Everybody buckle up. This is
let's get ready to rumble.
He thinks I'm hating. Hating happens when you're in a power position and a player hater can't get to the position you're at. Hating with me goes one way.
You just made the most
down to
dumbest
up.
comment. You said you don't.
Down to up.
No, you said
I'm
you
at
don't
the
listen
top
to people's
position. The hate
opinions.
goes down to
You
up,
don't
right?
listen to anyone
I
but
care and
yourself,
attention and
Paul.
presence and
You
awareness
don't.
and
You
entertainment
said you don't
understanding
take
goes
anyone's
downward.
opinions,
It's
even if
downward
they're wrong opinions,
hate
Paul.
flows
You don't
up.
think we learn?
Love
We
flows
learn from
down. It
others,
just doesn't look
Paul.
and feel like
Does
we used
everyone
to.
just learn from
Daddy's
Paul?
love.
Is it just
Daddy's
Paul we
love.
learn from? Paul is the all God knowing.
Man, go the
Or do we
wrong
learn
way.
from others, even if others are wrong?
Go, granny
Nah,
panty
bro, I
wearing.
learned
I
from
hate women because I
everyone.
can't love women because they
Everyone
don't
has
love
a
me
truth,
because I'm
yo.
not
Not
love
Paul's
able.
truth,
Because
yo.
I'm an
Not
angry
just
chimpanzee
Paul.
who doesn't know
Not
himself.
Paul is God.
Because I'm
Not
extremely
Paul's gonna tell me
unsuccessful in
who
every
the
area of
fuck
my
I'm
life.
gonna be in a
Because I'm
relationship
incompetent,
with.
incompetent,
What
and don't
the
apply
fuck, Paul?
myself.
That's some selfish
Oh
ass
my
shit
God,
right there,
I'm gonna
bro.
cycle now.
Selfish as fuck, Paul.
The dreamboat is docked,
Selfish
ladies.
as fuck.
Snafu
You
snap.
don't listen to
Anybody
others
want to go?
because you
Any
don't.
ladies
You
want
have
to
no
go with
respect
Snafu
for
snap?
others. You don't
Snafu
listen
snaps
to
is here
others
now, ladies. You
because
want to go
you
take
are
a
in
walk
your
with them?
own mind, Paul.
Snafu
I
snaps
learn
got
from
rejected by an
everyone,
obese
even if
drunk
they're
woman out on
wrong,
the street in
Paul.
front of O'Shea.
That's where your
Played a
problem
video
is.
of you and
You
O'Shea
have it in your
macking
head.
on
You can't
women like
learn
you
from
tried to
anyone
ego
else.
trip. You go watch
You
this.
could always
And you
learn
got
from people,
rejected by a
even
drunk
if they're
obese
wrong,
woman
Paul.
who laughed at
Even if
you and
they're
walked
wrong,
off.
Paul. For you to sit there and just say, fuck all these people, I'm the godliest fucker in the world.
What you talking about, Lou?
Trigger.
God of all media.
Real.
He ain't no god of all media, Rob Cleveland. Give me a break.
He's the God of all media.
Well, that shows me how much you would cult up with him then.
Are you crying right now?
Well, I've started 5 channels
No,
that got
I ain't crying.
200
I
viewers,
feel it's
mostly the
funny that
same
Paul.
reason
I
as
think
you,
it's
to
funny
watch
he says
me
he takes
fail.
no opinions from others. We all learn from each other's. We all learn from even bad opinions.
I haven't learned a
How do you
motherfucking
think
thing
how
from
do
you,
you think people
Snafu.
create?
Right.
How do you think they prepare? They take
I've
the
bettered
bait.
my life in multiple ways since watching Paul. I
I
haven't
never
learned a
said he
damn thing
hasn't,
from you,
Rob. The
Snafu.
fucking you're gonna suck dick and someone helps you a
Watch
little.
your eyes.
What the fuck,
Can I have
man?
just 1 second
Yeah,
here?
sucking
I
dick
watch
Can I
your
have
body
because
language.
he's helping
I
you.
watch
Can I have just a
What the
brief,
fuck, man?
and
just
I
a
know
brief
who the
comment?
haters are. I know
Just a
who
brief
they
comment?
are by their damn body language. You don't get it. I'm on
Just
you
a
Yeah, I
brief.
from
don't
day
get it.
one.
Why you're so egotistical at times, and
I'm
then you're
on
so
you
right
from
at times.
day
You,
one.
Paul, need to listen to people, and maybe it'll help
I
your
don't
journey.
need to listen to a dumb
It will
slave
help
like
you,
you who
Paul.
can't
If
show
you
me
start
anything.
listening to others,
I
it's going to
don't
help
need
you
to
more than
listen
you
to
ever
a dumb
understand.
slave like you
Maybe
who
that's
can't
a
show
lesson
me a
that Paul needs
motherfucking
to
thing in his
learn.
life.
Maybe Paul has a
Don't need to
lesson he
listen.
needs to learn because it
Don't
will
need
help
to listen.
you
You
in
need
the
to listen
future,
to somebody who
Paul.
has
Can I
It'll
make a
help
brief?
you
Can I make a brief
to be
comment
more
here, real quick?
successful in the God of all media.
Can I make a brief comment here, real quick? Because I'm surprised that nobody understands the term cult yet. You keep using it as if though it's a derogatory term, yet you don't realize it means homage, means to return to where you came from.
Where's
So
the
gather
Kool-Aid
up
table
where
at?
you came from and keep using the term cult as if though it's a derogatory term, when in fact you don't even know what you're saying.
That's interesting. All I'm saying, Paul, is you would learn from others if you listen too. It's not a bad thing to
You think
listen.
that I don't listen to others. The majority of what I speak here, I correlate with stuff written by other people with my own experience. I listen to plenty great motherfuckers. I don't listen to loser low lives who can't see themselves. It's that simple. Don't you get? I see you. You don't see yourself. You lack self-awareness.
Paul, remember,
me
you're
that I need to
the
be like
God of
you.
relationships. The guy would
I
never
don't
take
need to
love
listen
advice
to
from someone like
you
you.
because I don't want
Let's
to
just put
be
that
like
out there.
you. The
Let's just
same
put that
reason
out
women
there.
and children won't listen to you, because women and children typically are only going to listen to someone they want to be with or be like. Dummy.
That is a statistical psychological fact, by the way.
All I know, Paul, is you would benefit listening to people, whether you agree with them or not. It's something you need to work on.
I don't listen. I just don't give you any credit because you're
No, I mean,
non-credible.
like when Dick was
I
talking,
listen
you
to
wouldn't let him
everything. That's
talk.
how I can
When Dick
respond
was
in
talking,
kind.
you
If I
would
wasn't
not let him
listening,
talk.
I wouldn't be
There's a
able
lot
to
of non-credible
respond
niggas,
so
bro.
quickly. My
There
listening
is
skills are off
two
the
ways of
charts.
listening.
Yours aren't.
Right, there is two
Okay,
ways of
yes,
listening. You
so
can
much.
hear everything. You can hear everything. You can listen to what you want. He's right.
Hey,
You can listen certain ways. He is
and
right.
Also, for me, coming from the same perspective,
That's what he does here, sir.
I have a hard time listening to somebody that starts out lying. Why would I want to listen to the rest of it? To me, when you speak trouble, that's lying.
Like our governments.
Yes.
Paul, I really think you should start raising your own chickens instead of harming all those poor little harmless field animals that are killing all the big game and
like the vegans.
Yeah.
Fuck
Here we go again.
That's what I
Nick's
want to
gonna
change
cycle
about
on the
Paul.
one thing he's damn sure of. This is what all the chimpanzees do.
Otherwise, I
Let's
like
go
Paul.
through this
Everything
big
else
brain
is
of mine and pick one thing I'm damn sure of, and usually they're wrong there too.
That's
so
my
this is
one
the
bone
ego
to pick.
game. We'll do it all day, every day.
That's my one bone to pick with Paul.
Right. And you're wrong there too, but that's okay. You have a habit of being wrong in many places in your life and not
Otherwise,
looking
I
at it.
just
That's
wish
why
you
you're all
joy
so
and success.
unsuccessful in everything.
No wonder why he's so angry. He must be a vegan. Makes sense.
Yeah, I'd say that monogamy thing was the only bone I had to pick with Paul.
It's not because I'm so
it's
loving and caring that I don't kill and do harm and cause loss and injury and don't lie anywhere in my life to women or children or anyone or myself. It's because I'm so damn angry. Oh man, I'm so angry today. I'm gonna not cause loss, injury, and harm. I'm gonna really connect to women and children. I'm gonna really listen to them and try to understand them. I'm so fucking angry. No, I think a lot of other people here are
You're
really
angry up here.
angry, but they're just got it all together, they think, and real passive aggressive.
No, he just lets his anger out on YouTube. Just let your anger out on YouTube. I see.
Right.
Man, that gets us done.
What you talking about, Lou?
You know, Paul, I think if you came in with a costume, these people might take it a little better, you know?
Right.
That's what I'm finding in the last couple days
listen
alone.
to someone dressed up as something because it just kind of brings their guard down. Ooh, that's someone who's like important.
So you got a mask. They're used to talking to people with a mask.
Right.
See? So you got to give them the comfort zone.
You got the Green Lantern thing going.
Yeah, they're comfortable with stupidity and bondage, right? Codependency, attachment, addiction. If I just came to them with any form of like how I know their brain works, they'd accept it. But I don't manipulate. Their masters do, but they won't listen to me. They'll listen to them because they know how their brain works like I do, and they know how to manipulate it. And they're willing to. Right? I'm not.
Bingo.
Yeah, and see, a lot of the manipulation is psychological, right? So
All of the
think about it.
manipulation is psychological. All of it is.
Well, no, you've got manual manipulation where you physically control it. But
Yeah,
most of it is psychological because that is the first tactical point is to get into somebody's fucking head. Guess what? They start doing it when you're 4 fucking years old and send you off to preschool.
All right, speaking of animals, I got a short story for Dick, and I'll see if you can get the point. This look at this beautiful cat right here. Dick, can you see it? This little baby appeared to me and the wife about 6 months ago. It just appeared.
On his pussy now. Okay.
Yeah. So this being appeared to us. It just like came into one of the areas of one of our properties, and like we weren't sure she couldn't get out, so we like opened the gate because like that would be the only way for her to get out. We thought she fell in. She didn't leave, and she just kind of hung out, and we fed her. So now, and she just followed us around. So we have her in our house now, and she can go at any time. Now, one day, like 4 weeks ago, she disappeared. And we kind of heard from the grapevine, basically by looking around, that she was taken, and somebody saw her get taken. And basically, we know, but we kind of can't say, or we know kind of who took her. And this person told us that when they tried to feed her good food in the cage that she was kept in, she wouldn't eat. So they had her for about 5 days. Okay? And so she was going to just not eat and die rather than like take food from the terrorists, essentially. Take food from the captor. So she would rather just die than continue to live in the cage from her. So long story short, they did give her back because basically we went around and I won't say how it really worked, what we did, but we got her back. And she don't really go near the edges anymore. But that's a story I just wanted to share with you and see if that might shed light on the whole monogamy situation.
Story done in the forms of pussy with some analogy towards how what is meant for you will come back to you, like the love goes out and then it comes back. A little bit of that in there as well.
A bit. It's more of, I took it as that this cat would rather die than be with in a cage.
No, that's not the point. Paul had said that if you have a situation where the woman did go, that I was the kind of guy who would let that relationship spoil because I couldn't get past my ego to let her go be with someone else. And I find that odd because I don't think that he embodies that and would do that. I think it's a contradiction and it's hypocrisy.
Right, I understand that part, and the story was to look at it from a different angle. That if you are what you got to be,
perspectives. I mean, I'm just putting in my 2 cents. I'm not a static being, so I can definitely get out of my ego and look at it from different views.
Just trying to share my beautiful story, man.
Yeah, this is a nice story. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really seem that way, Dick, when you're just constantly like talking, like while he was trying to talk as well.
Oh, so he has the autonomy to do that, but I can't do it myself, Rob. Paul can just sit there and fucking blab on endlessly, but if I join him in that pursuit and we harmonize together,
y'all both do that though.
We're just talking over
y'all
each other.
both do that though. That's the thing.
Yeah, the difference
So
is I'm usually
there has to be a middle ground.
The difference
But Rob,
is
why didn't you defend Dick instead of Paul?
the remix. The difference is, see, usually in a conversation when someone's fucking name is brought up by 2 or 3 people, you should give that person the time to answer, not pile on dummy who's autistic, borderline autistic, because you can't figure out a natural flow of power and energy.
So now your relationship doctor and the
whether it's
psychiatrist.
pussy power, whether it's conversational energy and power and informational, you can't figure out your proper place and position for the flow of energy to be achieved for everybody involved to get what we all want and need.
And to answer your question, hold on. I need to answer Snafu's question. Oh, let me answer Snafu's question. Let me answer Snafu's question.
That's why I yell most of my
Let me answer Snafu's question.
borderline autistic.
Plenty of times Paul is right. So
Let me answer Snafu's question.
I stand my ground.
Anyways, earlier, as I said, Snafu, I was more on Dick's side, but the reason why I said what I said is because Paul articulates he's as I see it, he's more right as you know, even though I'm more on Dick's side because that's what I've known most of my life, and I haven't had this perspective opened up to me in a way that's been clear and articulate.
Right.
And
so
that
when
makes
I'm
That's not a
speaking,
reason
lot
to
of
be on
times
my side either, because you know it has to be what resonates and what your true intention is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What you say resonates, but what Paul also says resonates with me as well. So that's what I'm saying.
Right, because you think
there
that
is some truth
resonate
there.
happens like automatically with just truth. It's called pimping and hoeing again. If you think like a dumb broken hoe and a cheap ass pimp comes up, you might resonate with him, right? Or maybe if you know what you need to know or you're willing to learn and you take it all in and then someone comes up and speaks the real game and the real truth to you, you really resonate. Okay? So we can't just use resonate as a catch-all term because when you speak the real, true, ultimate, eternal word on some level, you vibrate like a bell. That's why a lot of times I stop speaking and you hear dead fucking silence after one of those 20-minute rambles because everyone's too busy vibrating like a bell and want to know what's going on, right? So the difference between you rambling and me rambling is by the time I'm done, a lot of folks are aware I've said something meaningful, powerful, inspiring, and life-changing. You've done none of that.
So you don't
do we
think
want
Dick
to
had
have a
something
healthy
to say that could have been
competition of understanding
powerful,
where I have
inspiring, life-changing?
where I
You're
have
the
to
only
say,
one.
where I
you're the
have to
only
say,
one that
where
has
I have
powerful,
to say
inspiring
the uncomfortable
knowledge,
part
whether
out
or not we
loud, but the
resonate.
borderline
You're the only
autistic
one,
folks
right?
are just supposed to know
Interesting,
by their
Paul.
intuition. Thank
Interesting.
you, fat, inept
Interesting. The
slave
only
who I
one.
wouldn't want to be for
The
one
great and only
day.
one.
Thank you.
You could probably just shorten it up slightly, Paul. That's all.
Right. Why don't you tell me how to do a lifelong understanding as a student of life that I've come to, how to just fucking shorten it up a little bit? Why don't you be another one to help me whittle it all down with
Well,
your
if you would take
expert
that advice of
amalgamation?
listening,
Shut
maybe
the
it would
fuck
work.
up. Get the fat slave out of here. I'm sick of them.
Oh,
Everywhere
yeah,
he
you
goes,
want
the
censorship.
same
You
game.
want
He's
censorship,
going to
just
be
like
like
all of
Daddy,
them, huh?
but say
Yeah,
nothing. That means
see, when
nothing.
you get triggered,
And live
to the
nothing.
censor,
And have everyone
to the
come to his
barracks,
channel to watch it
to the
fail
fucking
again for the
chambers,
5th
right?
time.
Censorship, Paul.
Shut up, slave.
Yeah. I've noticed you've been begging censorship a lot more lately, too. I've been seeing the optics.
Optics high. In China. It's cute and funny till it's not. Then you're just an annoying
No,
child.
you just basically said everyone but you has
child,
no knowledge, no inspiration. Dick could have had something inspiring and knowledgeable for us to listen to too. Whether or not I get what Rob said. Rob, I understand what you just said. It makes sense why you, okay, I get that. I accept that. What I'm saying is you, Paul, when I said you don't listen, you just straight up said Dick is the lower. Like whatever I say is going to surpass anything he says. That's bullshit.
I said my percentages. I said my percentages are better than yours. I don't give a fuck how you're triggered. That's the way I see it. He said the same thing. It's a genuine experience. Are you going to get mad at him for having a genuine experience? His experience is the same as mine. Is it wrong because my experience is the same as his, but it's coming from me speaking while he's having it? It's called self-awareness, dummy. You don't have it.
Kind of like you don't have respect for many people. You don't listen.
I don't need to respect you. You didn't listen,
So what?
fat slave. I've told you many times. I have
Well, and you
unconditional
wonder why
love.
people question.
You didn't listen.
You wonder why people
Clean
say,
your
"What is
ears
the real
out.
deal with Paul? Is he
Clean
just
your
fucking
ears out.
gimmicky? Is he
Get out of
digging?
the
Is he
car. Walk
real?
around
Does he
your
actually
life.
care?
Get
Is he
some air
like,
and
or is
clean
he
your
just
ears out.
into himself?
Okay. I said
Interesting.
I have unconditional love and care. I have conditional.
Boy! Hey, boy! My man, boy! What's
Yo,
up,
ladies.
brother? What's
Dude.
up, my
What the
brother?
fuck?
I thought I had to interrupt
This
you.
Dutch fuck. Another Dutch
This
fucking loser.
fucking void bitch.
Ritual for each other.
Very
They're
obvious
bullies.
reasons. I
Fuck
had
European socialist fucking loser.
So
There
for
we
Shut the
very
fuck up,
obvious.
void bitch.
All right, I'm gonna go eat something. I haven't eaten
For,
yet. Today.
yeah. You really.
You're a dumb fucking Dane, dude. Shut the fuck
I know,
up,
dude.
man.
I know, dude. So for very obvious reasons, I had to interrupt this stream just by clicking the link. And see
Because
how
you're a
much
dumb fucking Dane, that's all.
Useless motherfucker.
Yeah. Yeah. I love it. It's very obvious.
What?
Let's get ready to rumble!
You got fucking something to say about fucking everybody, dude. Give me a fucking break. You got a fucking problem with everybody and everything. You're a fucking miserable European slave. You cynical fucking miserable cunt. Christ, everywhere this fucking guy goes, he's shitting on everybody, fighting with a stupid Dutch accent. Like your fucking people.
I got nowhere else to go!
Like your fucking people haven't been doing genocide and slavery for a fucking 1,000 years. Stupid fuck.
Did you see how this little soy boy lit up when that slave came on panel? That's how you know, like, the root of him, and he's got the spirit of his mama, because he kept hooting and hollering, boy, 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 like he was about to climax. It was fucking embarrassing.
I was just happy.
What you talking about, Lou?
Right? What you talking about, bro?
It was just
What you
cool to
talking
see
about?
somebody that I knew.
Yeah, I like to see it too, laced up. I mean, you look like a Jew like everybody else here, but at least
Right, go
I mean,
straight to Jew.
yeah,
Do you have one piece of merit? Do you have any pieces of merit about fucking anything?
Guys, because this cocksucker down here on the left side, left corner there, wants to talk about etymology and says it goes, yeah, it says El Perro goes back to Spanish.
No Jew here.
Spanish didn't come around until 700 years ago. And where I got it was from ancient Kemet, which was 4,000 years ago. So the dumbass thinks it means El Perro, it means the dog, and has not one conscious idea of what etymology actually means. You want to go back to origins. That's all origins, not just your fucking self-independent Spanish origins, because all men were created from the same source. So when you want to go to etymology, you go back to the very beginnings.
So can you just tell me what you actually mean?
No, because you're never going to understand it. You're not
Okay.
If you don't understand it, then fuck you, pussy.
So there's nothing that you mean to say, but you just want to shout. That's cool.
How's that? You want to understand that?
That's usually what dogs do, right? And you know what it is? The dogs that bark, they don't bite.
You got
Well,
something
are
to
a dumb
fucking
bitch,
add?
so
You
it
got some
is
fucking
apropos.
merit you want to bestow upon us or no?
You
If
are a
not, get
dumb
the
bitch,
fuck
boy,
out.
so
You
the
see,
slave
the
whistle
host
was
will mute
apropos.
me, but he won't mute anybody else, will he? You cocksucker!
What is this, man? Dude, I'm too
Yeah.
relaxed.
I mean, what happened yesterday, OTW?
I'm
the
actually
same
too
fucking shit.
relaxed to
You
hear
won't
his
mute him, but then when I start blowing the whistle, you want to mute me. You blasphemous
Well,
fuck.
it's not
This is
really
why I don't like you,
enjoyable to listen to.
cocksuckers.
It hurts
You
my
want to
ears,
pose that
Wizard.
you're not biased,
I've
yet you're
never ever
biased.
censored
Fuck you.
your words, sir.
Yeah, it's not
I've never
enjoyable to
censored
listen
your
to a
words,
bunch
sir.
of chimpanzees who have no lifestyle worth looking at, yet want to come up
All
here
right.
and contribute their opinion like anybody gives a fuck.
Yeah, I don't often agree with you, but for now I do. That's a reasonable statement there.
Yeah, and that's
Wizard,
why you should shut the fuck up. Because your opinion is fucking false.
Yeah, that's funny, dude. That's funny. I like it.
Yeah, everybody
Yeah.
else like
So,
it too
just
because
so you
they're
know,
in
Wizard,
agreement.
I've never
You
censored
dumb
your words,
fuck.
sir.
Why are you fucking with Wizard the Green Lantern, Voynich? Why are you fucking with him?
Oh, it's not just him, it's Patrick too. Patrick wants to sit there and let Voynich overspeak me. And then Voynich has the balls to say he's just going to overtalk me.
Dude, this is a
Fuck
bunch
you,
of
Will.
trash. Dude, I never.
Oh, you gotta be
All right, then shut the fuck up and get the fuck out, boy, bitch.
I
Damn.
never met so
What
much
do you
trash
want?
in my life because I live in a decent country. I never met so much.
Oh, tell us about that.
Can
You dumb
actually
fucking
let me
slave.
talk? No, you don't want to hear me talk. I can act. I
Not
don't
really.
have the ability to meet so much trash, in one point. So that's why I'm actually joining this whole stream. But if you want to oppose that, that's okay because that's only more trash. Wow, dude, I think that's the best feature that you have there. I love it. Great
You
music.
want to ruin a conversation and say
that
you're going to
sounds like
over
the.
that? Go
That
ahead,
sounds like.
over it.
Do you always
That's
do
the kind
this,
of
or do you
disrespect you
just
fucking
is this
ask
just-
for when
is
you
this
sit there and
just-
fucking run your goddamn mouth and babble all fucking day.
That sounded like the alien from Men in Black. That was great. What is
Does he do
that?
Yeah,
this
great
with
stuff, boy.
everybody, or does he only do this with me? Because
It sounds like that alien when the things come out and it starts screeching. So it looks.
I don't know
like
that,
alien.
dude. That's an American thing, I come from.
Oh yeah, American. No, you're just universally hated by
I'm
everybody.
not a motherfucking American, you cocksucker.
Well, you sound like one.
There you go with your fucking ad hominems.
You act like one.
Boy, what do you want? What do you come to the fucking?
Show me
You
how
come
an
to the
American
place.
acts, and you're sitting down there running your fucking
want
mouth.
to see trash.
If an
I
American
want to
acts
see
like
What the
that,
fuck do you
and
want?
You're sitting down
I
there
don't
running
see-
your mouth babbling,
I don't
then an
see.
American
I don't
obviously
see this
acts
much
better than
trash
you do.
in my life because I clean up.
So
my
what do you want? Why come up and stare at trash, you dumb fuck? Go hang out with your loser Dutch socialist fucking fucktards.
Yeah,
Why come here?
Why am I?
Because he wants to add himself to the trash. So he sees himself as trash because he wants to add himself to it.
Like I would never go to like a group of Dutch losers.
Timmy, you don't understand. The majority of the slaves who come here can't manage their inner space or their own affairs. They don't have friends and family.
All right.
Here.
He does the laugh to pretend like it's false.
They don't have any community. They don't lead anywhere in their life. They don't have responsibilities. They don't have to be part of support systems, and they don't have support systems.
Why do I
So
come
there's
here?
nothing to
I
do
come
but
here to
constantly
see the
watch me
trash
like this
that
guy.
I didn't pick
talk
up.
shit about
I
me
mean,
and
I
others
could
who are
pick you
around
up
me.
and put you in the
He's
bin.
been doing it
But
since day one.
still-
He always does it. It's his
still,
MO. He's
I'm
a
taking you
malcontent,
seriously.
right? These folks
You're
are
a
malcontent and
sorry-ass
miscreant in their
bitch.
life.
You're a sorry ass bitch, dude. You can only
Right.
talk.
Right. Where do you lead men? Where do you lead men in your life, boy? Anywhere? Right. Okay.
Was
Right,
I,
we
was,
thought so.
was I
Okay.
actually?
Because he
Was I
thinks he
actually?
is
Or
the man.
women.
He thinks
Men
he
or
is the man.
women.
He doesn't
Right.
see any other men.
I
He
love
doesn't
this
see any other men.
CIA.
He
I
thinks
love
he
this
is
He
the
can't
man.
lead men or
I'm a
women.
CIA Jew now. I love it. I love it.
And he
Nobody
can't even
Right, the CIA.
control his conversation up here as if though he's a man. Because he sits there and fucking lets other people speak over him. Right, you fucking little bitch?
he's
Pick
also
up the trash.
No.
The trash
You're the trash.
throw it in the fucking
You're the
bin.
trash that signed on to the final
Throw
solution.
it in the bin.
You're the trash country that
throwing
signed
it
on.
in the
You're
bin.
the trash.
And
Shut him up if he can't control himself.
Because you're out of reach.
Trash
because
who
I'm
can't-
attracted. I'm attracted to trash because I want to pick up the trash and put it in the bin. and
you're
you
attracted
people
to
are the
what
kind
you
of trash
are, and
that
so
I can't
you
pick
see
up
us
and
as
put in
trash,
the bin.
but you actually
so I'm
are
going to tell
trash.
you
You're
that you
attracted
need
here.
to be
The game
put
the universe is
into the
playing
bin.
on you is you
Yeah,
actually
dude.
are
I know,
trash. and you're
dude.
attracted to
Dude,
places
you're just
where you
gonna
can
talk
get
over
value,
people.
but you
Nobody
can't
hears
get out of your
you.
own belief.
Nobody hears me, and that's what you like. You
Right.
love
Nobody
that.
wants to hear you,
If
boy.
you want to go quote me, you better motherfucking quote it correctly, you insolent fucking bitch. That's to Jack Talcott trying to quote me. You better quote it correctly and go back in that fucking video and see exactly what the fuck I said, because you're misquoting me.
This guy talks about trash lands when he's from a fascist, inauthentic corporate male slave state that gave itself over to the Germans because it's a final solution, one world order eugenicist cult, like most of these lands.
He's like in the heart of Babylon.
That's the fatality of it.
Hey, Paul, let me
That's the
address
fatality of it. That's what he claims as his statehood. I claim our Father which art in heaven is my statehood. That's why you don't call me a motherfucking American and get away with it, you cocksucker.
No, this is silly. So, Paul, I want to address.
It's silly because you sit there and babble.
Paul,
You think
I wanna
everybody's
address
supposed to
what
be
you
of a
said.
nation, and yet you're a spiritual, scriptural guy that doesn't even know the scripture. Jeremiah 1:5. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. Before thou was cast from the womb, I sanctified thee. I ordained thee a prophet unto the nation. Why are you expecting everybody to take on that fucking hood of a nation? You cocksucker. Now, let's talk about that American again. Who's the American? The cocksucker that isn't of a nation. He's in the nation. You come out of her. You're the one sitting there babbling, using all that language, expecting everybody else to be a national of some sort.
All that language is what you are using. You are using all that language.
God, man of the dust of the ground, and when he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, man became a living soul.
OTW just likes dogs.
Can I say something, cult member? I totally agree with you. The only thing I did say was that I am in America, not that I am an American. I am in America, unfortunately, and this is the land of Babylon and all that.
Actually, if I could help you out, you are in this world, but not of this world.
No, dude.
Right.
Everything that's of this,
we don't need you to help us out. That is about the last thing that we need.
Right, boy.
You are just about the last thing we need.
Totally agree.
Right.
We are of this
in America.
We are of this world. I'm just in this. I'm just currently in the America. You know what I mean?
You might be on. If I'm in the pool, that's different than being
in the paperwork.
at the pool.
America does not exist anywhere but in the paperwork. So when you say you are in America, you're saying you're in that paperwork with America. Impossible.
Well,
If I'm in the pool or at the pool,
Unfortunately, I was born with a social security number, so I'm in the paperwork. I don't believe in the paperwork.
No, you are not in the paperwork. You are on the land, and the paperwork belongs to the record about the land. It's just a story, just like the scriptures.
Okay, thank you, OTW, for having me on. But you know, it's no use. Bye.
Fuck you, boy. Fuck you, boy.
Yes,
Fuck you,
bye,
boy.
bitch.
How about
Bye,
that?
bitch. Bye,
Fucking
bitch.
loser.
I agree with you. You're totally right. It's just, it's
Miserable
hard for me to articulate the words right. You know, I hope you're understanding that I don't.
Dude,
I believe
just
that
stop talking and listen then, bro. Dude,
I am.
in versus on. In, on, at are different fucking words. Think about what the fuck you're saying.
Time to bring it down. Boy, bitch is gone.
Is there a reason to yell at me though? Like I'm a man speaking.
Yeah, because you keep talking, you're not fucking listening when you're saying babble, dude.
But I'm telling you that I'm and what I'm saying is I'm trying to understand you guys so I can articulate my words right. So if you would continue to yell at me, you're going to dissuade me to want to even listen to you. I will listen to the people that
So
like.
you
I don't give a fuck. If that dissuades you, then I don't give a fuck.
I like to be respected. I'm trying to respect
I don't give a
people,
fuck.
and
So
yeah, I don't care either.
I don't care.
Okay, let me speak real quick, softly and quietly. In their code, their own code, this is why I urge people to start using this shit against them. They say that the authorized representative giving an unambiguous authorized signature on the instrument is therefore not liable for the person named in the instrument. You're not in that documentation, brother. That's the person. That is the you. That is yourself with your person. They have separated your person, but you still believe you're your person. You can't do that. A person is a fiction. Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain, Tom Sawyer, first person. It's a fiction. Mark Twain is a fiction. Tom Sawyer is a fiction. Look up comment. Etymology, com, ment. C-O-M means with. M-E-N-T means mentality. So with your mentality, with thinking, that's all it is. It's only thoughts. It's intangible. So when it goes from here to the spoken word or paper, it remains a fiction. It does not become real until yourself acts upon it and manifests it in the physical realm. No other way. America was never manifested.
Right.
Period.
So by
It remains
saying that
spoken or
I'm in, so by stating that I'm in, I'm manifesting
that you're the person.
I'm manifesting their values.
Right. And that you're the person, which is false. You cannot be
I
the
am
person.
on America.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that because I do view myself that way as not in
right. And that's
America.
why I urge again, everybody get back to that concise English, because Bill Clinton was exactly right. It depends on what your definition of is. And I'm telling you, by the way they've gotten written down, there's 21 different meanings to just is.
Right.
I yield.
Wait, hold on. How many you said?
21. 21 different uses of the word is. Look it up. How many uses for the word is?
I do have to go grab my children from school. I do have responsibilities. I got to go get my kids from school. If you guys are still live when I get back and get done with some stuff, I'll jump back up. But thank you very much, everybody. I know there's been some anger and stuff, but I'm just here to learn and I'm here to listen too. So thank you very much, guys, for having me up. Paul, thank you. Black, thank you. Snafu, cult member, OTW.
That's number
Timmy,
6.
Dick. Thank you, guys.
Peace,
yeah,
man.
Black, number 6, Black. I'm sorry. I did that last time. I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Please address the cult leaders appropriately. OTW, as much as I'd like to continue this freak show, would you like to transition over to my broadcast? Because it appears that I can't end this on my end. So,
yes, I know.
Be careful what you
I
wish
know how
for,
that
right?
works. Yeah. I actually have absolute control over your broadcast right now, which is
So you can end it on your end?
Powerful feeling, But no, I'm gonna end it at 8 hours, brothers. So don't worry. Yeah, I'll end up going over to your broadcast, sir.
All right, cool. I'm gonna
shutting
work
this
on it
down in
now. So
exactly
I'll see
9
you folks
minutes.
over there.
All right, so 9 minutes. Give me 9 minutes, brother. Give a time to everybody to say their last words.
Yeah, I'll need more than that, man. So yeah, you're good to go, bro. Do your thing.
Oh, okay, all right. So, and the music at the end and all that, the credits. Try to get people to click the support link so they can go ahead and buy a coffee for OTW News and the channel to help us keep on broadcasting every single day of the week for your enjoyment, pleasure, or your pleasure and enjoyment. So thank you, everybody, for being here right now. We have 129 people watching, so please make sure to come and subscribe over to OTW News from whether other channel that you're watching from. Come on over here to OTW News and subscribe, and hit that that notification bell so you get all our uploads and when we go live as well. So that being said, I'll let these gentlemen say their final words, starting with, I think I'll start with, how about you, Rob?
I got to run. Thank you
you
for a delightful broadcast.
okay.
OTW.
I'll go with Freedom. Hold on a sec.
We'll catch you
Take
all
your
soon.
time. Take your time. Don't leave so quickly. It's promo time, brother.
A lot of different
You guys are
heated
the last
discussions that
panelists
went on here
You-
today. We had fun things to talk about. We were able to dissect some things a little bit closer and get down to some nitty-gritty details. And I enjoyed myself, and I appreciate the opportunity to have these discussions on your platform, OTW. So keep up the good work, and thank you, Paul. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, everybody that I can't see that's on here. And you guys just have yourself a tremendous rest of your afternoon. Try to drink lots of water. If you're dealing with crazy weather conditions, I could go into a little monologue and just make it all about Dick, have some Dick time. If you want to just really tie up the airwaves like Rob Cleveland likes when I do, because he says, Dick, talk more, please. Just express yourself. You're not, getting in there and throwing enough punches. So Rob Cleveland once more. I'm going to give him more. Rob, this is for you. Love you, Rob. You have a great rest of your afternoon. And what else is in this chasm of a mind to mind that we could explore that just goes on for eternity with endless opportunities of nothingness and somethingness becoming toroidal fields of interconnected possibility.
All right. Okay. That's good. Thank you, Freedom. Thank you, sir.
Have a great rest of your afternoon.
You just got
Thank
the
you all
cane.
very much.
We took the
Thank you.
cane.
Appreciate you nipping that in the bud. That was embarrassing anyway. Humiliating, really. Have a great afternoon.
All right. Thanks, man. Get the heck out of here. Thanks, man, for being here. Much love, brother. All right. Who's next? Let's go. Oh, the computer seemingly has decided that Timmy's going.
I guess I'm next.
Yeah.
I guess I'm next. Yeah, get some fucking merit when you want to talk. All right, thanks a lot. OTW, thanks for having me, man. Bye.
Much pleasure. You're always welcome, Timmy. See you next time. All right, get the fuck out of here. Who else got now? We have. Can I kick myself out of here?
We have you next.
Hold on, we still have people left. I'm like, what the hell's going on? How come I'm next? I'm not next. All right. All right, we still have Mr. Snafu Snaps. We have Mr. Wizard himself, and Mr. Number 6 Black. He
Number
sounds like
6.
a cheap wine or something. I don't know.
Well, I had something to say, but I'm going to save it for Paul's panel because I want to for sure put over there. So I want to be up on his panel when I
still
say
your
it.
turn then, Wizard. Promo time. Go ahead. It's your
But I hope
moment of
everybody
glory.
pays attention to it because I try to make very succinct messages in why in the things that I do, like the whistle. When you come up here on this panel and you start running your mouth and you refuse to block people and let other people actually have something to say, that's fine. That's fine. That's the way it is. But then you turn around and block my whistling. You mute me when I'm whistling. That's wrong. Just because I bring a different message or a different voice or a different language gives you no reason to censor. And that's what this is all about. So I hate to see it, but I do it for a reason. And maybe one of these days I'll start chatting in the chat with my language. Will you pay attention to me then? Fuck no, because then it's too much to come to me to ask me what my fucking words are, which is what you should be doing to begin with. And nobody wants to do that. They want to interpret them as they want and then run with it and tell everybody that means El Perro means the dog. Well, go ahead and keep doing that. Because in the end, the eventual place for you is that everybody's going to see you as the liar you are. Period. I'm out.
All right. Thank you very much, Wizard. You're always welcome. Much love, brother. Much respect. Too bad you took the whistle thing. I just it's still my broadcast, and I don't believe in censoring people's thoughts. But when it comes to a point where you're I think it's you're exaggerating a bit, Wizard, and fine. We all have our own opinions. You can say what you want, but I still respect you, sir. And I still believe in free speech, but I don't believe blowing a whistle is free speech. Speaking with your mouth, speech is mouth. The words come out of your mouth. So that being said, I'll go right over to Mr. Snafu Snaps. Welcome, Mr. Snafu Snaps.
Yeah, OTW, man. Like I said, it's cool to see everyone's truth, yo. You know, from even my enemies, or as Paul says, the slaves. You know, I think we learn from everyone. I see that Venus Cupcake, the dangerous granny panty fucktards are in here chumming up with Voynich. I see Voynich talking shit. A lot of you guys who keep talking your shit, man, I'd like to see some of you guys get your balls or your little titties up here on the panels. But keep doing your truth, yo. Everyone, like I said, everyone has their opinions or truth, yo, and we learn even from our enemies, or as others say, slaves. But keep doing it up, man, and the optics are high. That's all I gotta say.
All right. Thanks a lot for being here, Snaps. So we'll see you next time. Much love, much respect, brother. All right, he's gone. So it's just me and you, Rob.
Well, I appreciate you having me up. I appreciate the great show that you had on today. I appreciate Paul Enslaved for coming up here and having that back and forth with Dick. I had a lot of triggering moments during that, being, sort of freshly out of a relationship and still being in touch with this woman. I'm not really going to go into that, but for the people in the chat that were sort of spiraling and just kind of just tripping, and just open your mind, and when you get those triggers, just find out where that's coming from, and don't be so reactive. Just just be cool, man. I don't really understand where all the hate is coming from. Keep an open mind. So like I said, there was a lot of triggering points for me, but I was working through it as the back and forth was going on, and I see both sides. So like I said, I'm more with Dick, but at the same time, I still see what Paul is saying, and as he's elaborated on it and made sense with it, I resonate with it more and on a previous level than where I was at. But other than that, it was a great show. Everybody, you guys have a great day. Number 6, Dark Knight out. Thank you.
Peace, man. Thank you for being here. See you next time, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it was a very engaging show. It was actually very heated. Great discussions. A lot of Royal Rumble today. It was great. And I want to thank Paul for being here and bringing his viewers over to watch my show. So much respect and much gratitude towards Sir Paul Enslaved. Now, that being said, everything that's being said here today are always the point of views of the people that are participating, and necessarily the ones of everybody watching or the ones of OTW News. And also the fact that I do encourage freedom of speech, but not freedom of whistle. So if Wizard, you're still listening, that's how that works over here, right? So sometimes people come on here and they fight with other panelists. Not all panelists get along together, and that's the way it goes. But I have much respect for everybody who came here and contributed today, even if there was a mayhem and everything. But the theme of the show today was Weird Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. It was a weird Wednesday, so we'll leave it at that. So make sure to go ahead and hit that like button, share, subscribe if you're not subbed, and yeah. Much love to everybody. Click the bell, get all the notifications, leave a comment in the comment section, and you also have a link in the description down below or at the top of live chat presently. If you would like to support the channel and help us bring you this wonderful 8-hour broadcast every day of the week for your viewing and audible enjoyment, so please don't hesitate to support us and keep this wonderful show on the road and ongoing. Please make sure to tell everybody about it, to come here and have a great time here on OTW News, the Grand Rising Show, where you get all the best content that I can provide you. So thank you for being here. I'll stop being so long-winded. Like and share, and I'm gonna go on with the ending overlay of the show. All right, and also choose the song that we'll play to end this properly. So I recall that Misunderstood said that she was lit. So let's go with the song Lit. Okay, Light It Up. Oh, no, that's not it. It's, where is it? Hold on a second. No, that's not the one. Don't play that song. Fuck that song. This is the song I want to play. There it goes. All right. Thank you, everybody. Peace.
I'm just fucking lit, man. I'm just fucking lit. Drink a bottle of this shit, man. Bottle of this shit. I'm about to write a hit, man. About to write a hit. No, I'm never gonna quit, man. Never gonna quit. I just took another hit, man. Took another hit. I'm about to lose my shit, man. About to lose my shit. Does she have a fucking wristband? Yeah, she needs that shit. Better get her out real quick, man. Get her out real quick. Are you the present or the future? Are you a drinker or a boozer? Are you a giver or a user? Are you a winner or a loser? And I said that I would never back down. And I said that I would never back down. And I said that I would never back down. I swore that I would never fucking back down. I'm feeling like the shit, man, feeling like the shit. Yeah, her body's like a gift, man, body's like a gift. Cause she's looking hella fit, man, looking hella fit. And I can't always commit, man, can't always commit. Pull the trigger on this shit, man, trigger on this shit. Cause I feel I haven't lived, man, feel I haven't lived. Till I got nothing to miss, man, got nothing to miss. Are you the present or the future? Are you a drinker or a boozer? Are you a giver or a user? Are you a winner or a loser? And I said that I would never